yeah. Like, swords up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, throw it 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 up. Like, throw them swords up, throw them swords up. Where you at, where you at? Throw them up, throw them up. Avengers, where you at, where you at? Throw them up, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice. Dani in the house, in the house. Avengers in the house, in the house. Swords up, turn up. Let's get messy, let's get nosy. Let's go. Give him the tea, give him the news, give him the biz, give him the mess, the mess. Swords up, throw it up. Swords up, throw it up. Throw it up. Throw them swords up. Where you at? Throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Throw them up. Then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice. Then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice. Who gon' check me? I'm playing chess. You playing checkers. Checkmate. Next caller. Swords up. Up. I don't like you. Can't stand you. If it's up, then it's stuck. It's stuck. Swords up. Up. You're mad. They mad. You're pressed. They pressed. Got your bother. They bother. Got your triggers. They triggers. Swords up. Throw it up. Throw it up. Swords up. Throw it up. Hey, throw them swords up. Where you at? Throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Throw them up. Then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice. Then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice. Let's go. Start the show. Symbol. We in chill. Let's go. Avengers, assemble. Lights, camera, action. We ready. Stay ready. Swords up. Throw it up. Swords up. Throw it up. Hey, throw them swords up. Where you at? Throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Throw them up. Then slice.
Is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976.
Hey everybody, how are y'all doing on this Sunday? Happy Sunday. Now I know I said I was not going to go live, but I definitely wanted to go ahead and squeeze in a live on this weekend. So how are y'all doing? I appreciate y'all's patience. If you look at my community tab, I did post a bunch of information, resources for people that are in California affected by the wildfires. So make sure you check out my community tab, and also make sure you share that with everyone that you know that's affected in that area in California. And again, prayers out to all affected, even those in areas where it's unusual weather. Make sure you're safe, especially driving safely if you're not used to certain road conditions. But yeah, so we are back for part 2 of Shelly Carter and Allie Carter. I'm sure a lot of y'all saw the video because I see it. A lot of people, I think it was almost at 4,000 something views. Well, a lot of people have seen it. The video that actually I will actually play it in my live as well. There's videos I've gathered of Allie Carter. You know, I wanted to just post a bunch of videos, like a collage of videos, to see people's opinion of what they think is happening to Allie Carter, whether it's anxiety attacks, panic attacks, a combination of the two, or, you know, drug withdrawals and things like that. And of course, there are some people popping up thinking that, you know, going along with the whole Shelly Carter, that is MK Ultra programming. Now, what I will say is that the majority of the comments are stating that they believe that a lot of the videos were drug withdrawals. And then there are some comments that think it's a mixture, like maybe one was probably anxiety, panic attack, and the other was drug withdrawals. Right? And also, I will say that I did play another video yesterday that discussed where she was talking about her hospitalization in great detail, and said she said that she also had a pick and other things. So with that being said, I said I would check out that video as well. But I'm gonna bring that video up in just a second. So yeah, and then also, if you are a member, I do have stuff on my members tab for members. And then once we have at least 300 likes on this video as we go through the night, I will release that to the public after the members have had time to view it. But yeah, for the public, you can always support my channel for free just by hitting that like button. So a lot of drama is going on with the mother, and now we have 2 sisters online. The mother is online, as we know, LaRonda, and then we have the 2 siblings. I think the eldest, and then also the second eldest, and then also now we already know we got Tori on here. So that's 3 siblings, and then the mother. And also the mother and the sisters also were mentioning other sisters and their names, and they also mentioned Jada as well. So I'm like, wow. So I don't know if Jada will make an appearance or not, but her name was definitely brought up and mentioned by at least 2 people. Her sister Keisha, and then also her mother mentioned her name. And yeah, so it seems like people are picking sides, which is usual in this situation. And I'm not shocked, y'all, because I told y'all from the beginning people would start picking sides. People will be team mom, some people will be team Allie, and some will be Allie and Shelly, some just Shelly, and some will now be her sister Keisha White. And you know, people will pick a side, and I will always say, y'all already know, hashtag I'm team nobody. I'm team nobody. Okay. So that means that since I'm team nobody, a lot of times I'm the I want to say I'm the most hated. But when you're team nobody, that means that you piss off everybody's team. And people are team mom, they're gonna be mad at me when I talk about the mom. When people are team Allie, they're gonna be mad at me for talking about Allie. And they're Keisha, anybody, and Shelly. So everybody throughout the line will get a turn to be mad at me because I'm going to speak on everybody. Oh, well, okay. But I've always done that since I started. So yeah, so don't look for me to pick a team. Now, sometimes, obviously, with life, you have biases. And if I do have a bias, I will address it or admit that I have a bias towards someone. Okay? Yeah. So let me actually start with Oh, so look at my title. A long time ago, when Shelly was trying to get Allie in her care in custody, she was actually labeled as a predator. They actually considered her a predator. And I wish they had followed their first instinct. And think about it. Why would people first initially consider her a predator? She must have had telltale signs of being some sort of predator to where they felt like, you know, she wasn't good for Allie. And then, of course, probably through manipulation or some other things, and she probably got Allie. Because what by manipulation is like, if you convince somebody that you're the hero, the rescue and save them, that person will act out and misbehave everywhere they go, because they are trying to get back in your custody or in your grasp, because they feel like you're the one for them, or you're the best parent for them, because you already have mind control over the person already. So that's what I believe happened. But I will let y'all hear exactly what happened, and then from there y'all can have y'all's own opinion about what you think happened with that situation. So in the videos I posted right here, these are a series of videos of Allie either experiencing drug withdrawals, anxiety attacks or panic attacks, or acting. Oh yeah, let me add that in. Some people think that she's acting. That's another comment I read. It's all acting in stage, like lights, camera, action. We already know, because that's what Jack does. Lights, camera, action, and go, and scene, right? So as you watch this video, and I will put up a poll as well. I did read y'all's comments under the video. Well, if you made it within the last 3 hours, I mean, before 3 hours ago. Earlier today, I was reading comments. If you made comments after that, I didn't read it, but you know, I'll check it out later, and then I'll heart the comment, let you know I read what I read. Okay. So what I would want to say is this. At the very beginning, right here, where you just see Allie's legs, obviously somebody is recording and it's being recorded. Of course, Shelly's always gonna be recording, or somebody else is gonna be recording. And you see her legs shaking and trembling, okay? And you will also hear Shelly talking about programming. So we have to pay attention that Shelly is always going to keep on saying that Allie is programmed. She's programmed, and people are messing with her programming. In my opinion, this is all a game. It's all a form of mind control and controlling her by saying that she's programmed and she's the one that can help her with her programming, and she knows all about the programming and all about alters and all about, she's an expert on this, and she's the savior. Now, here's the thing. Some people believe that she is brainwashed and mind controlled to believe that she is programmed, MK Ultra program, and that she has alters and dissociative identity disorder. Because after all, a lot of that stuff did come from Shelly Carter, as we witnessed and saw in her own writings in part 1. Some people believe that both of them are in on it. Like, both of them are in on this whole scam, scheme, hustle, grift, lies, and all that. And that Allie knows that this is all bullshit, but she's going along with it. And then others believe that everything that she's saying is just parroted, regurgitated stuff from Shelly, because a lot of stuff she talks about would be more like Shelly, coming from Shelly's perspective or mindset, that's at 57 years old with more life and lived experiences. Allie targets a lot of people that are in the Democratic Party. She targets people that's like Black Panther. She targets a lot of celebrities that are older. Usually you wouldn't find someone 30 years old talking about these celebrities. And even at an earlier age, you're talking about these certain celebrities or politicians or certain people that's outside of her generation. And of course, I'm not saying that somebody her age would not talk about those things, but it would be it's more, you know, if you actually hear her talking about being trafficked to Russia, and then you hear Shelly Carter complaining about Russia and Ukraine, and you know, Ali has not stepped one foot in Russia, and what, you know, and then obviously you see that it's Shelly Carter that has the issue with Ukraine and Russia. So a lot of things that Ali talks about and she speaks out against is also, you know, following in the steps of Shelly Carter. Also, when they went to the Trump rally, if you go throughout Shelly's stuff, she's the one that's more like not more likely, but she's the one that was already with that sort of party and things like that. So then, of course, as her adopted daughter, and you know, she goes along with her mother to this Trump rally and things like that. Now, I'm not trying to get into no politics and stuff like that. I'm just saying that a lot of stuff, you can say learn behavior, you learn it from somebody, but I will also say mind control when you actually brainwash someone with a bunch of bullshit, pretend like they're programmed, pretend like they have alters, DID, pretend like you are their psychologist or therapist, where you're writing down things in a journal, keeping track of their DID and alters, and you said they have 200. See, I want to hear a doctor, a licensed psychiatrist say that she has DID with 200 alters. I don't want to hear about you and some notepad you're scrabbling in saying, oh, she has alters and I've documented 200. That's not your job. It's not. So anyways, let's go ahead and get started with this video and then we'll proceed. Hold on.
Please pray for us. There are 69 buyers on Ali's contract. 3 of them are military generals.
So right here, she says, please pray for us, trying to pander to people of faith. And there are 69 buyers on Ali's contract. There is no sex trafficking contract on Ali. There isn't. There is no such thing as a sex trafficking contract on Ali Carter. Shelly Carter made that up. She made it up. And then she also stated that her intel, quote unquote intel, is the one that said that Ali Carter has a sex trafficking contract on her, and that one of the buyers on that contract is a cop. And the reason she said that is because she knows that if she says a cop is on the contract, Ali will be afraid to go to the police because the police, in her mind, are against her. That's a way to trap somebody and isolate somebody and stop them from going to the police. Oh, we can't go to the police about this because they are in on it. That's a form of isolation and manipulation. Manipulation and isolation. And then she said, to fuck her up even more, this is what's sick. To fuck her up even more, she says, Ali, every year on your birthday, there's an increased amount of buyers. More people are willing to buy you almost every year on your birthday. That doesn't even make sense. So now every year on her birthday, she's thinking that more people are out there to get her than normal and typical, and that it's occurring on military basis. So she can't even expect the military, government military to help her because the military is in on it too. So she's trapped. And then on her birthday, instead of feeling happy, like, oh, it's my birthday, I'm happy, I'm celebrating, she has to be so worried and afraid of, guess what? A sex contract being bought out there and sold. Now, and then of course, how does Shelly know this? Because she says her intel told her. Another time she said her intel told her that people were after her at some sort of restaurant or something. She's always saying that her intel said this and her intel said that. Now here's the thing. That's brainwashing if Ali Carter believes something just because Shelly is saying it. However, if they're both pulling a skit, let's say it's all a skit, and that, you know, Ali Carter is, you know, she's in on this whole thing about, like, she knows there's no real intel, but she's just pretending like she believes Shelly Carter, or, you know, like this is all a game for a reality show kind of thing, where they're both just going on camera saying people are after us. They're both in on it together. So it depends on how you want to look at this. They're both in on it, and they know. Do you really think that Allie Carter thinks that somebody is after her? Or do you think they're always on the move and on the go because of what? Why are they always on the move and on the go, or pretending to be on the move or on the go? Has Shelly actually convinced her that somebody's out there, or do they both just are pretending, just in their bed or in their car, just pretending all of this stuff? Or in fact, do you think that one of them actually believes it, and that Shelly Carter actually has Allie convinced that this is true, and that's why she's going along with this whole thing? So it's up to your perspective and what you think. What I do know, what I have learned, is that if you're unsure of something, sometimes you have to just report it, and that somebody else investigate what's going on or look into what's going on. Because if you think it's 50-50 or even the slightest chance that somebody is a predator, it's best to report it. And then you can say, well, you know what? I can sleep at night because I at least reported it. You know what I'm saying?
We don't have our car. After this, we won't have our phones. We're having to take some serious tactical moves. We have a last one option, Hail Mary pass. That's all we got. So please pray for us.
My teeth hurt, and my arms hurt. I feel like somebody's
She says, my teeth hurt, my arms hurt.
stabbing me. I tried to take a bath, and I've taken so many Benadryl. It's horrid.
She said she tried to take a bath, and she has taken so many Benadryls. It looks like she said something about taking Benadryls. I think Nitty had mentioned it, I think, as well. Let me actually go back and listen to what she's saying. She said something about Benadryls. And I think, so I can't remember who had left the comment. They said something about, why would somebody take Benadryls if they're having a panic attack? Why, or if it's for a panic attack or anxiety. I know some people take Benadryl as a sleep aid. They take it as a, like, to sleep. They don't actually take it for other reasons besides to try to, the side effect of it makes you tired or sleepy. Hold on.
Bath, and I've taken so many Benadryl. It's horrid. I tried to take a bath, and I've taken so many Benadryl. It's horrid.
She said it hurts. And of course, there goes Shelly Carter with the cameras on, filming it. It hurts. And of course, she has her hand out, so dramatic. Have her hand out and have her, so she can have her. She makes sure the camera is still videotaping, so as she put her hands out.
Why is it stabbing me?
She said stabbing me. She probably feels like some stabbing pains.
Oh my god.
Now she backs up because Shelly has to make sure she's got a good view. Is she really in pain? Do you think it's drug withdrawals, anxiety, panic attacks? Do you think it's all just a skit and just an act for show? Somebody said opioid withdrawal. Yeah, you're not the only one that said it. If you actually go to my community post, a lot of people were saying the same thing. Now this
9 buyers on
video right here, her legs are shaking, and while Shelly is talking about, her legs are just trembling and shaking while Shelly is talking about that she has some sort of sex trafficking buyer or contract. Now, in this case, if you believe that she's being brainwashed, she's actually probably nervous or fidgety or anxious or whatever, because since 14 years old, she has been brainwashed. Again, we have to remember, this is since 14 years old. This is a decade worth of stuff happening. Since 14 years old, brainwashed, if you believe in the brainwash stuff, that means that she will be shaking or trembling or anxiety attack or panicking because she feels that her life is really in danger and people are after her due to Shelly's brainwashing. If you believe in the other thing that she's just acting, that that means that that this is all fake and she just putting on the show, lights, camera, action, because she wanted to be some sort of dancer or actress or something. I don't know. And if you believe the other thing that is drugs, maybe when she wants some drugs or something, or if she's withdrawing from drugs, she has some sort of reaction.
These contracts, 3 of them are military generals. We don't have our car. After this, we won't have our phones. We're having to take some serious tactical moves. We have a last.
So she's always trying to say we have to get rid of this or get that. We have to get rid of our phones, cars. We have to get, because we have to take tactical moves. She's always saying they have to be on the move, on the go, high alert, hyper vigilant, because people are after them. And she's always saying she gets her intel. And we already know that intel does not exist. No intel is telling her that there's buyers on some military base with 69 people and 3 generals trying to buy her contract. That's false. She's making that up. Shelly Carter. Now, what I know 100% is that Shelly Carter is making all this shit up. What I don't know 100% is how complicit is Allie in this? Is she actually a victim that's being brainwashed to believe all this? Or is she just a Bonnie and they're both on the move, putting on a show for everybody, like they're both on the run, they're both in danger with all this mess, and they're both in cahoots? Or is it some sort of drug withdrawal that they're trying to play off as something else?
One option, Hail Mary pass. That's all we got. So please pray for us.
My teeth hurt and my arms hurt. I feel like somebody's stabbing me. I tried to take a bath and it's taking so many minutes. It's working.
And if she is on a drug withdrawal, what kind of drugs do y'all think that she's withdrawing from, having withdrawals from? Because her sister did mention pills. Again, that's her sister's perspective, is that her sister mentioned pills.
Why is it stabbing me? Oh my god.
And this right here is when she said she spent 40 days in the hospital. Now with this, if you watch part 1, she was pretty much stating that a pimp had propositioned her, and the pimp knew exactly where she was headed next. And when she said no to the proposition, she posted a fake letter saying it was from the pimp. And in part 1, I was like, did she write that fake letter? Did Shelly write that fake letter? Reminds me of Jack when she had this fake thing on her door, acting like it was like, and it was her, Legina. She was acting like the Mexican cartel was after her, right? And she got that from a scene in a movie from the Godfather, with the horses, whatever. So, horse's head. So, and that we saw that was completely staged, and we all know Jag is fake. So people can't stage things. Now, who is filming this one right here? Who is filming this? And we do know that there's Allie Carter, then there's Shelly Carter, and then there's also Holly Silver. Holly is the older lady that is with them, that they call grandma. Now, what I can say is that I have not done enough research to know if that's actually a biological, like real grandma or somebody called grandma. Okay. Because I do know that Shelly had a grandma named Alberta Harr and her mother, Sharon Maiden, and both of them passed away under her care, as she was a caregiver for both of them, and they both died within months of each other. She said they were both dying, and she was the only caregiver for them. And I had, what she said, I forgot the name of it now. It's Ballsy or something. Paul's Ballsy. No, it's not Paul's. I forgot what it is. It's some sort of condition that's caused for paralysis in the face. I forgot. But anyway, she said she had that, and she was the caregiver for her mom and grandmother, and they both died within months of each other. That same grandmother, Alberta Harr, she had tried to, like years before then, in 2009, she tried to get a conservatorship over the person, and she did a temporary conservatorship over that person, Alberta, her grandmother, in her estate. And then in 2017, her grandmother and Bell's palsy. Well, I said, did I say Ball's palsy? A mess. What did I say? Well, yeah, Bell's palsy. Thank y'all. A mess. Anyway, I will edit that out. But yeah, so she had Bell's palsy, and she was taking care of her grandmother and mother, and then they both died within months of each other. So it could have been actually Holly recording this, or someone else. Okay, because Holly is frequently with them. Now, as for the letter, to be honest, it didn't look like something that Allie Carter wrote. It looks like it's something that Shelly Carter wrote, trying to pretend like she was some black male pimp. That's what it sounded like. Somebody was trying to speak Ebonics or try to write in a certain way. So if Allie Carter was in on that letter, she knew it was fake, and then they were just making some sort of script to have content. If you believe in the other version that she's brainwashed, you would think that Shelly Carter wrote it and then pretended like, you know, to Allie Carter that it was from a pimp, and then Allie was like, whatever, I don't know, whatever you want to believe on how this all happened, but it comes across a lot like a little bit of Jag and Legina, because Jag and Legina were a mess. Okay. Yeah. Hold on. But at the same time, Jag was not trying to, she wasn't really trying to like fill her head up with a bunch of lies. She was just going along with Legina's lies, but not trying to necessarily, she wasn't necessarily trying to say that she was MK Ultra programmed and all this other stuff. But yeah, she does the thing about people being after them and seeking them and then trying to come after them. She does that with every partner to make them scared. Yeah.
You're okay. It's okay. Jesus, 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 Jesus. You're okay. Jesus, 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 Jesus. You're okay.
What do y'all think about that one?
Jesus. You're okay. You're okay. It's okay. Jesus, Jesus, Jesus.
And somebody else mentioned, of course, before Munchausen syndrome, where Allie pretends to be sick just to get attention and affection, to be taken care of and babied and coddled and get that attention from being ill and sick and all that. And then there's also the Munchausen syndrome by proxy, where it's Shelly Carter actually making her sick or making her think she's sick or doing things to her or doing things, you know, but she's the actual culprit in it, in all of this. So it would be like not 100% like Gypsy Rose, but a little bit. There's also another story where somebody told me about earlier today that is reminiscent of this as well. What is the case? Let me actually check my messages again, what they told me. Jody Hildebrandt or something like that, and Frankie case. The Jody Hildebrandt and Frankie case. And in that case, from what a little bit of what I read, one lady was like a cult leader or like a brainwasher person. That was Jody. And she had a lot of influence over Frankie. And then it was a lot, it was child abuse and stuff. It was a lot of stuff going on in that case. And for that, you would say, how would Frankie get so wrapped up and involved with somebody like Jody to where she have complete, like a lot of control over her mind and her decisions?
Jesus.
Yeah, I think that's the case, Ruby Frankie, but I have to check again because I have briefly looked at it. Yeah, Ruby Frankie, the Ruby Frankie case, and how she was a little bit controlled by Jody, right? So that's another way to look at it. But that case.
You're okay.
Yes, that's true. Ruby had already been abusing her kids, but Judy persuaded her to make it worse. And the thing is, how did she have so much control over her to make it worse? How did she get so much control over her? So would it be possible that there was already something with Allie? Well, for one, Allie was already somebody running away from home and wanted to get away from her home, her family. So, you know, now she has somebody like Shelly Carter that's promising to help her with her own agenda, of course, and preyed on her and is welcoming and really nice and something different, you know. You never know what she was saying or putting into her mind about how her life could be away from her home. And that's why I want to get into another video about how it first started with these two, with Shelly trying to get her into her custody. And that's why I said that I do believe that this whole grooming stuff happened when she was 14 years old. So that makes this different. So I'm going to play that video right after this one, and y'all will see that something was already going on at 14 years old with Shelly Carter and Allie Carter, to where she was already getting into this girl's mind. And now we're in 2025. Is it too late to do anything about this? And why, when CPS and other people initially, they already felt like a long time ago, the government or whoever was over Allie already thought that Shelly was a predator. They actually labeled her as a predator, and they didn't want Allie around her because somebody noticed something that wasn't right. But of course, through manipulation, of course, Shelly was able to convince them to have Allie back in her home or back in her care. And we already know what that means. That means that she had already put a hold onto her. She had already got her claws into Allie, to where Allie probably would act out every time they sent her to a foster home. She would act out, or they would report it or get her moved from there. And then finally they say, "Oh shit, we keep on having to move this girl here and move her there because all these SA allegations and this happening at this foster home and this foster home. So if she wants to be back at Shelly's house, let's just put her there. So maybe she can finally stay somewhere and stay put without actually have to keep on going on and on and on." Moving her from foster home to foster home. So I have something I want to show y'all as well in just a second.
Ouch. God.
Hey, this is Shelly. We told you about a while back we were gonna start turning the cameras on behind the scenes. The other stuff that you guys don't see. Allie just was cut off from her interview with Maria. She is having a panic attack. There was problems with the computer, problems with the internet connection. So we are sitting outside. We had to end the interview early. And we're trying to get back to get through the panic attack. So these are the other things that happen that y'all don't see, but they're very common.
That's so stupid. And then I couldn't even talk. Like, I don't even know what the hell just happened. Fucking. I can talk. I can talk. We all know I can talk.
So we're gonna
We'll talk to Maria, and I'm sorry.
we'll catch you on a little bit. Thanks. Bye.
And as she paid attention, she's not just saying sorry to like Maria about her, you know, how the interview wasn't going well. She also was saying sorry to Shelly. You see how like whatever, she felt so disappointed. She was also saying like sorry to Shelly. In my opinion, I think that Shelly has it, you know, in one posting, she said that she knows how to hold it together, that due to how Allie was programmed, that she knows how to hold herself together. So I think that she has high expectations of her during interviews. And I think Allie knows that. And that's why she was like, she said sorry to, you know, Shelly as well, because nobody was really out there but Shelly. So she probably felt like, you know, that Shelly was disappointed in her performance. And you know, the pressure from being, you know, under like your performance expectations. Also, people can look at it as, you know, it's all an act, it's all fake. And another way, of course, you're saying it is actually a panic or anxiety because of she was nervous or anxious or had a panic attack over this whole interview thing and how things were not going as well as she expected. And again, for a lot of the videos, people did notice, or people have an opinion that some of this stuff is drug withdrawals. Now, with that being said, what would be the actual drug withdrawals? And is Shelly Carter doing the right thing? Let's say it is drug withdrawals. What should be her approach to handling someone experiencing a drug withdrawal? Was she handling it correctly as far as if you think it's panic or anxiety attack, was she handling it correctly? Should she be filming it? If it's drug withdrawal, was she handling it correctly? Should she be filming it? Should she actually take her to the hospital, or is it something that could be treated at home? Should Shelly Carter be diagnosing Allie Carter with MK Ultra programming and alters in DID, or should she leave any diagnosing to healthcare professionals? Should she be the one documenting alters and keeping track of her DID and alters, or should she be in the care of a licensed psychologist, therapist, psychiatrist that someone can actually offer legal medication, prescribed medication? So right here, this is what Shelly put right here about her connection to Allie. It says Shelly Carter is the inspiring mother of Allie Carter, raising and guiding so many individuals back to Jesus Christ. She has had children in and out of her care since she was 20 years old. So she's saying that she has been some sort of counselor, social worker, not counselor, well, you know, social worker or foster parent or something since 20 years old. Shelly adopted Allie as an adult in 2014, but has known and fought for Allie since she was 12. So there you have it, folks. She says she has known and fought for Allie since she was 14. Allie was not removed from her mother's home until September of 2009 when Allie Carter was 15. So right here, Shelly is actually admitting to knowing her before she was removed from her mother's house at 15 at the age of 14. And she also said that she had been fighting for her since that point. So what is your definition of fighting for Allie since 14 years old? So a year before she was removed from her biological mother's home by CPS, Shelly had already had her grasp and her claws into Allie Carter. That was plenty enough time to get into her mind or get a good handle on her, right? And how are you fighting for her? Fighting for her means that something was wrong or something was bad and you are trying to fight or help her with it. So that means that, of course, Shelly was, I already showed you already that Shelly was the one that would make reports. I'm not saying all reports, but she would make some reports and say that Tori would tell her things and then she would make the actual report to the government. Now, one document that Shelly posted was heavily redacted. She heavily redacted the document. And I said, why was it so heavily redacted? What were you trying to hide? So my question would be to, I want to know the exact date of when Allie Carter accused her father of SA. Because if she accused him of SA at a certain date or a certain time, that could actually bring into this whole thing of how Shelly might have influenced that, because subsequent to certain things, guess what happened? There are 4 foster homes that Allie went to, and a lot of those foster homes, Allie accused, somebody in the home of SA. And Shelly is the one that reported twice. In one foster home, she reported twice to, the CPS and things like that on behalf of Tori. Now, I'm also going to show you a video. And what the video is going to show is that Shelly, once she had met up with her at the safe house at 14 and got her claws into her, she wanted Allie in her house and in her care. She did. And at one point, they pretty much was telling her no. They felt like she was a predator for Allie, but then she fought against that. And of course, I'm sure that was through manipulation, probably making Allie, go to all these foster homes. And then every foster home, she found the issue with it. Oh, they spoke Spanish. Oh, they forced her to go to church. Oh, there's SA there. And then, and then ultimately, if she's not getting along with any of these foster homes, and she said, oh, I want to go to Shelly. I want to go to Shelly. I want to go to Shelly. Then they might just place her back there. So, and yes, that's a good point, Hollywood. That's a form of isolating her, because she's making sure that all the foster homes fail and none of them work or none of them last, so she can get her. Shout out to Rainy. Thank you so much for gifting a membership. If you're gifting a membership from Rainy, please say thank you for gifting membership. Again, shout out to Rainy for gifting a membership. Also, shout out to D Slave for gifting memberships. You're gifted a membership. If you're gifted a membership from D Slave, please say thank you for the gifted membership. And also, please put some hearts in the chat to show love towards D Slave for the gifting of the memberships. So Shelly adopted Allie as an adult in 2014, but she has known and fought for her Allie since she was 14. So yeah, she is exposing herself here. That it was since 14 that she had been knowing her and fighting for her. She says, although she feels like fighting for her daughter's life and bringing her out of sex slavery is what any mother would do. She was not a sex slave. She was not in sex trafficking. He says, Allie's biological mother could not do a crime of what this woman has done. Oh, damn. Allie's biological mother could not do a crime of what this woman has done to pick up and have patience with every one of Allie's broken parts. So again, she left the biological mother. She was running away, not wanting to follow the rules. And also, according to Keisha White, her mom is wicked and evil. Now, that's her opinion. And that her mom, beat her. Not just a discipline or regular whoopings or spankings, I guess. But she said she used the word, like, beatings. Okay, and it says Allie's biological mother. Now, she did state that Allie did not get beatings, but Allie stated that she did get beatings. So, again, you cannot speak on somebody else's story in that way. You know, she said also that Allie never experienced any SA. So, is Allie a liar? She weaponized this SA and she tells lies on celebrities and others, and they SA her. We know some people on that list of people did not SA her. Now, I'm not speaking of her father because I don't know what's true or what's not true. But I will say that Tori is a liar, and she makes up lies. She weaponizes SA, and yeah. And with that being said, I do believe that, here's the thing. If you believe that she's brainwashed and being manipulated and controlled, then you would say that Allie Carter is behind a lot of this stuff. If you believe that she's in on it, they're both in cahoots and they both mastermind or plan certain things to keep this whole Bunny and Bonnie thing going, whatever they have going, a mess. But anyways, right here you can see that she's really going at the biological mother. Shelly is. She said she said biological, like, oh yeah, I'm the replacement. Allie's biological mother could not do a crime of what this woman has done to pick up and have patience with every one of Allie's broken parts. So Keisha White, the sister, said she was beat, and then also Tori, Allie Carter, said that, you know, she was beat. And I have said it before because I'm team nobody. The mother is verbally abrasive and verbally abusive. She is. And some people can say, oh, suck it up, Buttercup. Well, obviously, some people do not like to be verbally abused. And some people find that some things are verbally abusive. And people have to understand, for one person, somebody's saying you're a waste of life, and well, you want to offer yourself, then go ahead and do it. You know, to one person that can be like, I ain't paying attention to my mama, I ain't studying my mama. To another person, that can break their heart and make them feel worthless. So you have to remember, not everybody is the same. So I'm not gonna say, oh, that ain't nothing, when to somebody else that can can cut them like to their core, because they can like, oh my God, you know, their mother of all people is saying something like that. That's why I always say it's based on somebody else's perception. And also her sister Keisha White, she's not around. She said that, oh, she never experienced any SA at any point. Now, I don't believe the mother SA her. Let's be clear. I don't think that Allie's biological mother did anything SA. So yeah. And obviously she would have, you know, yeah, that's false. And then all that stuff that Shelly is saying, talking about the mom witnessed this, nah. Now, I will say this. The sister was not around Allie Carter 24/7, 7 days a week to know if she never experienced any SA. You can't tell her story. Maybe at one point she was SA in a foster home, but do I believe all the foster homes she named? No, but something could have happened, possibly. I don't know, because she's Tori Outlaw Allie Carter is a liar. Now, granted, a lot of her lies are coming from Shelly Carter, but ultimately we see what we see. She's a liar. Okay, so you can't really believe all her stories. And at the same time, the biological mother is verbally abusive, and she said that, you know, she was if she got Allie Carter, she was keep on slapping her all the way to the mental hospital until she got tired. I'm just saying, I will say this: that's not going to bring Allie Carter running back home. Okay, nobody want to come home and they realize that's what's going to happen as soon as they walk in the door, especially when they grow. Okay, but I understand, like, okay, mama, you know, mama's saying this and that. Okay, I'm just saying that for Allie Carter, who we can see is her mentality and her personality and how she moves. She's not gonna come back to that. So as far as that family unification, the way the mom's talking, and I'm being honest, I don't see it. I don't see it. Okay. So let's see. Hopefully Allie can get away from Shelly Carter one day. But do I think that she'll actually go back to her mother? No, unless her mother changes how she is. And I'm just being honest. The truth hurts. If it hurts, then it hurts. And that's going by how Allie moves, her personality. I don't think that she, would like the stuff that her mom says. So I don't think that she will actually want to, go back there. So let's see. Allie's biological mother could not do a crumb of what this woman has done to pick up and have patience with every one of Allie's broken parts. It says, this mother's relentless and unshakable love is unreal and the best example of what a real mother looks like. No, you are worse than the mother. You are worse than the mother, Shelly. You're actually worse than the biological mother because you're a person that actually claimed to be a hero and a savior and a rescuer, social worker, here for her. You have actually ruined this girl's life. Like for the last, this whole time she has been with you, since 14 years old, you have mind controlled her and wasted her life away. You're worse than a biological mother. At least with her biological mother, she had, some life. Now she's just like, she looks drugged out and cracked out and messed up. But since her 20s, she has chosen to it is known that Shelly is able to have children of her own. But since her 20s, she has chosen to tend to those already known. Those already here and be the strong individual God has called her to be. So she's saying that she could have children of her own, but she has decided not to, just to be a foster parent. This woman has given the shoes off her feet to homeless individuals. I think that you're in the community and you maybe don't even want to be with the man. Her feet to homeless individual, and she stares she stares evil in the face, flinchingly. We all appreciate a mama bear. Learn more about her faith, her journey, and her wisdom here. Yeah, Shirley, you are worse than the biological mother. And in fact, I believe that if Allie Carter does not get away from you, I hate to say this because it's whatever, but I don't really see her, being around all the way until she's 60-something years old. Not at this rate. And she doesn't even look 30. She looks older. She looks older. And I would say y'all need to watch all my videos before coming into my comments, because if you actually watch all my videos, I state plenty of times that the mother has the right to be upset and angry at lies being told on her. That's everyone has a right to be mad at somebody lying on them and heinous, vile, disgusting lies and lies. However, you have to be honest with people. See, a lot of y'all like to just sugarcoat things and pat people on the back, and y'all not honest with people. And that's how people go down the wrong road. That's how people go down the wrong direction. And that's how people mess up their life. Because the mother making threats about beating Shelly up could actually get her in trouble, because Shelly could report her for threats on her person, on her life. So you actually cared about the mother, you would say, don't make threats towards Shelly, even though you're upset. Don't do that online, because that could get you in trouble yourself. And that's not trying to say stop because you don't have the right to be angry. It's just looking out for somebody. And I wouldn't let her do that on my platform, because I wouldn't want her to get in trouble. I would say, look, I know you're angry, but don't make no threats online, because we don't want her to spin it and make you the bad person. And also, if you want your daughter to come home, that's not the way to go about it. If you ever want a relationship with her ever in your life, that's not a way to go about it. See, y'all are looking at it, oh, I want to defend the mama. I want to defend the mama. If you actually want to help the mama, and she keep on saying she want her daughter, then you think that's gonna get her daughter back? Y'all make sense. Make it make fucking sense. Why does she keep on saying she want her daughter to get away from Shelly and come home and call her? And then she's saying disgusting things. Like her daughter's like, oh, I want to hurry up and pick up the phone and call my mom because she's being disgusting towards me. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm a logical person. I'm using my noggin that I God-given brain. I'm not calling nobody that's online talking like that. See, y'all need a mama that's a mama over a mama. Maybe I need to be y'all mama. Maybe I need to be y'all mama and tell y'all that if y'all have a goal, to make sure you're doing the right thing to get to the goal. If I'm trying to get Shelly Carter locked up, I'm not going to be online threatening her with violence because that could get me locked up and then I'll be in jail and that white lady still out here with my kids. Wake up. So don't come on my platform trying to tell me nothing. Anybody cheering on something so the lady can end up in jail, y'all don't care about the lady because she could end up in jail. Tell her to stop making threats on that white lady because she could end up in jail. And then what? Y'all ain't gonna say nothing when a police report is filed on her for threats. And the lady in California. So do y'all care about the lady or what? So if you come to my channel, you're gonna get the truth. Everybody is gonna get the truth about their actions because make fucking sense. And you can't be saying that you want your daughter to call you 1 second and then the next second you saying she was a waste of life because she ain't gonna call you by you saying that. Y'all need to wake up. Lord have mercy. So anyways, I'm gonna stay off my channel with the bullshit. I'm a person, I speak from logic and reasoning and rational thinking. That if I want somebody to call me, I'm not going to be abusive or abrasive towards them or real cruel no matter what because they ain't going to never call me. That's just going to cause more issues. So yes, it is. And then y'all skip over the part where I said Tori is a liar. Press 1 in the chat if I said Tori is a liar and she makes up lies. And she lies on her mom and make up lies. I keep on, how many times I keep on saying Tori is a liar? Y'all keep on acting like I'm Team Tori. Oh, she Team Tori. The Team Tori. I keep on saying the girl's a motherfucking liar. I'm trying to figure out if she was a brainwashed liar or just a liar by herself. Okay, like I said, a lot of y'all are team people. Y'all can come on here and get y'all panties in a bunch. Everybody from Shelly Carter to Allie Carter to LaRonda, to all the people in this whole family, all y'all fighting in the living room, fist fighting and punching y'all each other like y'all at a bar fight, and y'all think y'all normal. This like a normal behavior. Y'all think it's healthy when the whole family is in the living room beating down on each other. Nah, that's called family therapy or intervention needed. Okay, y'all need to stop. Now, if y'all want some sugarcoating stuff, then don't come to my channel because it's not a sugarcoating kiss ass channel. Okay, Lord have mercy. But she don't mind going to jail, then that's on her. But I mean, if I wanted my kid back and they're a liar and they're doing this and they're doing that, but if I want them to, then at the same time I want them to call me. Y'all know good and well, if you say you want somebody to call you and you want them to call you and you come pick them up, and they say, oh, I'm gonna pick you up, but I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that when I pick you up, and you're a waste of life, and I'll call me. That's not constructive or gonna be have nobody call you to pick them up or call you at all. Y'all gotta make sense. So if it don't make sense to me, I'm gonna call it out. It says this is more, so I would say this is not a channel for you if you're highly sensitive about the truth. Okay. Yeah. It's not good for her mama to be out here threatening to beat up Shelly Carter when she's trying to get Shelly Carter in jail. Okay, it's not smart. What you want to do is you want Shelly Carter to go to jail, and you're gonna try to maintain yourself and just be offline so you don't do nothing to get your ass in jail. I don't like a lot of people out here, but one thing I ain't gonna be doing is threatening violence on nobody to mess myself up. I handle the ass in a way where they go to jail and I ain't gonna go to jail. Because if you want to handle somebody, make sure that the end result is they get in trouble, you don't. That's the goal. How can Shelly get in trouble and I stay free? That should be the thing. But y'all keep on doing what y'all want, but don't say I ain't tell you so. Okay, where the next thing you know, people gonna be having this and that. Shout out to Jen says this is more than fracturing the mind and controlling the alters. This is what? Stephen Golly relationship. She's using a combo of drugs, false traumas, and suggestion while she's under for total control, in my opinion. What I would say is I did already report this to different agencies, and I will get to that. I have already spent my time reporting this to different agencies and different people, because even if I'm not 100% sure of exactly what I think about Allie's part in this, I still need to report it, because what I do know 100% is that Shelly Carter is making up a bunch of shit, and that something is wrong. And it's not my job to investigate. Like, I can do commentary on it, I give my opinion on it, but I can't be hands-on. I can't like question Shelly and get to the meats and bones. That's the police job and the investigators' job to do that. So I normally will report something, and then I'll see if it goes anywhere. Okay, and I will play one of the calls I made, because I made calls to 2 agencies, because 2 different jurisdictions. So I'll play one call, but I'm not going to play the other one because too much stuff was said, and I'm not going to play that one. But I will play one. And for some people, it is on my members tab already, on my membership tab. Well, VIP. So it's on VIP right now for people on VIP can already read it. So anyway, it's right here. I posted this because I want y'all to know that she met her when she was 14 years old, okay? Now, this next video is we're going to get into is how Shelly Carter was labeled initially from the onset and from the very beginning out the gate as a predator. So somebody was doing their job. Somebody was doing their job at first because they noticed the telltale signs that Shelly Carter was no motherfucking good. They noticed it. And they said that she was a predator to Allie Carter. But then later on, of course, the manipulation and stuff, that's when now she has her.
And I was reporting back, and I was writing reports and turning in reports to CPS based on the abuse that she was telling me that she was experiencing while in foster care. At first, they embraced me, and they were allowing me to have visitation with her, advocating for her. And
so she said she was advocating for her.
I was advocating for her, and I was reporting back, and I was writing reports and turning in reports to CPS based on
right
the abuse
here.
that she was.
She says that she was advocating for her, and she was writing reports to CPS based on what Tori was saying to her. Oh, really, Shelly? Oh, fucking really? Bingo. She's the one that's writing the reports to CPS. And keep in mind, she says based on what Tori was telling her. So she was communicating with Tori, because how can she report what Tori is saying without communicating with her? So they're communicating back and forth, and then, you know, she's doing some reporting.
And I was reporting back, and I was writing reports and turning in reports to CPS.
She admits to turning in reports, not report as in one, but reports, plural. Reports, and that's plural, okay?
Based on the abuse that she was telling me that she was experiencing while in foster care. At first, they embraced me, and they were allowing me to have visitation with her. When I started making too many waves, they turned everything back on me.
So at first, CPS and people were allowing her to have visitation with Allie while she was in these foster homes or whatever, or you know, but then they stopped her from doing it. And she said because she was making waves. Were you making waves or were you causing trouble? Trouble, causing issues. Somebody realized that you were an issue. You were up to no good. What word did you say? You're the one that said it. Oh, a predator. So early on, people thought that you were a predator. And only if they had stuck to their guns. But Shelly Carter is not going to let them stick to their guns because she had already had her claws and her eyes and her mind all set on that she wanted Allie Carter. So you think that's going to stop her? Oh, no.
They filed a court order that said I was a predator to Allie, and they were telling me I was not allowed to have contact with her.
They filed a court order. Who actually filed a court order? Somebody with some sort of authority. They filed a court order against her, saying that she was a predator. They realized that you were already controlling her because she probably kept on saying your name all day and night. And they realized you were writing all these reports and you were being weird and all that. So now they filed a court order against you a long time ago and saying that you were a predator. You are a predator. So somebody realized it. They recognized the signs. They recognized the red flags, and they put an order against you to stay the fuck away from Ellie because they realized you were weird and cringe and a fucking predator because you are. And look where we are here years later. If only it wasn't some confidential documents, because I would love to get my hands on that to see what's being filed. And I guarantee you, what was filed about you being a predator and how you're no good for Allie is going to be reminiscent or close to what's happening now of how you're controlling and possessive. And they probably recognize that you're making up things or you're causing a lot of issues with her in these homes. Okay. We have 440 watching and only 239 likes. Child. With 441 watching, we definitely should have 300 likes. So please support my channel for free just by hitting the like button. And I will play the recording that's on members only once we get to 350. Because if you're for the public, that's how you can support my channel for free by just hitting that like button. Shout out to Jen. Thank you so much for so let me know when we get the 350 likes on the video. But yeah, shout out to Jen. Thank you so much for getting a membership, getting memberships. If you are getting a membership, please say thank you to get the membership. And also please put some hearts in the chat. Please put some hearts in the chat to show love to Jen for their generosity of getting those memberships. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by hitting that like button. So yeah, she was already court ordered a long time ago to stay away from Allie and labeled as a predator.
Because they were trying to silence things and they were using that as a means to scare me. CPS was in charge of Allie at that time. She was their responsibility. If they filed a court order that I was a predator or was harming her, they should have pressed charges and they should have followed up on that. And they never did.
So right here, they court ordered her to stay away, said that she was a predator and this and that. But she's saying that, she's trying to dismiss it and said, well, they never followed up and filed a police report. They never carried it all the way through. So, yeah, they were just lying. No, ma'am. The person, whoever thought about following that was accurate and head on and spot on. They knew based on your actions and how you were moving and how you were trying to groom her and prey on her, they realized you were a predator. So that was a smart move. Now, somebody later dropped the ball when they probably got sick of y'all mess. They probably got sick of Allie Carter running away from foster homes, accusing these foster homes of different things and always keep on having to place her here and there. And her begging to be with Shelly because of Shelly's control over her, that they probably just let her finally go with Shelly, which was a ball drop because whoever initially said that she was a predator was right.
Shortly after that, Allie went missing. from CPS care. She was AWOL for over a year.
She went missing from CPS care. Do y'all believe that she went missing from CPS care? Or do you believe that during that year she was with Shelly? Are you expecting us to believe that you didn't know where she was? So you didn't know where Allie was during that year, or what? So she just went missing for a year. And you don't know where she was, or you knew where she was and she was with you?
After that year was up,
After that year was up, there's no concern about where she was or anything about anything? Oh, because you knew where she was.
They placed her with me. They said I was a good home and a good fit for her.
And then after that year is up, now they place her with you. So Allie Carter made sure, and you made sure, that once you had your eyesight on her at 14 years old, that it was going to be inevitable. Eventually, you, Shelly Carter, will be in complete control of Allie Carter. And of course, what do you do as soon as she's an adult? Oh, you adopt her. And by the way, she said that she had already been trying to adopt her, but it didn't work. Probably because her biological mother was still showing up to court. Every time there was a court date, her mother said she was showing up to court. So that's probably why she couldn't adopt her until she was an adult and could give her own consent, right?
And they allowed her to be placed in my home. Those are two opposite things in a very short time.
No, it's two opposite things in a very short time. See, y'all could not be together, or they thought you were a predator, which you are. And then what you did was you hid her. You hid her from CPS for a year. And when they had lost her for a year, they know where she was and what's happening with her. That's when they said, oh no, we don't want her, out here like disappearing or running away, and we don't know where she's at and we're losing track of her. So let's go ahead and listen to what she says and put her with Shelly. That was a control move and a tactic and a strategic move to try to get her to stay put and stay in one place. So, she's not going to stay anywhere else. Let's just see about Shelly. No. Wrong move. So what this tells me is that Shelly had already had control over her early on. Complete control over her, and she already had her as her possession. So Allie has already been controlled, as far as I'm concerned, years and years ago when she was a minor. Yep.
But they do that to a lot of parents. That's a tactic they use to silence people, to keep control of the situation.
To keep control of the situation. No, Shelly, you're the one using tactics. You're the one that's wanting the control over the situation. You hated it. You hated how they said you had to stay away, and there was a court order for you to stay away, and they labeled you as a predator. So you said, oh, I know idea, Allie. You can stay with me, and they won't even know. I'll pretend like I don't know where you're at. You can stay here. We'll say you AWOL. You just disappeared and vanished, but you're actually staying with me, right? And then magically, you show back up and like, oh, I want to stay with Shelly, and you have already been staying with Shelly.
To get people to look the other way.
Shelly Carter finally breaks her assignment.
Today.
Shelly Carter's always wearing a sweater, and then she's wearing a baseball cap. It's clear as day. Shelly, come out the closet, Shelly, okay? Just stop. You can stop trying to pretend like, oh, I didn't want to have kids for this or that reason. Come on now, Shelly. You're not even into men, really.
guys. So we can use your prayers. We are moving to a safe place, but we've had to take some evasive tactics. Grandma and I are going one way, and we sent Allie safely with 90s in another direction. The intel that we have leads me to believe they're trying to separate Allie from us, so if that's their plan, then let me separate her myself.
She's always saying intel, and as I said in part 1, the intel is actually Shelly Carter. She's making up shit. You know, like some people say, oh, my source, yeah, your invisible source told you this, your invisible source told you that, so you can pretend like somebody else outside of yourself is relaying this information. No, it's you, Shelly Carter.
So, you fucking witches, fucking bring it. Like, fuck you.
And she says, you witches, come and bring it. You're sitting there laughing. Shelly Carter, you're laughing. You know it's not no fucking witches. Oh, you wicked, you witches, come and bring it. Fuck you. Like, come on, Shelly.
I'm so sick of your damn bullshit. But Grandma and I are heading one way. There's 3 cars of 90s taking my kid to safety. 3 sets.
There is no danger. Nobody's after y'all. Well, to be honest, now, you know, I've actually reported y'all to different agencies based on 3 different addresses. Yeah, 3 different addresses. Y'all have been officially reported to law enforcement and dependent abuse hotlines, adult dependent hotlines, and law enforcement agencies in 3 different jurisdictions, because that's their job to look into this or not.
The 90s, 3 cars of 90s that I would trust with my life, and I have, and they've been there and supported us and backed us up. So that's what we're doing. Ain't nobody in the back, just me and Grandma. We doing a sleight of hand thing. Fucking bring it. So.
And what are you doing to Holly? Because I don't really trust you, and I think that even your mother and grandmother should be, their whole death, I want to know how they passed away within months of each other. Either your kid dying at the same time as you being a caregiver complaining about your own health, and how you also have Allie and making up these stories. She also made up a story about this invisible person came knocking on her door, and this person was programmed to, and this and that. Are you actually treating Holly right? Is Holly somebody that's programmed too, or not programmed? Like, what's up with Holly? Holly is 71 years old.
Ain't nobody in the back, just me and Grandma. We doing a sleight of hand thing. Fucking bring it. So, in Southern, how to deal with the demon. If you don't know how to deal with that shit, you better ask me or ask somebody, because there's a lot of shit going on right now. You got the CDC calling out zombies.
Yeah, she's at CDC calling out zombies. CDC is not, they're not called, Centers for Disease Control is not calling out no zombies. Yeah, I never see no CDC, PSA, no announcement, no nothing, research. I was talking about some zombies.
Apocalypse.
Yeah. So what I want to say is this. I don't know if Holly is getting any sort of government benefits, but yeah, that's a good point. Could it be possible that they also are getting her for her check? And also, were the other elderly, maybe she wants to always have her hands on somebody elderly so she can get their money, if they have any sort of money. I don't know. 285 likes. Please let me know. I appreciate the support, everybody. And please let me know when we get to 350 likes. Hold on. Okay, I want to review a little bit of this video before I get back to the other video. And this video has already been played a lot by a lot of YouTubers. I'm going to play a little bit myself. And then I also want to go back to the other video as the throwback. The throwback video is important because we can see a little bit of how she was talking in the beginning. As a continuation from that video I just showed you about her talking about how they label her as a predator. That is actually more to that video, so we're going to review more of that.
Thank you for screen recording. Cool. I'm gonna turn the comments off. I'm gonna turn them back on in a little bit. So, let me. All right. Here's my mom.
That I say for any part in the heaviness.
All right. Here's my mom.
Hey guys. Let's go ahead and start with prayer. I'm sure a lot of you feel the evil and the heaviness. So let's go ahead and start with prayer. Almighty God, we just humbly come before you, Father. Father God, I just ask that
yeah, you're praying and the demon is in the car and that's you. Okay.
Demon that's twisting words, every demon that's causing confusion.
Girl, that prayer is against you.
Father God, we rebuke that in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Lord, I just ask that truth, Lord, let nothing be from you. On events and things that happened and where we stand and who we are. So I wanted to clear a few of those things up. So give me a minute. I had to make some notes. The amount of craziness has been overwhelming. It's too much to keep up with. If you've not noticed that there's been the biggest smear campaign I have ever seen against anyone in the last couple of weeks, directed at Ali and I think there's a lot behind that. I don't think it was random. Let me go on the record and say I'm going to double down 10 times. We're doubling down on the fact that everything we've told you is 100% the truth.
And it's not going to...
Everything you said is 100% the truth. And the lie detector determined that that is a lie. I would say damn near almost everything y'all have said is a lie. And the only reason you adopted her is for more control and to like stick it to her mother and be possessive and controlling and to have certain rights or obtain certain benefits or whatever. It was all about a power and control move to make it legal.
That won't change. Just because somebody is muddying the waters, is throwing everything but the kitchen sink into the town square to cause confusion. I put my reputation on the line. There is nothing that I'm going to change. The truth is the truth. Everything that we've said has been the truth. We've tried to walk in integrity. We try to stay away from the drama. We're staying away from this drama. But I did want to cover a few things with you, and then I wanted to talk to you guys about some other things in just a second. When the drama started, I like to sit back and give it a minute. I like the enemy to expend their ammo. I like to see where everybody's shooting their ammo from. I like to see what's going on. So we've tried to stay quiet on the issue.
So she likes to see what everybody's moves are going to be, what plays they're going to play, what they're going to do, so she can feel like she can try to maneuver or be strategic or have her plan. Shelly Carter lives in this invisible, this fake reality, shall I say, this fake reality that she's some sort of, she's on the run with Allie protecting her against this. She made up this whole, she made up a whole fantasy, and then she's like having Allie and her live in this fake shit they're online pretending to be living in on the run. People are author of. She has a sex trafficking contract. She has DID. She has 200 alters. I have all this intel. People are her programming is getting messed up. There's witches and warlocks interfering with her programming.
I'm not going to get sucked into drama. I'm just not. I don't have the energy for it, especially when I know what's going on with the missing kids. The reality that I live with Allie every day, the PTSD, the flashbacks, the trauma that she goes through every day.
She says the kids. She uses kids as a sympathy ploy, as a way to get empathy and to, cause a distraction. And to use it, she weaponizes kids. So as soon as somebody calls her out and she says, why are you worried about this? What about the kids? Why are you trying to, lie to Allie and say she's MK Ultra program? What about the kids? What about the kids? Every time you question her or call her out, they're always going to say, what about the kids? That's not going to work on me. That's deflection. I'm calling you out on all your bullshit. And I want to hear about you hear every second about what about the kids? Because what are you actually doing about the kid? Because the one kid that you should be helping or taking care of, you actually preyed on since she was 14 years old. And you have taken her under your control since 14 years old. And somebody actually said from CPS a long time ago that you were a predator. So over a decade ago, somebody got it right by labeling you as a predator. And look, a decade later, people are still seeing it, that you are a predator. In fact, you are. Indeed, you are a predator. Now, somebody later dropped the ball due to y'all's whole strategic move of having her go AWOL or disappear. Yeah. You didn't seem too concerned, like, oh, she went AWOL from CPS. I wonder where she was at and what happened to her. Why, you wasn't too concerned. You was like, oh, she went AWOL, then you moved on. Oh, then she moved in with me. Oh, yeah, because she was with you the whole time.
Prevent me from getting into pettiness, and I just won't do it. 99% of the people that are projecting hate, making hateful comments, calling us a liar, whatever the case may be, 99% of them don't have any understanding of what trauma looks like. They don't understand what SRA is, that's satanic ritual abuse. They don't understand how that plays into trafficking. They don't understand about DID. They don't understand about MK Ultra. They have blinders on for their little bit of understanding of what they think the situation is, and they're trying to twist things to fit into that little box.
No, there is no little box. What we do know is I know what dissociative identity disorder is. And I also know that only a psychologist or a psychiatrist should be diagnosed with anybody, and mainly a psychiatrist should be diagnosing somebody with that, and distributing medication and prescribing medication or giving medication, handed out medication. And you're not a psychiatrist, you're not a psychologist, you're not any of those credentials to be doing what you're doing. She needs to see an actual licensed psychiatrist, licensed mental health professional to diagnose her properly with whatever she has. Okay, you cannot be sitting there with your little scribble scrabble notepad in some car parked somewhere trying to say that she has 200 alters. And it's like a magic number that she has 200. Like, it can't be like 86 or 77. It has to be like just exactly, precisely, evenly a 200. You're bullshit. Okay. And like, Shelly, stop. And then also, there's nobody going to be diagnosing anybody with no MK Ultra programming. You're the one that came up with this whole thing about how she's MK Ultra program, how she has alters, how your intel is telling you that she has a sex trafficking contract on her head. That's all coming from you. Okay, so this is not about, you know, oh, people don't know what they're talking about. We do know what we're talking about. You are trying to put yourself into the position of some medical professional that can treat somebody for some ailment, and that's not right. And then on top of that, the sister said she saw you give her medication. And people are saying that in some of those videos, it looks like she's suffering from drug withdrawals. And then you're sitting there filming it like it's some sort of show to film.
If you don't understand that sex trafficking is the end result of satanic ritual abuse, MK Ultra, and DID, you're never going to understand what the trauma looks like and how it presents itself.
You can't even say it right or correctly without actually, like, you can't look at the camera. You can't, like, you have to clear your throat. You have to look down. You can't even look straight at the camera. You know it's all bullshit. You know, Shelly, that you have been using this as a way to control Allie, pretend like you, oh, Allie, I know what's wrong with you. You have been MK Ultra program. My intel is telling me this. My intel is telling me that. That's how I see this whole situation. And if Allie is, you know, complicit in this, she's actually acting, and y'all both are pretending like y'all are some nomads on the road, both pretending like she has been MK Ultra program with all of these things. She knows it's bullshit. You know it's bullshit, but it's all for the cameras. People believe different things. And to be honest, all I do know is that it's bullshit. It's lies. All of this is lies. So that makes Shelly a liar, and it also makes Tori a liar for repeating it and regurgitating it. So either she's just they're outright liar going along with it, or a brainwashed liar. But either way it goes, it's lies. It's not real. It's not based in reality.
There have been, I can't even call them half truths. There have been almost everything that has been said against Allie and I is not even a half truth. It's a zero truth. And I'll give you some examples in a minute. I think the only thing that's been said that's been accurate is that I'm white.
Yeah.
But
whoa.
The part that bothers me,
That's just a way to minimize things, okay? And they try to pinpoint one thing and say, "Oh, people were saying I'm 64." No, not everybody was saying it. I never said it. My first answer was 57. Okay. Yeah. So, anyways, people have been right about a lot of things. You're trying to minimize, like, oh, y'all don't know anything. This is for her own audience. Her own audience. She's gonna say they don't know anything about me. Ha, they thought I was 64. They don't know nothing about me. They don't even know my age. Oh, they don't got anything right. It's only my race. Yeah. That's why y'all keep going live. And you said this is like the biggest smear campaign. No, it's not a smear campaign. It's a truth campaign. See, you and Allie are used to getting online, lying, and make up a bunch of shit, and nobody really goes against it. And now that y'all are at front and center, now you're being called out. Simple as that. Okay. And in fact, I've already said something about this way back in October. Okay, that this was BS. Okay, I said I will get to it. People say, "Oh, what about Allie?" I said I will get to it, and that was back in October.
is the fact that these blatant lies, nobody's been bothering to fact check them. Starting with my name. Like, if you're a journalist, the very basic thing is you should get the name right of the person you're going to slander and crucify and shit talk.
Yeah, I got the name right. Shelly Ray Carter. I have that date of birth 57. Again, she's trying to pinpoint or critique one person saying the wrong information to now nobody knows anything about me. No, that's not how it works, Shelly Ray Carter. Okay, 57. I know.
You should at least get the name right, and that's not even been the case. There's a whole campaign coming against Shelly Hawks or Rochelle Hawks. They're saying Rochelle is short, or Shelly is short for Rochelle, and that's who I am. There's no part of that that's true.
That's not me saying that. See, that's not from my channel. That's not from my channel. My channel has said Shelly Ray Carter, May 22nd, 1967, or something like that. You're 57 years old. That's what I've said. Mother Sharon Maiden, and one of your grandmothers is Alberta Hart. Okay, this is from I pulled up your court records with your name on there, ma'am. So that again, so she's talking about certain channels, and it ain't mine. Okay.
I have a middle name. Sometimes I'll use my middle initial in my name, but I'm Shelly Carter. I have no aliases. I have no maiden name. So if you make it make sense, if you can't even get my name right, how are you going to be credible?
You actually do have aliases. You have aliases that you use as, I would say, usernames. You do have.
Or anything else. I've seen where they've said that I've got all these aliases. That's not true. Supposedly I'm 64. That's not true. I have several ex-husbands. That's not true. I have a son that's transgender. That's not true.
Again, see, this is the thing. We have to keep the channels separated. Okay. All creators are their own channel, their own platform. Okay. So everybody that's a creator, they will report what they want to report. I'm not responsible for what everybody else reports. Now, I will say this. She's trying to downplay everything and say, y'all don't even know who I am. Y'all putting out all this stuff. Let me tell you something. I know who you are, and most people know who you are, but some people are just putting out misinformation or disinformation because they're not vetting everything or double checking things. And sometimes records can get mixed up or intertwined or whatever. I don't know what reasons they're doing it, because that's not me and that's not my platform. As for me and my channel, I have never said any name besides Shelly Ray Carter. I have never said you were 64. I've always said 57, and that you'll be 58 in May. And I've always said that you had, I didn't say Holly was your biological grandmother. I said I'll look into it, and I don't see her as that yet, unless it could be on another side of the family. But I do see that your grandmother was Alberta Hart, and then your mother, Sharon Maiden. With that being said, everybody reports on things differently. Now, what I will do for myself and my own channel, I will investigate and look into things myself. So please don't come on my channel and say anything that another creator said. That's my rule. So don't come on here and tell me anything anybody else said. I would always do Avengers, where y'all at, tell these people, anybody new. I do my own research, and I base my thing on my own stuff. I don't listen to what other people report on or what other people say. Until I look into it myself, I will say what I want to say. I don't go by other people's information. Okay, if I went by other people's information, I would have said she's 64. I didn't say she's 64. Did I? No, because I want to do my own research. And when I did my own research, she came back as 57. You see how that works? And what I want to say is this. Shelly Carter, even though I will say this, even though that person has some information wrong, they still have already exposed you. And that's why you're pressed. She's pressed because that creator did expose her by bringing the biological mother on the platform. So that part you cannot erase or eradicate or. So this is her way of saying to her audience, you see, they got it wrong. They don't even know my name. They don't know my age. They don't know all the stuff about me. They're wrong about it. So if they are wrong about my basic information, then they must be wrong about my other information. So she's trying to discredit people. And that's what I know about a lot of enemies. They're always going to try to discredit you. And that's why I say I always do my own research and I always do my own thing, so people won't try to discredit me. Because she can go through all my videos and she won't hear me say anything besides Shelly Ray Carter, and she won't hear me say anything besides 57 years old, and anything besides what her real mother's name is and her real grandmother's name. I'm not going to say something unless I know. Okay, so she cannot discredit my platform because I never said any of that. Ooh. But this is all she's trying to do, is trying to discredit people. But I'm sorry, but even though the other creator got some stuff wrong, he still exposed you to the ultimate. And that's why you're pressed. Okay, I will be honest. You're still pressed over that platform because they are exposing you outside of some disinformation.
That I'm a drug dealer, that's not true. That Allie's my girlfriend, and that I adopted her because that was a way to get around the gay marriage, and that's not true.
Did you adopt her? Yes. Do I think that y'all actually official couple? No. However, do I think that you have inappropriate feelings for Allie and you have an inappropriate lust towards her, or inappropriate, just you're highly inappropriate towards her? Yes. I believe that Shelly Carter, that you are in the community, and that you see Allie as more than just your daughter, as you see her as some sort of partner that you're highly possessed over and controlling over. And for you to always want to be with her every second in the bathroom, in the shower, whatever she's doing, that's highly inappropriate. She's fully capable of doing her own, taking her own bath and taking care of herself. You always try to act like you have to be around her every second to make sure that she's safe. That's weird. So I do think there's some sort of perversion, and I wouldn't be surprised because look how you're trying to lie to her about all this other stuff. So do I think it's both sides to where, you know, it's mutual as far as this sort of whatever? No, but do I think that Shelly Carter from way back when Allie was 14 set her eyes on her and was predatory? Yes. And guess what? I'm not the only one thought that she was a predator and should be court ordered to stay away, because somebody back in when she was 14 years old, some CPS person, they filed something against Shelly and said that she was a predator and should stay away from Allie. And I'm not the one that said it. Shelly said it. Shelly said it. And if that person way back then saw that she was a predator, and now fast forward a decade later, people are saying that she's a predator, if it walks like a predator, talks like a predator, acts like a predator, then it damn sure is a fucking predator. And Shelly Carter, you're a predator. So that's what I think.
All you have to do is look up gay marriage became legal in 2013. She was adopted in 2014. Like, nobody has bothered to do just the basic little bit of checking. Like that's a 99-cent basic background check on somebody. How can you get so many things wrong? I don't understand. It's been said I'm her high school counselor. That's not true. There's TikTokers running around saying that Allie is
This is all the discrediting campaign. I said that you were actually agency social worker, and that's not based on me. I actually showed your old LinkedIn that you were agency social worker. So ma'am, again, that's not gonna go for my platform. Y'all see why I try to be careful about what I report on, because people like her like to try to point out things that you did wrong so they can try to discredit you. That's why I try to make sure I only report on what I can see and what I can 100% say, because that way people can't discredit me. So this is all she's trying to do is say, hey, they got all this stuff wrong, so that they're all lying on me. They're making up this thing. So this is like a discrediting campaign that she's doing with this video. And some people are gonna be like, oh yeah, they don't even know the basis about her, so that means they don't know anything about her. They're lying on Shelly Carter. No. Just because people don't know that some of your basic information, it doesn't mean that they can't see or know other things about you, or find other like videos or other social media things or other things that are plastered online under your usernames. You have to remember, some things are in your real life, but a lot of y'all stuff is online on social media. So all they really got to do is know your social media handles and your social media stuff to find out what they need to know about y'all. I'm just being honest. But yeah, that's all she's trying to do is say, oh, they don't even know this information in it. Well, I know the information, ma'am. So yeah.
CIA. Good Lord Jesus. Like it's to the point where it's painful. And like I said, these are just a few of the things that we've pulled out that admin have said, hey, this is the new thing today. We've not watched any of the YouTubes, and we won't, and I'm going to get into that in a minute.
No, ma'am, you definitely watch, and that's why you're pressed. And you're like, oh, press. You're definitely watching. That's why you said it's like the biggest smear campaign. You won't even know the magnitude of the smear, which is actually the truth campaign, unless you were actually watching or tuned in.
But how do you run a whole hate campaign, a whole slander campaign, when you can't even get the name right? Make that make sense. That's a 99-cent background check. But look at the traction it's getting. That's how I know it's an evil agenda. That's how I know it's meant to discredit. That's how I know it's meant to slander. It was being used to try to trigger Allie's programming.
And let's pause right there. She said it has been used to trigger Allie's programming. So people putting out there the truth that, you know, she's a predator and she's out here, you know, she is a predator because, you know, Shelly, before we made any videos, before anybody made any videos on you years and years ago, back when 2008, one person from the CPS or whoever was in charge of filing court documents and orders, they had already labeled you as a predator a long time ago before we existed. So you already got that title before any YouTuber made any video. It just so happened that now you're back being called a predator, and I'm sure you don't like it. So yeah, you are a predator.
And I'm sorry that we have to be here, and I'm sorry we have to waste the time trying to clear this up. When people start doing things like this, we have two choices. I can either just ignore it, or we have to address it. Either way, I don't want to do any of those things because that detracts from the kids. It shouldn't be a thing, but unfortunately it is. So I apologize for all of you that your time's been wasted, that you've had to question things, that things have been put in a bad light. Even if I was all of these things that I'm being accused of, the fact of the matter is there's still children that are missing. There's still children right now that are being tortured, that are scared, that have nobody, that are waiting on somebody to come and find them. They're waiting on somebody to come and ask the question. And we're doing this. Make that make sense. Allie's name change. I'm trying not to jump around. I'm trying to go in a logical order. Hopefully you have a pencil and paper with you, because we're gonna go over some things in a minute. Allie's name change. Yes, Allie's name was Tori Outlaw.
Mm-hmm. Told you that.
Her name changed when she was adopted.
Mm-hmm.
I've given you driver's license. We've showed that. Let's go. We've showed the adoption papers. I've given you guys the number where you can go down to Riverside County Court. You can request that. I don't know if you can pull that up online as public record. You should be able to.
Now, here's the thing. Yes, that is public record. The adoption, it should be public record. But when something is an adoption, adult adoption, or even child or minor adoption, that is actually going to be confidential. So nobody can just pull it up online. It's confidential. Now somebody could call in and try to like pretend like they are in a party on the case and get information, but yeah. So I actually did call, and it is a real case number. The lady said I have the paperwork. She was like confirming that I do have the paperwork, so that means that I have the actual paperwork of Tori and Shelly, you know, the case, because she was like, well, it sounds like you have the paperwork. So she was like confirming that I have it without actually being direct and in a way to give out confidential information. Like she was being kind of, you know, I would say listen to my call. I do have it on a call. So is it real that she adopted her? Yes, she did adopt her. That's why they keep on saying look it up or go get it or this or that, is because that's one thing that's true. One thing that's true out of a million lies. But why would people be surprised that she did not do an adult adoption? Please, people, do a quick Google search. You can do adult adoption. I covered that in my first live to get that out of the way. That is a power move. She talks nastily about the biological mother. She despises the biological mother. She hates that the biological mother kept her parental rights and would not like stop showing up to court. So she kept her rights, so she was not able to adopt Allie when she was a minor. If you want to control somebody, have power over somebody, one way to do it is to adopt them. Like adopting Allie and making her official daughter is a power move, is a possessive move, is a controlling move. So now no CPS, nobody, anybody, listen, she's my daughter and it's legally binding. I'm legally in charge. I'm legally the parent. I'm her mother now and it's on paper. That's a power move. So I don't know why people are surprised that she actually adopted her when that's a power move. And that's what a controlling, possessive person would do to cement and make it permanent and in stone on paper that legally that she is her mother. And now the biological mother is on here saying, no, it's not real. That's my daughter. And she's like, I got you because she's my daughter now. And I changed her name. She's not Tori. She's Allison Carter. She's my daughter now. That was a power move in a way to stick it to her biological mother.
It's been said that Allie's not adopted. That's not true. Mm-hmm. I have an adoption paperwork. You can look it up for yourself, but tell me why nobody's bothering to do the basic. Just
Shelly, you're dumb. Yes, typically things like that are public record, but when it's an adoption, then it's going to be a confidential document, so they will only release the information to certain people, and you have to be sneaky with your questions to get some confirmation of certain answers. Okay, so with that being said, yes, that's real, and yes, Shelly is upset because she wants everybody to know that she did the ultimate power move. Shelly wants everybody to know that she was adopted because that's her power move and her chess move to get to Allie's mother, biological mother, that she's my daughter now. It's on paper. So yes, she did do the power move of trying to take over Allie Carter fully and legally. She did.
Just a very basic check, a name check the adoption. That's public record. So that, I hope that lets you know the level of evil that we're dealing with right now.
So she basically went down the line trying to discredit all creators because some creators made some mistakes in their research. Ultimately, those small mistakes or certain mistakes are not enough to discredit their whole movement or their whole thing, because ultimately they expose you fully with, bringing the biological mother. The biological mother knows who Allie's father is. She's not Tupac's daughter. The pictures show a timeline of her mother has pictures of Allie from different ages, showing that she wasn't a trafficked person throughout that time that she was stating. And also her other sister, Keisha White, posted pictures as well of Allie at certain ages. And also then Shelly Carter posted a timeline of when Allie was at foster homes and what foster homes and what she was reporting from those foster homes. All in all, that whole sex trafficking stuff and Russian stuff and all this stuff is all fake, based on all the timelines and all the pictures. So you have been exposed, and that's why you're press, Shelly. But yeah, that's a smart move by trying to point out all the flaws so people can think that if that's a flaw and they messed up on that, then what else are they messing up on? If they lied about that information, then what else did they lie? Now, is it a lie or is it just disinformation, or is it people are not properly doing 100% research on certain things? Because some things could be coincidental, but not coincidental, like it's a coincidence, but it's not like verified or real. Anyways, like true or factual. coincidental but not factual. Anyway, shout out to KK for gifting memberships. If you are gifting a membership from KK, please say thank you for the gifted membership. Again, please say thank you for the gifted membership. And also, please put some hearts in the chat to show love to KK for her generosity of gifting those memberships. Let me give one more shout out real quick. Hold on. Shout out to Lisa. She says, for I appreciate you for being here. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Lisa. Again, shout out to Lisa for the Cash App fan funding. I appreciate the support. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by what? Hitting that like button. Yeah, they're not really doing anything for the children. People say for the children, for the children. To me, a lot of times for the children, I'm not saying stuff can't be done online, but a lot of this stuff can start within your own community. I've done stuff. I'm not gonna try to get all into it, but a lot of that stuff is offline and it's in your starts a lot of times in your own community. And unless you're doing some sort of big campaign, and then it would go something else. But a lot of times when people are doing something for the children, it's within their own area or community, and then sometimes there could be some sort of online campaigning for some sort of fundraiser or something like that. Yeah.
Now, if you have pen and paper, I see a lot of people are getting kind of confused on the timeline. When you're dealing with dark evil, there's usually a lot of witchcraft and there's a lot of different types of things involved. And there are demons that will twist things and cause confusion over things that shouldn't be confusing. So that's why I wanted you to have pencil and paper. I'm going to go over a timeline so you guys can kind of see. And if anybody's struggling, you can kind of help them and say, no, this is the timeline. It's posted. We've posted it before. But apparently there's a blindness or something with any of the information that we posted, or people are saying, well, it's not true. I don't know. I'm at a loss. Just make it make sense. In 1994, at 3 months old, Ellie was born in 94. At 3 months old, CPS came out on a sexual assault charge. They referred it out, which means they didn't do anything about it. So stop and think for a minute. A 3-month-old baby.
Shelly Carter. Where is the receipt or proof of that? How would you get her records from CPS from 3 months old? He's talking about they didn't do anything about it. Something tells me that CPS referred out from a 3-month-old case, didn't do anything about it. Sure. And why would she say 3 months old? Because 3 months old is where you can say safely that most people are not going to remember or recall what happened to them at 3 months old. So you could pretty much make up anything. Like a parent could literally make up anything they want to on somebody and say at 5 months old you did this, or at 1 year old you did this, and people probably would believe you because you're their parent and they don't have a memory of during that time period. So it's typical of liars to make up stuff and say stuff for when they know somebody won't have their own memory of that time period. Okay, so that's completely fake. That's a lie. You're making that shit up to have this timeline. And I noticed that you're not even posting any receipts of this whole alleged referral or this whole. So it wasn't even referred out. So it just was reported. Nothing was done. It wasn't even referred to any caseworker to look into or an investigator or anything. It just sat there. I find that hard to believe.
This being sexually abused is why CPS came out. It's in the report. The report is posted. They referred it out. What you need to know about MK Ultra and DID is that there's programming, and DID is when the mind splits and creates alters. So take the 3-month-old baby. If somebody is sexually assaulting that baby, that is too much stimuli, too much pain, too much trauma for a child.
Now she's telling this story, and Allie is over there fidgeting and has her necklace with her crucifix, and she's over there like fidgeting while she's telling the story. This story is a bold, I don't even have to be there to know that this story is a lie. This is a lie that she's about to say. She's making this whole thing up, knowing good and well there's no report, and if it's something she typed up herself as some sort of agency social worker, and she's making this whole thing up. Allie was not no sex trafficking victim. She's not. She was with her mother, and then she went into to that safe house where Shelly was working at. At 14, Shelly started like trying to, groom her or whatever. And then in September of 2009, she was finally removed from her home after reports and stuff were made. And then she went into foster care, and she went to 4 foster homes, and at least 2 of those foster homes, Shelly and Tori was reporting that there was SA or something going on, or at least 2 or 3 of them. I think it was like 4 foster homes, and like at least 2 or 3 were reported SA at the home. And then she allegedly, according to Shelly, she went AWOL for 1 year. And then after that, she went AWOL. She ended up when she was placed with Shelly. But right before she was placed with Shelly, Shelly had been restricted or prohibited from being around her, because she was labeled as a predator to Allie. Okay. So that's her whole timeline. There's no sex trafficking in that period of time. And in fact, you'll have to keep this in mind. While she was in foster care, she said that she was telling Shelly things to report back to CPS, right? And Shelly Carter kept a timeline of what foster homes she was at, and also what was reported. And there was nothing in that timeline or sheets that said sex trafficking. So she was sex trafficked when at times she said, "Oh, I'm sex trafficked, I'm this or that." That she didn't put that in any of those notes. She's making all this up now at a later point. Wouldn't that be something to put in the notes that all these celebrities and all these people, because you kept in communication with Allie the whole time. You said it. You said since the time you met her at that safe house, you were the one keeping in contact with her, and you were the one advocating for her. So if that was your job and your position, and she was constantly in contact with you and telling you this and that, then why isn't that in the documents about sex trafficking and all these other party favors, this and that and this, all that? Because you're making it all up, Shelly.
A 3-month-old baby to manage. When it becomes too much for that baby to manage, the mind will split off and create an alter part to carry some of the load, to carry some of the pain, to carry some of the fear. And so now you have 2 parts of the psyche.
Ma'am. So this is what she's trying to say, that Allie was great at 3 months old, and this is what caused her mind to split, and then she got alters and she got dissociative identity disorder at that time period. That's what she's trying to say. Now y'all have to remember this. Would Allie Carter remember what happened to her at 3 months old? No, nobody remembers what happened to them at 3 months old. So where would this story come from? Oh, I know. Shelly Carter says there's a report. There's a CPS report of this, and that she has the report, and there's a report of it, or it wasn't referred out, and that this is what all happened. And why did she say 3 months old? Because she can then lie, because she knows that Allie Carter won't have any memories of what happened at 3 months old. So she can actually just say this will happen, and this is what's in your CPS case, or this is what's in your report. Or you can say that they're both in on this, because some people don't believe in the whole brainwashing and Shelly Carter's behind all this. They think that they're both in on it. So if you believe they're both in on it, it could be possible that Allie knows that none of this stuff happened at 3 months old, but she's going along with this. This is their scam. This is what they do, and they're just trying to grift and scam people, pretend like she's a sex trafficking victim. They both know that nothing happened at 3 months old, but they're making it all up, and they're both in cahoots, and they're both in on this whole grift and scam and plan to be nomads, grifting out for people and dry begging online. Okay, so it depends on which one you believe.
Allie has over 200 alters.
She says Allie has over 200 alters. Who says that? A psychiatrist? Are you a psychiatrist? And then she's seeing a psychiatrist, because y'all always in this car. Something tells me. How many of y'all actually believe that she's seeing some sort of psychologist, a psychologist or a psychiatrist? I don't believe she's seeing one. So she's not seeing one. That means Shelly is acting as a medical professional, and that's frowned upon. In fact, you're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to diagnose somebody with any mental health condition or treat somebody with a mental health condition. That's the job of a doctor. That's the job of a doctor. And last time I checked, Shelly Carter, you're not a fucking doctor. Hold on.
I'm easily off in my documenting and keeping track, but I have documented over 200 alters. That means there's been over 200 times at least that there was trauma enough to split the psyche. The thing with MK Ultra is what you guys really have to wrap your head around.
Wow, oh wow, oh wow. She's trying to act like she has been traumatized so much that's why she has 200 alters. That she would be like one of the world's record for a lot of alters. She'll be the Guinness Book of World Records for how many alters she has. Like, that's like a lot. And I watched some Allie videos, and I can tell you a lot of people are not showing up. Like, some people are saying, oh, that's an alter in the videos of her, like, oh, she's in pain. I'm like, nah, the one she's in pain and whatever, that's actually Allie just in pain. It's not like an alter showing up. Okay, y'all need to stop. And when she's in all these videos online talking, she's the same Allie. It's not like an alter showing up. Okay, and yes, I know what DID is. And then she also said that she has alters that speak another language. How many of y'all have heard Allie speaking another language? How many times that she went live in all these years and was speaking another language? Exactly. They need to stop this bullshit. Now, the question is, are they both in on this, or is one party brainwashed to believe this stuff? And let's say Shelly is the brainwasher, and she has Allie convinced that she's documenting all these things, and that she sees all during the day that she's having, she's changing or blacking out or losing time. Well, I say losing time, and then she has other alters are showing up, and then she has tracked 200. Or do you think that Allie knows it's all bullshit and there's no documentation of 200 alters, and it's all fake and it's all a gimmick and it's all just for show and lights, camera, action?
Sex trafficking is the end result. The MK Ultra is the true evil. That is the true crime against humanity. People have learned, evil people have learned that we take this 3-month-old baby, we sexually assault that 3-month-old baby, we split the psyche, we can take that new split off that brain, the new split off the psyche, and we can program it. And that's essentially what's been done. So
again, Shelly Carter is the one that made this whole shit up. Right here, she's trying to tell you how. Now, listen, pay attention. She said this is how Allie Carter got DID and alters. She's saying that this is how she's saying it happened. So she is the one that's in control of all this stuff by saying she's the one that's saying that she's programmed. She's the one that's saying she has alters, and this is how it happened at 3 months old with some sort of paperwork. Where's the paperwork at? Where's the proof? Then why isn't it in your timeline? Lord have mercy. Yeah, like, was Shelly there? Oh, I forgot. She's acting like she has intel. She has the paperwork. She has the documents. Yeah, I'm sure you do. You could type up anything you want to type up, right? Because you were an agency social worker, so you know how things work and you know how to do certain things. She's a liar.
In Allie's case, there is a 3-month-old alter. And the way I know that is because it has a newborn cry. Do you know when a baby cries? When you have a newborn baby, that distinct baby cry, it has that. That matches the CPS, matches what I see, matches the flashbacks and the PTSD. It all goes together.
Another thing she could be doing, good. So Dani Lynn says the authors told her. You know what? That's another thing she could be doing. She could be saying that you lost. One of your authors showed up and they said this. Oh, another one of your authors showed up and they said this. Oh, one of your authors showed up. One of your 200, well, author number 88 showed up and said this. She could be also weaponizing that by pretending like her authors are showing up and you can't remember what happened to you, but there was an author that showed up that remembers what happened to you. So she could be using that as a weapon against her, like authors, intel, you know. This is like a Lifetime Twilight Zone shit.
Moving on. In 2006, when she was 12, again, there was sexual trauma. There was stuff in between, but I'm kind of just trying to hit the highlights so you guys can have a timeline and understand. When CPS was called out, they did not take Allie into CPS. A report was made, and I have copies of that. It's in insurance all over the United States. It's documented. I have the whole CPS file. So it's all documented. At 12 years old, there were more issues. 12 years old is the age of accountability. So if you go back and look, like if you have ever been to a drug and alcohol rehab, or if you've ever been around people that are addicts or whatever the case may be, and you say, when did you start doing these things? The majority of the time they're going to say, I was around 12, because that's the age of accountability. That becomes a target for a child. So if you have 12-year-old children, protect them with your life. But anyway, at 12 years old, the kids started running away. The 12-year-old author started running away. On her 12th birthday, birthdays are satanic rituals. If you've heard Allie talk before, you've heard her say how much she hates her birthday. It's because the kids are usually raped on their birthdays. The birthdays are usually a ritual.
Nah, that's because you're sick. You told her a lot of things happened on her birthday, and you know, on her birthday, her sex trafficking contract, there's an increase in the number of buyers, and a lot of the times it's involving military bases. You're the one that filled her head up with this, and that was sick because you wanted to make sure she's not even going to be really happy on her birthday. So for the rest of her life, as long as she's with you, she's always going to think that her birthday is all this sadness on her birthday. You're weird. Imagine that somebody does want you to have any friends, any family, any enjoyment. They want to make everything negative as it pertains to you. But on Shelly's birthday, it could be all celebrated and all happy. But now for her birthday, you want to make it all like a sad day. And that's weird. And I'm sure somehow you might want to rescue her, like, oh, I know it's a sad day, but let me cheer you up. So then you become the hero, to where on her birthday, she's supposed to be all sad and like, oh, I can find a way to cheer you up. And then you try to cheer her up for something that's fake. So you're like a person that you cause an issue and then you become the hero that fixes the issue. Or it could be, if you believe the other way, you could believe that Allie knows it's all fake and it's all a storyline and she's just going along with it. If you don't believe in the brainwashing, you think that both of them are just lying, and that Allie doesn't believe anything Shelly's saying. She knows it's all just bullshit. Or you could say that they both are conspiracy theorists and they both believe in all this conspiracy stuff equally. I don't really buy that because when they met, she was a teenager. You have to keep it in mind. She was 14. She was a teenager, and this was her social worker. This was a social worker at a safe house, and not her assigned social worker through the government, but the agency social worker, where you're working at a place and you're the social worker in the building. are at the place. Okay, there's a difference. So that is a different relationship dynamic, because now you have where one person has power over the other. You have one person that's actually the worker or employee, that was work there, and then there's a person that's the client. So now there's power there. And then at that point, there's also a big age gap and an age difference. And then now you're taking advantage of your position as not only an agency social worker, but also as an adult, and taking on this maternal role to now manipulate a minor. So this stuff started when she was a minor. So what can you do as an adult to influence or groom a minor up to a certain point, till now that minor has now grown up but still with you? Okay, so this stuff started at 14, so we have to keep that in mind. So what was she saying to Allie starting at 14 years old? And I would say like this, like people say sometimes, like when somebody is a drug addict or brainwashed, or they are under something like the influence of something, they would say, is it the person speaking or is it the drug speaking? Is it the person speaking or is it the brainwash speaking? Certain things like that. Hold on. I'm gonna put up a poll and see what you think. Okay, hold on.
Done against the kids. I'm gonna come back to the 12-year-old out there in a minute. There was, at 14 years old, she started going to the mental hospitals, and she started being suicidal. At 15 years old, she went into CPS custody, and started to be trafficked to elites. Late in the 15 and into 16, she started being trafficked to elites. She has 14-year-old out there. She has
So right there, she says, when she was in CPS custody, that she started being trafficked to elites. Shelly, you just fucked up. Because when you wrote an email out for Allie, you gave a timeline and a placement for her CPS, and nowhere on those CPS placements did you say or state that in this foster home she was trafficked to the elites, and in this foster home she was trafficked to the elites. None of that stuff about trafficking was mentioned. The only thing you stated when she was in those foster homes is you accused each foster home of, oh, they made her go to church. Oh, they only spoke Spanish in that home. Oh, in this home, she, one of the kids there was going into her room for sex. You never mentioned any trafficking. Wouldn't that be something that you would want to report and highly want to report in utmost importance? So if you don't know what I'm talking about, you have to watch my video I just made. She made a whole timeline of what happened when she was in CPS homes and what foster home she went to. She made a placement timeline. And she never mentioned any sex trafficking or anything while in CPS. And she said, oh, I made a report. She will say, oh, she was at this foster home and I called on her behalf to report her. I called on Tori's behalf to report this foster home for X reason. And none of those reasons mention anything about trafficking at all. So she conveniently has added that into this now. She has made this all up for now.
15-year-old alters. Out of the 200 alters, over 200 alters that I told you, there's only 4 that are over the age of 18. The bulk of her alters and the bulk of her trauma are 18 and under. So a lot of times you can tell where the trauma was done because the kids kind of, when the alter splits off, they're kind of frozen in time in that situation. So the 3-month-old alter stays a 3-month-old alter. So you can kind of track and pinpoint where the trauma came from. When she was 15 years old and was about to be put into CPS custody, that's when we crossed paths. I was a mandated reporter, and she started reporting to me and telling me, this is what's going on. This is what's going on. I was a mandated reporter. So I started writing reports and turning them into CPS because that's what I was supposed to do. She kept telling me things and I started writing reports. They started getting irritated because every time she writes a report, they had to move her homes. They had to write reports. If there were other kids in the home having problems, they had to move. It became a problem. I became a problem because I was telling and I was reporting and I was kind of holding their feet to the fire and making them address the issues. They told her she was not allowed to contact me anymore, that she wasn't allowed to use the phone, the whole gamut of stuff. She, during that time when they would take her phone, she would beg strangers to use the phone so she could contact me and say, hey, look, this is what's going on. The father in my house is doing this. My social worker is doing this. And because I'm a mandated reporter, I'm still reporting. So we started clashing, CPS.
Shelly, you actually noted what happened at these foster homes, 4 foster homes, and you already noted this way back in 2015. Now you're trying to change the whole story, but it's too late. You already posted a document showing what happened with each foster home, and sex trafficking was not noted or mentioned at all. Now, did you allege essay by an individual or a specific person? Yes, but not any trafficking or any all this other stuff. And if that was happening, you would have reported that because, hey, wouldn't that be important to add in celebrities and elite people and she's being sent to this person or that person? Wouldn't that be proper to add in there? But you did not add it because it did not happen. So I would say you messed up. Yeah, you already messed up by posting what happened in those foster homes and giving a timeline. You did.
We started clashing with all kind of stuff. At the time, I wasn't aware of how deep things ran. I wasn't aware of what I was dealing with. I just was taught in school, you're a mandated reporter, this is what you got to do. And that's what I was doing. In 2010, she was in CPS care. At the beginning of let me back up. In 2015, she started being trafficked to elite. She was in CPS care and she started being trafficked to the elite.
And here's another, Tori played Shelly too. So from the other perspective, you can say that they're both in on it because Allie wants to live with Shelly. She wants to live there. She's saying it's a perfect place for her. She likes Shelly. She wants to live there and she wants to get away from these foster homes. And so she realizes, you know what got me out of my mom's house? What got me out of my mom's house is lying on my dad saying that he essayed me. Okay, this is what could be possible. So why not get out of these foster homes as well by weaponizing essay, saying that somebody at these foster homes are doing this to me too. That way I can get out of these homes. So that could be her thing as well, is that she weaponizes essay. Also, it could be you have to say, was it her initial idea? Was it her idea to just come out with weaponizing SA? Or did Shelly devise that plan and come up with that plan to weaponize SA? So for that, we would say, who actually came up with the plan with that? Was it something that Tori just said to her and she reported it as SA? Or is it something that they both devised as a way or a strategic or tactic plan to get her there? I don't know. But what I do know is that something is wrong with the 3-month-old story. And I do think that Shelly is the one that came up with the whole thing that she was, I don't think Allie came up with the thing that something happened to her at 3 months. So I think that came from Shelly. And that's why Shelly's saying that's the time she was 3 months old. She has to report and stuff like that. So this could go either way, and that's the whole thing. This is like a complex case, to be honest, because we do know that Shelly is a predator because she preyed on a minor, but we don't know, well, I don't know 100% of how involved Allie is into this mess and to what level or extent is she involved in it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. In 2009, when she was 15, she started being trafficked to the elite.
Listen, write that down. Don't freak out. We're
We're talking to you.
Yeah.
Listen for a second. Go back. You got your paper, right?
So you got 3 months old, the CPS report. She never went into CPS care. They referred it out. They said, we checked it out and everything's okay. The 3-month-old was being sexually abused, but we don't see a problem. So when she's saying to you that she went to CPS, or there was CPS at 3 months old, she didn't mean that she was in CPS care at 3 months old. There's a report made. I have it. Several people across the United States have it. If you want to contact CPS and ask for the records,
Ask them.
they have it. So I'm trying to give you guys a timeline because a lot of people.
Fake. Now, you know good and well, CPS is not going to release any information to the public. Why don't you release the information and we'll see if it's actually a real document or a fake document? Okay, you are not, you 100%, you know that that's one thing that CPS is not going to release that. Okay, so just stop. And that doesn't exist. You pretty much just told me that doesn't exist because you're trying to make something like, oh, you can request it. No, that can request it. It's different between a court document and a fucking CPS document.
People are getting confused, and instead of trying to figure out where the breakdown might be, they're just calling Allie a liar, and that's not okay. So in 2010, when she was 16 years old,
Allie Carter is a liar. The things she's putting on this internet, saying on this internet, are lies. Now, is it 100% from herself, or she's brainwashed to say these things? I believe that, as well as that she's also a liar herself. Two things can be true at once. She can be a liar herself, that she's already been a liar, so it's easy for her to connect with another liar. Okay, but then also there's somebody that can like brainwash her into believing other things, but she could already have been a liar already. Hold on.
She got auctioned to Russia, to a Russian man. That's when she ran and was missing from CPS care for over a year.
Why didn't you actually put that in your timeline? See, the issue is, Shelly, you have already made a timeline of all her foster homes and what you reported at the foster home and what happened at the foster home. You already made that report and posted it online. So you cannot now go back and change that timeline. You said CPS placement timeline. You have already made it. And there's nothing about Russia or elites or sex trafficking or any of that. It's typical foster home, and then something about the complaints about the foster parents or foster or the biological kids of the foster parent. That's all that's in the reports, in the timelines. All this other stuff is fabricated and added on. And I also believe that some of the stuff that you complain about the foster homes are fabricated as well, because you wanted to get custody of Allie.
We good? We clear? In 2011, about there, give or take, I don't have the exact dates, but around 2011, CPS placed her with me. They told her, I kept petitioning them, please let me take her. She's missing from your care. Let me take her. If you can find her, I will take her.
There you have it. CPS. She kept on petitioning, get her. Because remember, they had blocked her from being around her, said that she was a predator and things like that. So Allie ran away from the foster care home, and they couldn't find her because she was with Shelly. And then Shelly's out here saying, oh, if you find her, or you know. So she's pretty much just showing like she was fine. She was okay with me. She likes being with me, and now she's missing. I'm sure she was writing all sorts of things like, she's missing. Where is she? You gotta find her. Where is she? Like she was making it like, oh my gosh, like she, and so once she could surface back up, they probably say, okay, we'll let you go with Shelly. That way they wouldn't have to deal with her running away anymore. So anyways, in my opinion, that was all a strategic tactical move by Shelly to get Allie fully in her grasp. So with that being said, I want everybody to keep in mind that she was actually labeled as a predator by someone that filed a court order, like CPS filing a court order to stop her from being around Allie. She was already labeled as that. So someone way back then in 2000 and around 2009ish already knew, or 2009, 2010 already knew that she was problematic and a predator.
They finally in 2011 said, all right, if she comes in, she can go with you. I think she was 17 about that time.
Mm-hmm.
So she came in and they let her be placed with me.
Pause, mama. So let me just reiterate one more time. 2009 to 2010, I was in elite trafficking. In 2010, I was sold to Russia and I ran. I was on my own in 2010 until 2011. I left Child Protective Services custody for a year. I went missing. Are we all together? This is an interactive portion. Can you give me a little? You got me over here. Are y'all good?
Is anybody confused?
No, seriously, is everybody good? We good? Are y'all still with us? Right here? Yeah, I see a little. Okay, cool. Yeah. 2010, I was in the missing child system for Riverside, California, Riverside County Child Protective Services. No one looked for me. No one was throwing a tantrum. No, the only person that gave a damn, and we have the reports, we have the voicemails, we have the transcript of the voicemails between a fake ass mom and a real mom. This one right here. Okay. When the fake mother called in, it was I don't give a shit. When she called in, we have the transcript of her telling them, hello, what are y'all doing? She was being trafficked. Why aren't you guys looking for her? They took us out of this. They took me. I say us. I mean us.
Alters.
Us. Not us. Us. You with me?
Inside
I'm so
us.
serious.
Inside
I'm so
us.
serious. I'm trying to help people understand. For real. They took me.
So she actually has she's reading something
Out of the missing children system because of who I was.
She's reading off her phone. Why are you reading off your phone? If this is your story, tell your story. Tell your story without actually looking at your phone. I don't have to look at the phone to tell my story. So you're actually reading off your phone to tell this story.
What my ties were. What you're seeing, the evil.
I see you're looking at your phone, girl. Lord have mercy. My. Allie. You're looking at your phone, reading this. Reading.
That you're seeing right now, they went ahead and just snatched me out of the system. No one threw a fit. No one looked for me. No one cared. The only person that was trying their best to still say, hey, where the hell are you? Was this one.
You are in her house. How many of y'all believe that she was actually in her house living with her? Shelly is control freak and possessive. There's no way Shelly would just like let you be out there and AWOL without you being in her grasp and in her, knowing where you're at. Let's be clear. You expect us to believe that y'all are so in contact. She's advocating you. And oh yeah, don't forget, Shelly. You said since 14 years old, you have been advocating her and fighting for her. You actually believe that somebody writing that statement that we're going to believe that you just let her disappear for a year and you're not, that you don't know where she's at? Yeah, okay.
Right here. My mom cared. Okay. Are you still with us? Yeah. In 2011, I was by myself, homeless, eating out of trash cans, sleeping in playgrounds, doing what I needed to do. And other people were helping. Now, at this time, I can't tell you who that was, of course, because I needed to do what I needed to do to stay alive. Right? So in 2011, I called CPS back and said, hey, I can't do this anymore. So I need to come back. And we need to.
Allie is 30 years old. She's 30 years old. She'll be 31 in February. So yeah, you have to go by that timeline.
Figure some shit out. You with me? Okay. Then I went with my mom. You got that on the paper? Write that down. Right? You need that. Write that down. You really need that. I'm serious. All this is connecting. We're helping you. Okay? Write it down. Now, let's continue. Carry on, Mom. Carry on.
Okay. So in 2011, she was placed with me. She was about 17. She had to go into high school.
Flag on the play. Wait. I'm sorry. In 2011, they put me back in a group home in Jurupa Valley, California. Yeah, hold on. Flag on the play because we got to tell that one. That's Mr. Misunderstood. Hi. I know you're watching. Hello. Yes, hello. That was Mr. Misunderstood and his whole entire family. I met him, the son, in high school. I went to Nuevo Vista High School.
Well, the son was too old to be at the school, but he
super
would hang
senior
around the school scouting for kids.
Super senior. If anybody remembers super seniors, they're grown adult men that still go to the high school that they failed to get it together in. Okay, so I met scouting. He was there. I met him. You know, needed someone to talk to. Just came back. Needed someone to care. And I started talking to him. He took me home to hang out. I met his mom and his dad. And his sister Emily was dead at the time. His mom, I'm gonna tell you exactly what happened. Okay, let's be real here. Let's be adult.
Okay, let me actually go to the next video because I cannot stand somebody reading off something. And if you don't know your story without reading off the phone, then you don't know your story is contrived and made up.
Can we be adults? Y'all ready for adult conversations? If I have kids on here, I love you dearly. I know there's my dance kids are sitting here. I know you're sitting here. But if you are not 18 years old, I need you to walk away from this part of the conversation. Do you hear me? I love y'all. I know you're sitting here. So if you are sitting here, I need you to earmuffs for this part of the conversation because this is the adult part. Can we move them, please? Okay, cool. As an adult, let's talk. All right. I was a child. I was 17. But as an adult, we went to his house, not to just have a tea party, to Netflix and chill. Yeah. Okay. We were in the shower and he had OCD. We were both in the shower together. Okay. There was soap on my feet and he lost his shit because in the middle of us in the shower together, there was soap on my feet. He got up and left me at his house. It was just like, I need you to get that soap off your feet. I need to go. Okay. I stayed in his room, high as hell, and waited for him to come back home. His mom came in the room and I woke up to her face between my legs. I flipped the hell out. I pushed her off. I started saying, I need to go. I didn't know you were here. This is my first time meeting his mom. That was weird, right? Not the way you want to meet somebody's mom. And I was like, I gotta go. I'm so sorry. Like, I gotta go. And she cried. When I went and talked to him, Isaiah. Hi, Isaiah. When I went to talk to him about what happened with his mom, he said, don't freak out. She just lost my sister, Emily. Don't freak out. She's having a hard time right now. She just lost my sister. He told me, come back over my house. My mom and my dad will be getting off of work. He's a pediatrician in Norco, California. When my dad gets off work, he wants to meet you and we're all going to have dinner. Okay. I go back to the house and now we're playing house at this point because his whole family is telling me you're in a group home. You can come here. Everybody acted like everything was normal. It's fine.
So after she ran away and was missing for a year, CPS said, come back in. We're going to put you in a group home until we clear Shelly's house, until we get her fingerprints.
Background check.
Do the background check. So it'll be a couple months maybe. So that's what happened. So that was in the beginning, and I was working on the process of getting fingerprinted, getting the house inspected, all of that.
So if I would have told my social worker, instead of going back over and trying to quiet the situation myself as a 17-year-old child, I went back to his house. We had dinner, and I talked to his family about what was going on. I could not call my social worker because I just came from a year AWOL. So I would have been in trouble. I was on a probation period. When I came back, I had to work my program. In the program they put you on in the group home, I was in a high-level group home, almost a lockdown group home, but they put me back. I think it was a level 10 in Harufa Valley. Level 14 is locked down. Level 11 is kind of locked down, but level 10 is kind of You just got to follow the rules. Don't get in trouble. Don't fight. Don't ditch. Don't do bad things. You know? So I had to follow my program. So if I would have came to them and said, hey, my boyfriend's mother put her face between my legs and I pushed her, I would have been in trouble.
That would have been more paperwork.
Yes.
Yeah, more lies. So with that being said, I do believe that Tory, Outlaw, Ali Carter makes up lies as well, as far as when it comes to weaponizing SA to get her way. To get her way and to move from foster home to foster home or place to place, or to weaponize or get at people, or whatever reason that she will weaponize SA. And that's what I'm getting from her. Outside of any brainwashing, outside of being brainwashed to say certain things, she's already willing to do it. Now, what I think is that initially when it came to her father, I think that was her first taste of weaponizing SA. Now, do I believe that she came up with that idea herself? I don't think that first time she came up with it herself. I think that that was actually something that they came up with together, maybe her and Shelly. I don't know. And then after that, she realized that that was a tool or a way she could use to move from home to home and foster home to foster home to eventually getting back to where she wanted to be, which is Shelly's house. That's a way that she used as a way of controlling where she lived and where she went, and also to get revenge on people or get people in trouble or get attention to herself, that she weaponizes SA. Now, who else does that? Jag does that. Jag weaponizes SA. All these people are problematic. Shelly has this whole mind control games of, you are MK Ultra program, sex trafficking contract. Ali has her own thing where she will weaponize SA against anybody that she wants to get at. And then we have LaRonda, who is the mother, who at first she came out here and said that Tory was the only issue, like the bad seed or problem child. Then it turned out that Keisha is also an issue and a problem child. And then she started talking about Jada. And when she started talking about Jada, she started putting out Jada business, talking about Jada might got some sort of sexually transmitted disease. I'm like, wait, if you don't want your daughters on here putting out your business, then why in the world did you all of a sudden start talking about Jada and her business and getting fucking on this person or that person, and she might got some sort of STI? I'm like, you put Jada haven't even entered the building yet. Like, Jada, she ain't even made an entrance on the internet, but child, we already know some of her possible alleged business. So the mom don't want her business on here, but she bringing another daughter that even entered into the boxing ring, into this mess. One of the twins. Yeah, y'all didn't hear that, child. I did. And then we got the sister Keisha White. As far as she goes, I would say that she doesn't need to speak on her sister's, all of her sister's experiences. Like she can't really say that her sister didn't get no beatings. If your mama beat you, you say she was beating on you, then how you know that when you weren't around or some other time that other people didn't get no whooping or no beating? Because she already said that even right now, if Allie went home, she would get a whooping, or she'll whoop her right now. And I'm not saying, let's be clear, I'm not saying a whooping is a beating. There's a difference. Okay, but I don't know what happened to them, if they got a regular whooping or a beating. And it's also based on perception. There are some people that believe even a spanking is abusive. And some people actually think that a spanking ain't shit. You know, there are some people that think that a whipping with a belt and a switch is just your discipline. And there are some people that think a whipping with a belt and a switch is abusive. Abuse is based on a lot of times people's perspective, their culture, and things like that. Now, I was raised, you act up, you'll get that belt and you'll get that switch. So I don't got whippings with a belt and a switch. And I don't see it as abusive. I think it as discipline. However, if somebody beats you like like somebody on the street, or they beat you to a pulp, or they just like beat you like you're a stranger, or you a nobody, and they switch you to like you have lashes and welts all over your body, that's abuse. That can become abuse when it goes to beating somebody, like beatings. So there's a difference between whoopings and and beatings. And then there are some people, I don't want to say sensitive, but some people don't like, they think that a belt and a switch is abuse. And that we have been, you know, that's also abusive, but it's just it's a culturally accepted form. And then there's legal things as well, legal laws about what can be done and what can't be, based on legalities, or what's the law. So only thing I can do is report what's being stated. We don't know how the sister was beat. Like Keisha White, she said she was beat. We don't know what's her definition of a beating, like whatever. But to her, she was abused, and the beatings were severe enough for her to see that as abuse. Okay. So that's why I don't get into that. My job is just to report what people report. I'm not going to get into I'm not going to say, I'm not going to tell somebody that's not abuse, that's not abuse, because I won't nobody tell my story. So I'm not going to tell somebody else's story, and everybody has their own perception and perspective. So I go by, you know, this person reported that, they reported this. So it's all perception or perspective. So I'm not going to discount somebody else's experience, because I was not there when they were getting beat on or whatever. So since I wasn't there, I can't say what happened. Okay, I can't. But I can say for myself, because I can speak for myself, I got whoopings, I got a belt and a switch. I didn't see it as abuse, but the next person could see it as abuse. Okay, and I wasn't in their home. All I can say is this, that Keisha White cannot speak for Tori and say that she didn't get no whoopings or beatings, or because she wasn't around her 24/7 to say her experience. She wasn't. So if you're not around somebody 24/7, you cannot speak on what happened to them. You can speak on some things, but you cannot speak on all things. Okay. Now, obviously, there are a lot of things that Tori says that are obviously outlandish lies and made up bullshit. Okay. Her saying this told about 3 months old and all this stuff, and sex trafficking her mom. A lot of stuff she has said, she has lied on her mom, and even based on the timeline and certain things, she's lied on her mom. She's a liar, and she has no issue or problem with weaponizing SA. She has lied and said that Tupac is her dad. She has lied and said that a lot of celebrities have SA her, and most of those people are people that her mom. I believe that her hit list of people that she claims has assaulted her are all people that her mom dislikes. Those people, her mom don't like those people. So now those celebrities are on the hit list, or on the list of people that SA her. That's the way to smear their name in a smear campaign. And Jad does the same thing. She smears people's name by weaponizing certain things and making up lies. It's just all the mess. Hold on 1 second.
That would have been moving a placement, and they were already mad about that.
Yeah,
a lot. Yeah, a lot. So, sorry, it's getting hot. It's getting a little warm. Are you warm? I'm warm. So,
and yes, I mentioned that in part 1. If she's lying about SA now, like she's lying on celebrities now by SA, that means she's also lying on that. It's not unfathomable that she wouldn't lie on her father as well, because I mean she lied. She's lying now, and history has a way of repeating itself. If somebody's lying and weaponizing SA now, who's to say they didn't do it in the past? And again, I would say watch all my videos so you can hear all my statements, okay? So I've already stated that about Allie. And yeah. As far as her mother goes, I really don't speak on the part about beating people or not beating people. Only thing I speak on really about her mother is the fact that she is verbally abrasive or verbally abusive in the things that she says. She is. And she is. And she doesn't care. That's on her. And the stuff that she says is actually pushing Allie further away. And it will even push her other daughter away, to be honest. It's not something that's going to say, oh, you know, reunification. Maybe she doesn't give a fuck about reuniting. That's her thing. But she goes back and forth between saying, call me and I'm going to help you go to the hospital. Nobody going to call you with that verbally abusive language. Okay, I'm just being honest. Okay, the truth is the truth. Nobody going to call you saying all that. Okay.
So I didn't tell them. I tried to handle the situation myself because it would have messed up me going home to my mom. Yes, are you with me? Are y'all still with me? Interactive portion. The comments are on right here. So are y'all with me? Yes? We're clear? Okay, cool. So I didn't go and tell my social worker anything. I tried to go handle the situation myself. They
didn't tell me either.
Worse.
Until later.
Yeah. I didn't tell my mom. I didn't tell anybody.
I would have raised holy
hell. And I knew she would have. She would have called the police the way she did on my pimp when I was 15. So I didn't say shit. I was just like, it's fine. Mom, I have a boyfriend and his family lets me come over and hang out. That was what I told her and everyone else. Okay? Until after I think about 4 months, 3 or 4 months with them, and stuff was happening every single day, I became married to Isaiah, and then I became their father.
Okay, girl, I gotta go. You making up shit and you reading off your phone. I'm getting out this video. Both of y'all sitting there making up shit and you reading off your phone, probably a script. Now, I don't know if you wrote your own script that Shelly helped you write, or y'all in cahoots, whatever, but I'm getting off this shit. Bitch, you're fucking lying. Oh, I didn't mean to say that, but girl, you lying.
Insane.
Hold on. Now, I do think that this is kind of more like a Frankie thing, a situation, to where what happens if somebody is a predator and they prey on somebody and they brainwash the person, and then it comes later that the person, they know that some of the stuff is fake or whatever, but they still go along with it. I don't know. Something is twisted here. I just know something is twisted on all this mess. I do believe that she's brainwashed because the proof is in the pudding. However, she's also a liar in her own right. Outside of Shelly, she's a liar too. And at the same time, a lot of stuff that she's saying is coming from Shelly Carter. Thank you for bringing me back to this a little bit too. Thank you, Idaho. Thank you for bringing that back, because I'm so focused on one thing about, I'm thinking about two different things, and I'm forgetting all about the whole thing about Stockholm Syndrome, because I'm thinking about Munchausen and other things. But yeah, thank you for reminding me of that, because I'm thinking that that's more aligning. But let me think about it a little bit more. Okay, let me think about that a little bit more, because I'm thinking that that's what I'm trying to go at. She has her own issues, but there's still a predatorial thing going on here, and the predatorial thing started when Shelly go back to part 1 and all that stuff I read. Shelly is the mastermind behind a lot of this weird on the run, your program intel stuff. She is a predator. And a long time ago, somebody from CPS recognized and saw the signs of her being predatorial, and they blocked her from being around Allie. And then she manipulated her way back, because that's what predators do. You think that she's gonna get it? Like, oh no, once she had her eyesight and her sight on her, she wanted Allie. So she was not gonna let some paperwork and some order get in the way. No, a predator is still gonna go after their prey. And ultimately she still got Allie. So with that being said, she still, even though Allie is a liar, we're still having to deal separately with Shelly, that from the time Allie was 14, that she did prey on her as some sort of predator. And the reason people believe there's something intimate going on is because Shelly is highly possessive, and she's inappropriate, and she crosses boundaries. So that's why people think that there is more to them. But I don't think it's both ways. I think it's one way to where it's inappropriate, and that's Shelly.
Yeah, we all right. I got some anxiety, but we packing these bags and getting ready to go to the studio. If y'all can just pray for us, please.
We're praying hard. We got you, God's got you. Always praying. Army strong.
Hey, we'll check in a little bit. Love you guys.
Love you, stay safe. Love you, be safe.
Speaking on the situations from Chino Hills and from
CPS reports say that it began when I was 3 months old, but I remember very clearly at 4 years old. It's the first time that somebody hurt me and I didn't have drugs. It was the first time I was awake and I knew what...
Wait a minute. You said 4 years old? But what happened to 3 months old? What happened to 3 months old to the point where you were raped so much that you had split into all these altars? Yeah, as I've shown, they dry bag. Dry bagging, you can indirectly ask for money or get money from people out of just getting. People are empathetic or sympathetic towards your needs, or like because you're saying you're on the run, you need this, or your dad, and you're in your band, your band life, all the stuff that people can start sending you stuff to your PO box and to you, and then have your admin post. Yeah, they do actually do get donations, or people send stuff by dry bagging.
Yeah, we all right. I got some anxiety, but we packing these bags and getting ready to go to the studio. If y'all can just pray for us, please.
We're praying hard. We got you, God's got you. Always pray. Army strong.
Hey, we'll check in a little bit. Love you guys.
Love you, stay safe. Love you, be safe.
People that need help. Speaking on the situations from Chino Hills and from
CPS reports say that it began when I was 3 months old, but I remember very clearly at 4 years old.
CPS reports say 3 months old. See, you're not going to remember anything about 3 months old. So where are these CPS reports that says 3 months old at? Oh, I know. Oh, y'all could just type up a document. Either y'all both type up a document, or Shelly Carter can type it up and pretend like, oh, this was in your file. This was just in your records. This is what came back. It started at 3 months old. To be honest, y'all, I do think that Shelly Carter brainwashed her into believing some things by using her position. Her position said, "Oh, I used to be an agency social worker. My intel," because she keeps saying my intel. So she makes up stuff and stories as well, and tries to tell Allie that she has intel or some sort of insider that's telling her certain things about her.
It's the first time that somebody hurt me and I didn't have drugs. It was the first time I was awake and
when they say 4 years old, the report about her being 4 years old, it does not mention anything about sexual abuse. The 4-year-old thing, I only saw something about her being beat, and that tapes of her being beat are in the closet. It didn't say anything about her any sexual abuse in that one.
I knew what was going on. I was at my babysitter's, and out of all the kids, she kept bringing her boyfriend around me. She kept telling me to come sit in the room on his lap, talk to him. And one day I got really irritated that he kept trying to touch me, so I started fighting him, and she beat me. She beat me, and she told me that he was going to do whatever he wanted to do anyway, so she locked me in the room. And when he stopped, she took my stuff, and she threw me outside in the driveway in Ritchie Canyon until my 2 biological sisters got off the school bus and they found me. I was in shock. I just sat there. And look at this right here. There's one thing to redact a document to remove names and social security numbers, and there's another to redact it to remove a bunch of everything is pretty much blocked out. Like, this is not a receipt or proof of anything. It's heavily redacted. Everything is blocked out. And the one that y'all did show was actually only saying something about getting a beating. It didn't say anything about sexual abuse. See, this is what I'm talking about. People are playing games. When you actually want to prove something, you actually post a full receipt.
Okay, this is not it.
The bruises were so bad. The pain was so bad, I didn't know what to do with myself.
And also, I think that pictures have been posted of her at these ages that she's mentioning. And she was not trafficked at these timelines. So that whole sex trafficking thing has already been debunked. She's not the daughter of Tupac. That has been debunked. A lot of this stuff has already been debunked. So she's just out here. Hold on. The whole babysitter story, I actually have I have one document about it, and it's still redacted, but I only saw something about beatings.
When I was 18 or 19 years old, I started trying to look for answers. I started trying to, and I wasn't really, I know who my mom is. I don't need those answers. My former last name it means nothing to me. I don't want anything from it. I never have and I never will. I couldn't wait to get rid of the name. But when I turned 18, 19, I started trying to still fill in those holes to my life that I'm still missing. And I tried to go back to the hospital, St. Bernardine's, California. I tried to go back and get some type of history. I started talking to my babysitter. It was a weird situation because she was placed in my life as someone that I started talking to in a relationship type way. I didn't know who she was. I didn't remember her.
Hey, quit playing with yourself.
Okay.
I can hear every time you squeeze that thing.
All right. Well, I don't know where to throw this. Quit playing with yourself. That stopped a while ago, but here we go. I don't know where I can't. I would toss it. I can't see anything, so I'm just gonna get low. Okay, I can see it. When I went over to her house, I eventually found out things started coming back. We talked, we fought, and she told me that I didn't understand what was going on, that there were many answers that I was missing, which already there's many holes to my story, to the things that I know myself. I stopped looking for those answers when I was adopted, and I don't need those answers, but I tried to look anyways. I went back to St. Bernardine's Hospital. I started looking for answers, and I didn't know what I was looking for. I didn't know if I wanted that answer. I have my mom, and I know who my mother is. Shelly Carter, I know who my mother is, but I just wanted answers. And she kept telling me she would give them to me, and she lied once again. Everybody thinks that it's your elite predators, your celebrities, your blue check mark, your political suits, your very credible people that you're supposed to be scared of, or you think that that's the only people that are involved in corruption, like Child Protective Services or secret societies, military and government corruption. You think that that's it, and it's not. And that's what they want you to think. They know that you don't know. But it's not just your elite celebrities. It's your everyday people. It's your lawyers, your doctors, your pediatricians that you take your children to, your everyday neighbor, your teachers, your daycare facilitators, my babysitter had the keys to the elementary schools in her area.
My surrogate, I don't call her a mother, but my surrogate, she took her to court. She went to court with it and she lost the case. And then I wondered, what did I do? What did I do wrong? Why did everybody treat me like I did something wrong at 4 years old? Why did everybody treat me like it was my fault? In the courtroom, they made her shake her purse out and give her the last bit of change that she had in her wallet because she said she didn't give her the rest of the money for that day. And she did. And then she took me home and beat me because she lost the case. Everything became something that was normal since that day. That day never leaves me. And ever since that day, I thought everything that was going on was something that had to happen and something I did. So I stayed quiet until I was about 12. And then every boyfriend, every piece of authority, everyone that she brought in my life, she kept telling me she didn't get enough money from me. She got government money for the rest of her kids. She stole Social Security cards.
So here's her stuff. So let me actually show you this real quick. So she mentioned the babysitter story. So this is what, and again, we have to keep in mind that I don't believe every document posted by Shelly, because Shelly worked at different safe houses and organizations as an agency, in-house social worker. Again, in-house, I'm not saying she's her actual outside, like through the government counselor or social worker, caseworker. I'm saying like at an agency, in-house. Like if you go to a homeless shelter, they might have somebody on a staff worker that they might call a social worker or a caseworker in only working for that business or entity, and not employed by the state or government like typical, like some caseworkers are. Okay. May 26, 1998. Again, this is something that could have been typed or whatever else, but what I will say is this is about a babysitter story. And it says May 26, 1998. That would make her 4 years old. Okay. It says allegation of physical abuse. And it doesn't say allegation of sexual abuse on this report that y'all posted. This is y'all documentation. This is y'all documentation for the 4-year-old incident. It does not say allegation of sexual abuse. It stops right there at physical abuse. So why are y'all adding in sexual abuse? And it says San Bernardino County. The referral stated that the reporting party is suing Monica Blank over an incident concerning her daughter. And it says Blank. Now, obviously that would be the mother, because at this time in 1998, she was still in the custody of her mother at 4 years old. So her mother would be the one, like, say, oh, who is suing? Was her mama really trying to sue somebody named Monica, or just all made up? And it says over an incident concerning her daughter, and it says blank blank. It says on March 16, 1998, Monica Blank, who is a licensed daycare provider, again, she mentioned the daycare provider at 4 years old. The Blank daughter hit the daughter with a belt and locked the 4-year-old in a room. Now, she did say that she added stuff to the story about this boyfriend, and the boyfriend locking her in a room so the boyfriend can have his way with her. Or he's going to do what he's going to do. But none of this right here in this report mentions any of that. Allie Carter was 4 years old in 1998. She said she was with the daycare worker, and the boyfriend was there, and they locked her in the room, saying like the boyfriend was going to essay her and all that. And there was a report of essay that she vividly remembers at 4 years old. But this is all about physical abuse, nothing about sexual abuse at 4 years old with a daycare worker. It says, and the part about locking her in a room is right here, but there's no locking her in a room and leaving her in there with a man or a boyfriend. And it says, daughter with the belt, the daycare provider, I guess, hit her with the belt and locked I guess they blocked out the mother's name. If this is actually legit. And it says, and locked the 4-year-old in a room for a day with no food. The children blank do not currently attend the daycare of Monica blank. This referral was evaluated out and cross-reported to community care licensing and the Colton Police Department. So, right, yeah, and no food. Again, this does not match the story that she has now came up with or she's alleging. There's no boyfriend mentioned. There's no sexual abuse. There's been hit with a belt and locked in a room. She changed it to a whole story about 4 years old, daycare worker, boyfriend there, sexual stuff is added, locked into the room, and sexual stuff. So she's always adding some sexual component to a story. So what I get from that is that maybe, she's taking these other stories and then she's always adding in sexual abuse to amplify it or to smear it or to make it worse. She likes weaponizing essay. Now, could it be possible that she had a real story of essay at some point? I don't know. What I do know is she does have a history in the past, and then currently now, and even in the past for some of those foster homes, there's no way all foster homes are, okay? But she weaponizes essay just like Jag does. Yeah, another Jag as far as weaponizing essay. So the problem with it is you tell one story and you post receipts a long time ago, and as time goes on, to make the story juicier or more salacious, you add on additional details that's not actually in your original receipts. Now, is this actually real or not? I don't know. But what I do know is you posted this a long time ago, and after you posted it, you keep on changing your story from the your own document. So you actually, your own document, you have inconsistent documents and statements. So that sounds like a personal issue to me, okay? That you posted this a long time ago, said this is how the story went. And then since then, and subsequent to that, you changed the story. And there's another one as well I'm going to post. Hold on.
She was very well invested with the Panthers until they left her alone for a little bit. Until she had to figure out the money and then come by herself, so...
And her mother is not in no Panthers. Never been in no Panthers. That's a lie. Her mom said that's, and I don't believe that either. Shelly Carter, this is her agenda. If you look at a lot of people, Biden, Beyonce, Obama, the Panthers, almost everybody that Shelly and Russia, people that Shelly places and people that Shelly Carter does not like, those people are are attacked by this whole smear campaign with this whole, they are part of the sex trafficking. So Biden and Obama get on the list, but grabbing by the pussy Trump don't get on the list. The people that Shelly likes, they are not targeted. Oh, no. They're not targeted by, they were a part of the elites or these people, the politicians and wicked people. So that's why I know. And then also she names all these other people. Well, it's all Shelly's agenda. Shelly's agenda, right? So a lot of this stuff is she's pushing, Shelly is definitely pushing her on some of this stuff. Because some people she's naming, yeah.
Bootleg movies, fake IDs, drugs is what she did. But she always said she never got enough money from me. So, and at 12 years old, she started dating the chief of police.
Yeah, there goes a cue to violins. In December of 2020, Allie called out the name of the chief of the police who raped her, who was one of her programmers. Okay, there goes the programmers. Allie and Shelly began getting pulled over numerous times. They're trying to say just because she called out the police chief that was a programmer, that she started getting pulled over. The reason was to trigger that old programming, and fear caused her to split and to let it be known that she could never escape them no matter where she went. That's Shelly. Shelly is the one with this whole programming shit, and that's where the mind control comes, and the grooming and the predatory behavior comes in. Because Shelly is when it comes to weaponizing SA, I believe that, you know, Tori Outlaw is a liar that will weaponize SA. Even without Shelly, she might be the type that will keep on doing that. However, when it comes to her being programmed and on the run and believing all this other stuff, hoopla, that's Shelly Carter, in my opinion. I do. And I think that, yes, it is probably Stockholm Syndrome, or whatever you want to call it. But she is a predator, for sure. Shelly Carter is a predator. But I don't think that Allie Carter is 100% innocent in all this. I do think that she's also a compulsive liar, and that she weaponizes SA, and that when she's mad at somebody, such as her mother, her father, or anybody she's mad at, she will lie on the person. And even if her and Shelly kind of split, she definitely will reveal all the truths about Shelly, and she'll even make up lies about Shelly. But to be honest, she might not need to make up lies, because I'm sure the truth will be a nightmare in and of itself. Once she snaps out of the mind control and brainwash, she'll realize that Shelly is highly inappropriate, and she doesn't really have to lie on her, because probably a lot of truth's already there. A mess.
Hi, my name is Allison Carter. I have a cop pulling me over. I just want to know that if he's ran my license plate, I just wanted to make sure.
You have a cop pulling you over. Who hasn't been pulled over by the police? Just because you're pulled over by the police is not no grand conspiracy. Now, there is such thing as driving while black. How we know that crazy Shelly, her psychopath, crazy ass, and y'all sprung out on drugs looking ass, ain't around driving crazy around the road, and the intention is that, oh, now we got pulled over. What y'all was fucking doing to get pulled over? Y'all probably acting highly suspicious, doing all kind of weird shit, driving crazy and all that. I was in that van, act like somebody after y'all, acting paranoid and weird. You probably drew attention to yourself. A mess. A mess. I can see how, you know what I'm saying, like she got playing to this role, like people after her and shit, like, oh, looking through the doing all that, and the cop like, what's going on?
I just don't feel safe. I just wanted to make sure he ran my license plate.
You just scared the fucking shit out of me.
I'm not trying to do that.
You were following me for a long time, I slowed my ass way down,
we
and you
are,
slowed your ass way down. You scared the fucking shit out of me right now.
She said she slowed her ass way down. So a cop behind you, you start slowing down, extra slowing down. Now, if a cop behind you, you stay your same speed if you ain't speeding. Now, if you speed, it slow your ass down. But if you actually going at the right speed limit, you start going extra, extra slow like a snail. You look high. That makes you look suspicious. Child, a mess.
It's okay. He really scared us. He's been following us for a while.
You went over that solid white line, okay? Now I didn't know if you were
I am going towards 366.
Because I was trying to see if you were fucking following me, dude.
Do you have driver's license on your quick man?
Yeah.
Is this your car?
No, we're not driving. Hang on one second. Did you call us? Did you call us in, sir? I just want to make sure you called us in. And I'm on the phone with 911 right now. I just want to make sure you called us in.
Called what in?
Called this in.
Pulled over.
What are you, a state trooper?
Yeah.
Yes, he's a state trooper. Are you Officer McDaniels?
We get fucked with a lot.
Are you Officer McDaniels?
No.
He's not Officer McDaniels, ma'am.
Okay. We are on the road. We have had, I'm stepping out of my car with my hands up because I'm not sure. I'm just stepping out of my car with my hands up. My grandma's sitting here in the car. We have been pulled over once again. I have already called 911. Please screen record this video because it makes no sense. This officer has now pulled us over and has said that the reason why he pulled us over, please stay on Facebook, screen record, make sure with my mom. She's on my Facebook Live right now, and she's inside this trooper's car. He has tailed us for over 10 or more minutes. We thought someone was following us, which he was. She speed up, she slowed down. We did everything that we needed to do to make sure that he was following us. Now he's saying that she committed some type of traffic stops or traffic violations. Now he's saying that she's drunk. My mother does not drink. I put that on everything that I love and my grandmother's grave, that my mother does not drink or do any type of drugs. So he's going to run his test or say that he's on doing a sobriety test or whatever. I'm just done with this. I've already called 911 and checked with Highway Patrol. They said that he did not call it into state, but he did call it into Highway Patrol a few minutes ago into the car.
Are you a cock blogger?
I'm not gonna let you walk up next to him.
No. You guys are asswads. You guys fucking suck. All the brotherhood. Can you grab me a soda while you're back there?
Child, a mess. She do look strong out though. Child, she do look high. You might think that she a meth head or something, child. I don't know. And also, she done lost weight since that other video. She done thinned out too, and so has Allie. Like, what's going on over there? Hold on. Let's look at this other one. So this is March 10th, 2009. Now this is before she was, and then it says contact date May 7th, 2009, and on behalf of Tori Outlaw. So this is, of course, you know, Shelly's always filing reports on behalf of Tori. She said she was advocating for her, right, since 2008, and this is obviously 2009, and this is about this is before she was, like 6 months before she was removed from her mother's home. And it says, on behalf of Tori Outlaw, contact person, investigate referral, staff person, Brandy Anderson, method telephone, status completed. It says on May 7, 2009, blank, and it says redacted, contacted the hotline because she felt nothing was being done to protect Tori Outlaw. Now, Shelly, you have already admitted to advocating for Allie and reporting on her behalf. So I don't know why you redacted your funky name. On May 7, 2009, Shelly Ray Funky Carter, Predator Carter, contacted the hotline because she felt nothing was being done to protect Tori Outlaw. Let's go ahead and put your name there, because we know it's you. Ain't nobody but you doing that. Okay, you already admitted to making these reports. And nothing was being done to protect Tori Outlaw. Shelly Ray, don't try to block your name out. Shelly Ray reported Tori, reported Tori, and it's all redacted. Too much redaction in this shit. Told her she ran away because the mother punched and kicked her in the back. So she's saying that Tori told her that that her bio mom punched and kicked her in the back, and that's why she ran away. It says law enforcement came to the home and took pictures of the injuries, but no arrests were made. And it says blank, redacted. It's not providing any additional information, but she states the mother lies when law enforcement and CPS come to the home to investigate abuse allegations. So she's trying to say, if you go out there, the mama ain't gonna tell the truth. She's gonna lie and say that it's not true. So Shelly was in fact reporting allegedly on Tori's behalf on the biological mother. And that's why she put that nasty comment in her bio on her website against her Miss LaRonda, right? And then she put so she is a predator, and she really was trying to take that girl. She had eyes on her to, you know, with her own agenda. And you say, how do you know her own agenda? Because we can see her agenda now. And also, it's not just me, because somebody years ago and around 2010 noted her as a predator and spotted her as a predator and red flagged her as a predator, and then she was court ordered to stay away from Allie. So somebody else years ago labeled her as a predator. So if y'all got an issue with that, take it up with that person. Ooh. So yeah, Shelly the predator. Reported Tori kicked her in the back. Law enforcement came to the home and took pictures and blah, blah, blah. And it says, it's not providing any additional information, but states the mother lies. So that's her. And she's taking out what all she said. It's not providing any additional information, but she states the mother lies when law enforcement and CPS come to the home to investigate abuse allegations. It says the mother has tapes of her beating the children in the back of her closet. Now, what mama, even if somebody got a whooping or whatever, what mama gonna actually videotape themselves whipping you? Like, come on now. Like, she ain't got no tapes of her beating the children in the back of the closet. Now, pay attention to how they escalated the lie. Later on, they started lying. They started saying that mama got sex tapes. Sex tapes and great tapes of the kids in the closet where them been assaulted. And they changed it from beatings tapes to sex tapes. You see how that was? And it says the mother tells CPS and law enforcement there are no family members who can care for Tori. Shelly motherfucking Carter, Tori Outlaw, y'all were sitting there making up shit to get Tori out of that home. And why you say that? Because Shelly Carter wanted Allie to stay at her house, and Allie wanted to stay with Shelly. Y'all both wanted to stay with each other, so y'all made up lies on Miss Outlaw. You made lies up on the foster care parents and the foster houses. Y'all kept on making lies up on everybody until y'all both got to be in the same damn house and living together happily ever, never after. Because y'all ain't happy ever after. Y'all both bums, driving from place to place, looking bummy, wearing the same office every damn day. Okay, so there ain't no happily ever after. And y'all stuff is over because more people are coming out. Y'all are exposed for grifting. And at the same time, it's still predatory for somebody Shelly's age. She's 57 and Tori is 30. She's 27 years older than Tori. And she is out here lying to this girl, saying that she's MK Ultra programmed. She's diagnosing her with these conspiracy diagnoses, and then she's trying to help her or cure her with this shit. And then on top of that, she's diagnosing her like she's some qualified, licensed medical health professional as somebody with dissociative identity disorder with 200 alters. That's not her job. That's not her expertise or her. She's not qualified. She does not have the credentials to do that. Why doesn't she, if she's so concerned about her dissociative identity disorder, why not go to a licensed psychiatrist? Oh, I know. You can't trust them, right, Shelly? You can't trust them because they're going to try to deprogram her or integrate her or do this or do that. They're going to do something to her programming and it's going to make it worse. So you can't trust a psychiatrist, right, Shelly? Oh, you can't trust the police because police are buying her contracts. That's called isolation and manipulation. You want her to be held hostage and captive so she can't go get help anywhere. Now, if you believe that Allie is in on it, you will say she knows all this is fake, so she's not worried about going to the police or anything anyway. If you believe that she's brainwashed, you would say that she probably would go to police and stuff like that if she actually trusted them and she wasn't brainwashed into thinking that they're in on some sort of hit on her. So with that being said, it depends on what you believe. And there are some people that believe 50-50 that, you know, whether she believes that she actually is programmed or not, or on the run or not, or is she just going along with this on the run shit. That's as far as their lights, camera, action. Lights, camera, action is all the world's a stage. It's all the show. It's all the stage show. It's all for content. It's all the grift and live a nomad lifestyle or van lifestyle by dry begging and having some sort of cult following of people, because Shelly likes power and control, and right now she has a lot of power and control because she has a lot of people online. It's in Allie's army, 90s Nation, and then she can preach on Sunday or have her church services like she's some sort of leader. Okay, a mess. But yeah, so this is that, and notice how there's nothing in here about sexual abuse or sexual assault. Each one of these reports that they posted a while back are only alleging physical abuse. Physical abuse, not sexual abuse. So based on that and what Keisha White said about being beat, it's possible that, you know, the mom is somebody that she says she'll give her a whooping now, that she does give whoopings. And to some of her kids, they feel like some of those whippings go to the point of beatings. That's what is coming across, because both of them have both been saying some sort of beating or hit or something. So some of them are seeing it as, some of her kids are seeing it as discipline, and some of them are seeing it as abuse because it's based, again, on perception and perspective. So with that being said, I'm more likely and more inclined to believe whoopings and discipline and beatings and whatever than I am sexual abuse. Because not only that, is because it's not in this report anything about sexual abuse. So I don't believe any sexual abuse happened as far as the mother goes. But as far as beatings, child, I mean, 2 of her kids are saying beatings, and then 1 is saying she's, you know, not really saying, she's not really saying that she was beat. Okay. Yeah. And then also, don't forget, the mom said at first it was only like 1 problem kid, and it was Tori, and then now it's 2, and it's Tori and Keisha, and now, and all the kids were living a great life, and then that besides Tori, and then now it turns out that that's not the case. Oh, I forgot I got some recordings I need to play, but I'll get back to that in a moment. But I will say this. They have lied on the mother, and that's very wrong to lie and say that she has did sexual things. Imagine if your kids or your kid was alleging that you did sexual things to them or were allowed sexual things to be done to them. That's wrong. And that's a heinous, vile, disgusting lie. It's not even like a regular lie, like you would lie on your mom. This is like a nasty, heinous, vile, disgusting lie to put all over social media everywhere about your biological mother. That's wrong. And people have the right to be upset about those sorts of heinous, vile, disgusting lies. They do. That's gross. And not only was it Tori doing it her daughter, but it was with the help of a predator named Shelly Carter. Shelly Carter, the predator, and then her daughter Tori Outlaw, who was a minor at the time, and making up this stuff. But look right here in the actual report, there's nothing about sexual abuse. Not in this one. So that means that later on, now, once they got to the internet and they got online, they started adding on stuff to the stories. When they first, you know, maybe this story wasn't juicy enough. A story about her mom hitting her wasn't good enough. So they needed, and so they need to add on some more details to make it more salacious. Right, and to get more sympathy. Yeah. Hold on 1 second. It says from the mother's energy, she probably do it too far. She seems mad, resentful that she had to raise these kids alone, but I didn't believe the other allegations. And that's why I say I'm not gonna get it. I'm not gonna discount anybody else's story, because who's to say that she didn't go too far sometimes because she said today she was like, she'll keep on slapping somebody till she get tired. So what happened if she did? What happened if she got that belt and she whooped somebody till she got tired and she went too far out of frustration and anger? We don't know. We weren't in that household. And that's why I say I'm not going to speak on anybody's abuse story, because I wasn't in that home to know what the mama did and what the mama didn't do. Okay, I can only give commentary on what I see in front of me. And I can say that 2 of her kids have said they were beat. And so that, to be honest, that's 2 kids that said they were beat. And I said also beatings are based on interpretation. So to one person, they might see that as just a whooping, and somebody else can see it as a beating. And we weren't there to see what it was, so we can't speak. You can say, "Oh, y'all weren't beat, y'all were just disciplined." Were you there? Were you there in the house to see what actually happened or how far it went? If you were not there, you cannot say 100%. And if I can't say something 100%, I'm not gonna say it. So anyway, shout out to OG10 baby. Thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate the support. Again, shout out to you. I appreciate the fan funding. And shout out to Rainey, says Shelly Ray Funky Carter. I can't and I want to her, so it's foolishness. But let's go ahead and get to this video, because I'm gonna skip a little bit ahead because we're already getting late. And I want to get to the part about Shelly Carter, because that's the focus. Hold on.
You're really harassing me, because first you're gonna.
For what? What are you looking for?
Splitting the psyche when they're told to do. Weeks prior to that,
Nosy ass. What does that have to do with?
I'm gonna play a little bit of this, and then I'm gonna play my reporting Shelly Carter. Well, one of the recordings, I have two, but I'm gonna play only one. And yeah, so let's go ahead and play this hold on.
Anything you're looking for? What? What are you looking for?
A lot of
lights, camera, action.
you saw the video where the police pulled us over the first time. It was late at night. We turned the live cameras on, and you saw us get really belligerent.
Now, Friday, Charles says, "Nah, abuse don't mean you weren't abused." One thing I hate about certain topics is that if the lighter you are, the more easily you can see that you're bruised or something has happened to your skin. Or I said skin. I'm getting tired. Skin. People that the darker you are, the more your complexion. It can be hard to see bruises or visible signs of things your skin being impacted. So with that being said, I don't really like when the whole bruising thing comes up, because if you're light skin or caramel or brown, and stuff can be more easily seen, but if you're dark skin, it can start being harder to see, and that can lead to people thinking that you're not bruised, because just because somebody white, you can easily see something like red in skin like easily, and then and some people easily bruise and some people don't easily bruise. So with that being said, that's not a good indicator of abuse either. So yeah, so thanks for bringing that up. And all I can say is that if two kids are saying they were alleging abuse or beatings, and then it's not a good look. Okay, hold on.
With the police, they searched our car, they pulled everything out. What you don't understand is there's so many more things that go on for survivors. Weeks prior to that, one of Allie's handlers had bought onto her contract. That means that they paid money for each one of those police officers to pull us over the way they did.
See, this is why I wish I had known about Allie Carter sooner and all this mess, because this is like a lot. I can't believe that all these views, and nobody has called out Shelly Carter. Like, nobody has called out Shelly with this fake shit. She's actually supposed to be her adoptive mother, parental figure, somebody that's supposed to look out for her best interest, and she's literally making up lies, saying that this girl's MK Ultra program, that she has all these alters. She's making up a lot of lies about Allie. And we have to remember, she's 27 years older than Allie. So she has no excuse for being on here with this bullshit and these damn lies. She doesn't. Y'all can say what y'all want to say, but she's 27 years older than Allie. And she's on here making up all these bullshit and all these damn lies about MK program and all intel and all these lies. And nobody really called this shit out and said this is fake.
And I already knew that your police officers are not all good and they're not all bad, but there are some that have sworn to the Freemason Brotherhood, and they're very corrupt. Like all the secret societies, they do what they're told to do. When you saw Allie getting very belligerent with the police officer, it's because the police officer was looking at the phone. One of the people that help us stay out of the way was calling, and we didn't want him to see who was calling because we were afraid that he would harass her. So it was actually Allie's alter, Maddie, that was getting very belligerent.
Oh my gosh, girl. You talking about all these alters, and you're not a psychiatrist. Why people keep on commenting my comments, talking about coming from Ms. Outlaw? I'm coming for everybody. You're on a channel that comes for everybody. So welcome to my channel. I come for everybody and the whole thing. Everybody gets a turn. Shelly gets a turn. She get a lot of turns. Everybody gets a turn in the whole thing. Whenever I feel like calling out, I call out everybody. So a lot of people, I've noticed a lot of people get upset because I call out Miss Outlaw because she's not perfect. Okay, she has issues too, and she needs to get help on her issues. Okay, she has. So y'all want to call her and enable and not call out the truth. Okay, I call out everybody, and like I said, it's not. If you don't want me to call out everybody, this is not the channel for you. This channel, yes, equal opportunity. Again, this channel is not for you if you pick the side and pick the team, because I call out everybody. Everybody. Lord have mercy. And I think some people don't say nothing when I'm calling out Tori. They don't say nothing when I'm calling out they don't say nothing when I'm calling out Shelly. But then they say, as soon as I say something about Miss Outlaw, they go, "Oh, you call Miss Outlaw, you Miss Outlaw." Yeah, because she be doing shit too.
Power on. Bluetooth pairing. Bluetooth connected.
And you don't actually want to mention what the times I say I don't believe that she did anything sexual to her daughters. And I'm also clearing up things about Miss Outlaw that I said that they're lying on her, they're making up stuff. I'm going on all sides. And to be honest, I might start blocking some people that are starting to be annoying, acting like I'm not calling out everybody. Everybody gets a turn. Okay? And by now you should know that you will get blocked if you start annoying me like I'm, oh, Miss Outlaw, Miss Outlaw, Miss Outlaw, Miss Outlaw, Miss Outlaw. For real, because like she gonna get a turn just like everybody else. Hold on. And I think I spend most of my time on Shelly. I barely even mention Miss Outlaw, but as soon as I mention Miss Outlaw one time, Lord have mercy.
Most of you don't understand how things work for survivors. There's just a lot to it. When they paid to gang stalk her in that way, the purpose of it was to stress her out to the point where she split. That night, when you watched us on the live being pulled over, that was enough stress for Allie to split, and that was the goal of the gang stalking.
Girl, you are this lady fucking psycho, bitch. Let me tell y'all something. Shelly Carter is a predator, and I wish I could get the records to see what happened with CPS back then and who labeled her as a predator, because that person did their job. They noticed the signs and red flags of a fucking predator, and they looked out for Allie, trying to get her away from this predator, even with the court order to stay away from her. But of course, with the predator, one thing they dropped the ball at is that with the predator, they're not going to stop. If they have their eyes on somebody and they want somebody, they're gonna still try to get that body, get that person. And when they're told no, even with paperwork, they're still going to want to get that person. That's actually gonna make them want the person more, because they're gonna get angry because of that rejection.
What does it mean to split?
For survivors, for MK Ultra, they start splitting the psyche when they're infants, and it's called trauma-based mind control. And they introduce trauma into the children, usually the infants. Sometimes they do it while they're in the womb. They can shock them in the womb. They can, there's survivors that I know that were raped as they were being born breech. They raped them half in the canal and half out of the canal to cause a split, to cause enough trauma for their blood pressure and their heartbeat to raise.
I know you fucking lying, girl. Like, who actually be believing this stuff? Look, I'm gonna need some of y'all that believe in all this shit. Y'all, I'm sorry, but some of y'all are gonna have to get some help. Now, I'm being for real. A lot of this stuff is mind control, and it's cultist stuff. It's stuff to control you, and it's a lot of stuff. And it's a way to control you and make you think things that are not true. It is. Okay? And it's also been used to control not only Allie, but other people that have bought into this. Okay, it is.
So high from the fear and from the pain that their psyche will split. They're looking for that split because they can program that part to be a slave. Your black slavery was more of a physical slavery. They were physically bound to.
So again, this is like early on. I'm telling y'all, all this stuff about programming and that she's programmed and alters and all this stuff is from watch part 1. All of this is from Shelly Carter. That's what I keep on stressing and stating, that there is still predatory brainwashing going on here. Even though Allie Carter, yes, Tori is a fucking liar, especially when it comes to weaponizing SA. She still also, is it possible somebody can be also a victim at the same time that they're also guilty of other things? You know, and then somebody also mentioned Stockholm Syndrome. And I don't know what the issue is, but I do know 100% that Shelly Carter is a predator. But let me actually get y'all's vote. I'm going to put up a poll. Do y'all still think that she's a predator? Now remember, in order for there to be a predator, there has to be a prey. A predator, and then if you say that she's a predator, then you have to say who's her prey. And if you say she's a predator, that means she has to be preying on Allie. And if you think she's preying on Allie, that means that you, for some reason, you think that she's somewhat of a victim, somehow a victim. So now, in that case, if you think that she's a prey and that she's then a victim, then how is she a victim? So that's why I need y'all to try to like think about, how is Allie Carter a victim? If she's a predator and Allie is the prey, that means Allie has to be a victim, and you see her as a victim in some way. And I'm asking y'all, in what way do y'all see her as a victim? And then leave that as a comment. Okay, that's the whole thing. For a predator, there's a prey, and there's a prey, and then how is she being preyed on? What is she doing to prey on her? That's the question.
Where they were, they couldn't leave. They were physically in slavery. MK Ultra slavery is a slavery of your mind. You have no control over your mind anymore. Somebody else is able to control that. Somebody else is able to say codes, passwords, triggers, and pull up whichever altar they want to do whatever task they want. So it is the most evil form of slavery that you can imagine.
And he would come in my room at 4 o'clock in the morning, every night like clockwork. He was a married man, and he didn't come over during the day except for maybe twice. But he would come over at 4 a.m., 3 a.m. to have sex with her, and then she would go get in the shower. And then he'd come to my room. And there was only a few times where I was I was raped in my own closet in Moreno Valley, California, off of Sagebrush Court, off of Nason Street, in the townhomes right across from the high school. It was too many times in my own closet, and I started to run. I had enough. And he would have his friends come pick me up, and they would take me over on Marino Beach Drive, right in front of the car dealerships.
So with Allie, my issue with Allie is that she is a liar, especially when it comes to a lot of essay topics. You can tell that she's lying about, she's weaponizing essay. And I don't know what it is about essay to where people want to lie about essay. But that's why Jack could even recognize or spot her, right, Jack? Because you weaponize essay. It's like, it's something about weaponizing essay. I think that they feel like that's a vile and heinous allegation that they could put on somebody to where they can get a lot of attention or sympathy for people are empathetic towards it. But they love to weaponize essay.
They would have their way, and then they would take me back home. Until they got a trap house on Nason Street. They would bring other kids. Nobody questions the cops. Nobody questions why their cars are parked the wrong way. Nobody questions what they're doing. Everybody thinks that if the cops are sitting in a weird spot in the middle of a deserted field, then somebody did something wrong and they were probably trying to catch them. And no, that's not true. I tried to run, I tried to scream, I tried to fight, and they would just put handcuffs on me. And then I had enough. I tried to kill myself.
So that's a good point right there. Tori is a victim by being manipulated at a young age for Shelly's sick desire. Do you think that her victimization ended? But here's the thing: if somebody is manipulated at a young age, or groomed, or whatever you want to say, or brainwashed at a young age, who's to say that that has not been instilled in a person or ingrained in their brain to now their future actions based on what they learned at a younger age or what they were taught are they're still living by that. Like, for example, at a young age, you're taught about religion and you're sent to a Catholic church. As you grow older, you still go to a Catholic church because that's how you were raised, or you were I wouldn't say groomed, but you were like you were learned that, or you were taught that, or it was instilled or ingrained into you to be a Catholic. So then you kept going with it. So who's to say that if she was manipulated at a certain age, what happened? Has that manipulation ended, or did she wise up and then now she's out of the trance or whatever? I hope you get what I'm saying. A lot of times when people are groomed at a certain age, it still affects them, or it still impacts them, or they still live by that. They're not like, it doesn't just go away. You know what I'm saying? So do you think there was an interruption into it? That she was a victim before, but now she's not a victim? All right, she was only a victim. The only reason she is a victim is because she was manipulated at a young age. And after that, she has been complicit. So you're saying, oh, she's only a victim of being manipulated as a minor, but once she, she's a grown up now, and that she's no longer a victim. So do you see her as a victim now, or just as a minor? A minor as a victim, and now she's not a victim anymore? Some people might believe that she was a victim at once upon a time as a minor. She was a victim, but now that she's older, she's now complicit. So maybe the victimization ended.
Thing that I'm not saying you must do, but 95% of them do. One of my supervisors, he was a lieutenant, pretty much came up to me and asked me, hey, you want to join a club? And I'm like, what kind of club is it? You know what I mean? Right. Well, it's a Freemasons. I did my background, on them, and did my research. And
yeah, sworn to secrecy.
Yeah, you sworn never to divulge any information, but to always protect and help your fellow brother. That's it. But see, if you start exposing them, they'll go.
And yes, that's a good point as well. A lot of her stuff. Shout out to people on Twitter. I appreciate y'all for watching me over there on Twitter. And make sure y'all also come over onto YouTube from time to time to make sure y'all hit that like button on this YouTube channel. I appreciate it. So Faith says Allie was a victim Allie was a victim, but the way she attacks blacks, I would say black people, is mean. She's doing that consciously. That's Shelly's agenda. Yeah, a lot of things she's doing is Shelly's agenda. In part one, I saw that a lot. This is all, that's what I'm saying. A lot of this stuff is like, like who's the teacher, who's the student. A lot of this stuff was taught to Allie and brainwashed into Allie. So she's definitely Shelly is definitely a teacher and the expert, the self-proclaimed expert on all these topics. But yeah, take the poll.
After you, they'll go after your family. They'll try to kill you because the government is part of it. It's not only civilians.
And you say Tori hates black people and hates herself. I will say this. If you believe that she was brainwashed to think the way she thinks and behave the way she behaves, that means that she's only speaking from a brainwashed cult perspective, that she has been brainwashed to think and behave this way. And you don't really know her true self, because the self that's speaking is actually the brainwashed person speaking. Kind of like when people said their loved one is on drugs. They're on drugs, and you said, that's not my loved one. The drugs have a hold of them. The drugs are influencing their decisions and what they're doing. That's not my loved one. And then when they're off drugs, people say, oh, I got my loved one back, because now it's them speaking again. It's their words, it's their actions. The drugs are no longer influencing their words and actions and their body and what they do. So they feel like they lose someone because of the drugs, but then they gain them back if they go into recovery and rehabilitation. So with brainwashing, the person is no longer living as themselves and doing everything because they want to. It might appear that way, but they're actually living and making decisions based on what they've been taught or instilled or what has been drilled into their brain. That's why it means brainwashing. Somebody's literally like kind of taking over your brain and everything they have programmed. So in that way, Shelly would be the one that has actually programmed Allie into thinking or behaving or believing a certain way or a certain thing, to where when she speaks, it was not even really her speaking. It's what she has been taught is coming out. But if you believe in that, again, everyone can believe what they want to believe. But if you believe in that, then you have to understand that at that point, you have to understand that she's going to be speaking first, what she has been brainwashed to speak or think. Okay. Yeah.
Government.
But obviously the other way it's just like Jag. Jag is on here. And another thing, she could also have a mental illness to where she is already a person with mental illness and has paranoia and delusions and all of that. And somebody telling her all this stuff can feed into her own delusions and paranoia. She, you know what I'm saying? Like telling a schizophrenic all this sorts of weird stuff, they might actually believe it because they're schizophrenic themselves. Who's to say these are not two mental illness patients hanging out together? Who's to say Shelly is not a schizophrenic with all these? She actually believes the stuff she said because she's a schizophrenic. But I don't believe that she's schizophrenic. I believe that she's actually a psychopath, a predatory psychopath. But again, I'm not a licensed professional and a licensed mental health professional, but Shelly is pretending to be one. If you have one issue with Shelly, and that is she should not be taking on the role. I repeat, Shelly should not be taking on the role of a licensed mental health professional. That's not her place. It's not her job to diagnose anybody. It's not her job to try to treat anybody or cure anybody or help anybody without mental health help. If you feel like something is wrong with her, she has split personality, DID, she needs to see a doctor, Shelly. You're not a doctor, Shelly. And you can say, oh, she's trying to make you go to a doctor because that doctor is going to mess with her programming. It's going to do this, it's going to do that. That's just so you can keep her away from a real doctor. You see, that's isolation. If somebody even suggests that she goes to a real psychiatrist, Shelly is going to tell her, no, they're just trying to mess with your program and they're trying to do this, they're trying to do that. You can't go see a real person. I want to see her go to a real doctor, and I guarantee you that she's not going to have alters or DID. If that doctor is wise and smart, he's going to recognize that this is when she starts saying MK programming and alters and all this stuff. That doctor's going to say, wait a minute, either you are some sort of schizo or you are being brainwashed or something is happening here. And that's their job as a professional to figure out what it is. And yeah, Shelly is not going to go with that. Because there's help-seeking behaviors. Help-seeking, when people seek help, going to a doctor, going to the police. Shelly is always going to say that all of those people are going to be against her or with their own agenda. So she can't go to those people. So then now she can't get help. And then now she could still be captive or, you know.
Is in cahoots with them or doing
mental medications on people, and they test. I want you guys to think about your mental hospitals. A lot of your horror movies are based around asylums, mental asylums. Most of us know that there was tortures that went on in the mental asylums, lobotomies, different types of things like that. Those things.
Lobotomy. Maybe you need a drill in your head. You need a lobotomy. I'm just kidding. Maybe not. Anyway, she's wearing like a crucifix earrings, and she's always in a crucifix around her neck. And also, same with Allie. This is all pandering to religious stuff. Now, granted, she did go to California Baptist University. That can also be something ingrained in the, like her learned thing that she learned and grew up in the Baptist. But she's definitely not a practicing Baptist and a Christian. Not the way she's been calculating and sadistic in her actions. That's all to come across as a nice person, a decent woman, or a good Christian woman. You're using that to pander to a religious audience. You're also using that to you're wolf in sheep's clothing. You're weaponizing religion against people, just like you weaponize the whole thing. As soon as anybody talks about Shelly and Allie, they tell all their followers to go say, "What about the children? Why are you not helping with the children?" That's all they do is attack you. Is to say, why are you focused on what they're doing? What are you doing for the children? What are you doing? What are you doing for the children? Okay, that's just a deflection. Okay, no, stick to the question. Why is Shelly not taking her to a licensed mental health professional, so she can actually get true help with whatever mental health issue she has?
They're real. A lot of your MK Ultra survivors have been through mental hospitals. A lot of them get put back into mental hospitals to reset their programming if it starts to break down. A lot of your survivors have been raped.
So there she goes right there. She says that people go to mental health hospitals and they get they reprogram them if they're, you know. So she's already putting it out there like she can't seek mental health help because they're gonna make sure that she still stay programmed. They're not gonna actually help her.
In mental hospitals, a lot of them have been put in dental type chairs for programming and resetting purposes. Most of the survivors that you come across are going to be terrified of the dentist, and there's a reason for that.
And there you go. So that's why she's not going to the dentist. Oh, there's a reason she can't go to the dentist. So the whole time she was with you didn't take her to the dentist, or there's no dentist stuff, or what? Now, I will say, never mind. I did see some post about, I don't know if it's for Shelly or Allie, but they were trying to, one thing they do to get help is they'll ask any of their 90s followers if anybody is a dentist or if anybody is this or that. So that way they'll get like favors. You know, that's why I feel like you'll get favors if, you know, you have in-house people that can, you know, help you with certain things. Like, is there anybody that can do graphics, or is there a dentist here, or is there this or that? So then you can possibly get free help from people.
They use a lot of medications for programming as well. For instance, your CPS kids will all be on different types of medication. If you go buy a medication and you pull out that pamphlet that comes with it, there's a big long thing with risks and side effects and those type of things. They have to test those medications on people, and they test them on the people that are in the mental hospitals. They test them on the children in CPS care because they can give them the medications and find out the side effects and use them for experiments. So there's so many layers of things that are being done. It's just the worst evil that you've ever seen.
I went into mental hospitals.
So she said she went into mental hospitals. Let's see. As to allegations B1 and C1, it can be found true as evidence by the child Tory T. Outlaw's most recent hospitalization at Canyon Ridge Hospital from August 21st, I guess 2009 through September 3rd, 2009 for S ideations, mainly like S thoughts, like having thoughts about it. Also, she has had at least 2 prior hospitalizations at emergency treatment services for S ideations. By the child's own admission, the child has tried on numerous occasions to unalive herself. The mother, and it says plain, let me actually take this comment down so I can see, has observed what appeared to be scratches on the child's arm with dry blood. Further, the mother reported she has found razor blades with what appeared dry blood and skin. So it looks like she was a cutting or a cutter. Now there are some people that, you know, are cutters. So again, I think somebody else mentioned something about cuttings. I can't remember where I heard it from, so I'll have to go back and see, but I heard something about it. But I'll circle back or spin back. But yeah, don't forget that a lot of stuff comes from their evidence, so you have to take it with a grain of salt, okay? Yeah, Allie, her timeline is off. And by the way, I don't know if you missed it or not, but they already posted a timeline of her foster homes, and they also stated what happened at each foster home. And basically, they had already told what happened at each foster homes, and then now years later, they added on more stuff, and they also left out the alleged sex trafficking with the elites. Now, to me, that would be the #1 thing to report, right? It wasn't reported because it didn't happen. And even stuff that they did report was fake, because now we see their whole agenda was just to get Allie in the home of Shelly. No, the alleged cutting was before she moved into the house of, when she was still with her mother. And also, this is around the time, to be honest, when she was actually, September 2009, she was actually moved into CPS care. So this is around the time she was going to be entered into CPS. And in my opinion, this is at the time. So yes, she had met Shelly. So to answer your question, she had met Shelly in Brown. Remember, Shelly met her in 2008 when she was 14, before she actually was still with her mother. So yeah, she already had her hands on her, her claws in her. Yes. So yes, since 2008. But she was still with her mother. So remember, when Shelly and Allie met, Allie was still living home with her mother at 14. Okay. Yeah. So yes, Shelly could have something to do with this, because I mean, Allie wanted to get out of the home of her mother and move with Shelly, and I do believe that she probably did anything to get there.
I was in solitary confinement because I fought back so hard, because I started seeing the corruptness in the mental hospitals, and that became my fault too. She was...
So you went to a mental hospital, and according to Shelly, at 3 months old, you had MK Ultra programming, and it caused your mind to split, and then now you have DID with all these alters. So you're telling me you, at that age, in 2000 and at that age, as a teenager, I got to go back and look at what date it said. So when you are 14 years old, that you went to a mental hospital, and they didn't diagnose you with dissociative identity disorder that you already had apparently since 3 months old. So what happened to DID? If you said you had it since 3 months old, according to Shelly, Then how come the doctors didn't spot this DID when you were in the mental hospital? Did you say you went to mental hospital numerous times, and they didn't say you had they didn't diagnose you had dissociative identity disorder? Because that would have been in your CPS records. That would be in your diagnosis. That would be something to mention that the doctor diagnosed you with this, right? But nothing. So again, that's all a lie, and that's all from Shelly. There's no way somebody from 3 months old, and by the way, nobody's gonna die. Nobody's gonna diagnose a three. Let me tell y'all right here, right now. No psychiatrist that wants their license and credentials will ever diagnose a 3-month-old with dissociative identity disorder. I can't believe I even said that out loud. No psychiatrist will diagnose a 3-month-old with a bunch of alters. Oh, that's that alter right there. That's another alter. The cry was different. Okay. Yeah. So no psychiatrist is gonna diagnose a 3-month-old baby infant with DID. So that only comes from somebody that's not a psychiatrist, not a psychologist, no licensed person. Oh, I forgot the dud dummy. You might be a redneck. You might be a redneck, Shelly Carter. That's where it came from.
In the hospital.
Hey, girl, if you don't talk faster, you put me to sleep. I still got to play my recording.
When I was about 7 or 8 years old, I was going to Baniol Elementary in San Bernardino, California. I also went to Del Rosa Elementary in San Bernardino, California. But at the time that I was going to Baniol, she was put into Patton, the hospital for the criminally insane. I don't know why. And I don't remember. I remember some of it, but I don't remember a lot of it. But I had to go on visitation to Patton. Baniol Elementary sits on the same street, right next door, pretty much, to Patton Hospital. And I had to go visit her. And when I visited her...
you had to go visit who?
Weird things happen. They would put me on a table and play that clown game with me. You know how you try to stab your hands?
So you making up shit. There you go. You're making up shit. When it starts not making sense, because you sitting there lying. She probably talking about her mama, child. I don't know, but she's sitting there, she lying. She's playing some clown. Girl, if you don't stop, playing some clown music.
And not miss with a knife. They would put me on a table and they would put food around me and they would stab at me. I remember that.
Girl, if you don't stop lying. Oh, shit. I can't believe, people out here believing this shit, child. I remember somebody sent me the first video on her. And I was like, lies, bullshit, lies. And then people started wanting me to report on it. I said, I'll get to it. And then around October, I started actually looking into it and getting me a folder of stuff. But a mess.
I was 15 in the 10th grade. By the time I went into Child Protective Services, first I went to Riverside ETS and Chino Hills Mental Hospital. I was in Chino Hills for a month in a psych ward. The nurses there and the psych ward had a system, and they knew that everybody was on medication so they could get away with things like sexual abuse, picture.
Another thing that just came to mind, because I throw things out there. What if Shelly and Allie Carter, the first big lie was the lie on the dad about SA, and then from there on they became Bonnie and Bonnie, to where they would just make up lies just for attention, like both in cahoots. Like we did that lie, and now we could just do this lie and that lie, so they're like like buddy, like teamed up. But the problem with that is that Shelly was way older, so that would be inappropriate for her to even engage in a foster child in this sort of. That still would make her a predator, because why would she actually bring a foster child to her home and then to do this sort of thing and to have her doing this? That still would be wrong. I'm just throwing that out there, y'all. I just say this whole thing is just a mess, and this seems like a freaking movie. Good night, and good night to whoever. But yeah, so this seems like a Lifetime movie or Twilight Zone.
Writing fake things.
Exactly. So even with that, the predator element still remains. Yeah. So that she still will be a predator even at the end of that one. But then at the same time, Allie would be more. Lord have mercy. This is just a mess, y'all. So let's look at the poll. 143 votes. Is Shelly Carter a predator? If so, how does she prey on Allie? I'm just trying to see things from different angles and different sides. And with that angle, it would be that they're both just liars, and all they do is lie for a living as some sort of Bunny and Bunny. Not Bunny and Clyde, but Bunny and Bunny. So 80% says yes, 5% says no, 9% says still thinking about it, 5% says somewhat. Yeah. You always have to bring it back to where, and don't forget, we're always going to get to the part in the this whole thing where somebody a long time ago, I wish I could get my hands on the report. Somebody a long time ago thought that Shelly was a predator and that she should be court ordered, not just say stay away, but court ordered to stay away from Allie. That's very serious. Why? And what was she doing that somebody felt they had to go through to take those measures? So with that being said, my vote goes to yes, Shelly Carter is a predator. And it's not something that we're just thinking about in 2025, 2024. Somebody already started saying this way back in 2010, 2009. Somebody has already been saying this about Shelly, that she's a predator of Allie. A court-ordered thing, okay? Hold on.
But discussing it over someone's bed. And because they thought you were high and drugged, they didn't think you'd remember. But I wasn't supposed to be on medication. I was given medication, but I wasn't supposed to be on it. There was no reason. And one night I was awake when two nurses came in the room. My roommate had sliced her arm. She sliced it from here down. And they used to always have to change her bandages because she would try to reopen them at night. And I never understood why. She would scream and she would try to reopen them. I'd wake up in pain and I didn't.
Yeah, that's the angle I was putting out there, because I like to see things from different angles. And if anybody can think of a different angle, let me know, because you never know which angle is possibly true. I mean, we don't know. We're not like in their minds or in their brains. We're only trying to use videos or their writings and postings to try to figure out what's going on. Shelly taught her, so Ariam says Shelly taught her to lie to get away from family, and now they do it for a group. Yeah, that's the angle I was talking about. That it started off with that one lie and it worked, and then now it's used as a grip. Yeah, this is a mess. Okay. Either way, even with that, as Sue said, that still would put her as a predator, because why would somebody get a minor or a foster child only to teach them this sort of lifestyle and to do all of this stuff? That's weird.
Know why. And then one day didn't take my medicine. And the nurses came in our room and they were talking over our bed about changing the charts. About nobody would believe the kids because they're already crazy.
Well, they don't have to work. They dry bag and grift. They don't, yes, that's what they do. And who knows, that Holly Silver lady could have some sort of government check and they're living off that. I mean, she keep an elderly lady around, child. I mean, the two other elderly ladies, her mom and her grandma, died within months of each other. And she was complaining because she got Bell's palsy. And she had Allie too with MK Ultra program, a made up disorder. And then she had that she don't got no MK Ultra programming. And that those who died, she says, oh, I was a caregiver. They both were dying. And they died within 2 months of each other, like a few months of each other. And I do see it on the legal documents I showed y'all that they did die within, I think of 2017, within months of each other. And then she also had tried to she did get a temporary conservatorship over her grandmother, Alberta, temporarily. And I don't think that went how she wanted it to go, but then she tried to get off of it or end it. In my opinion, she probably thought she was going to get some sort of benefit or some sort of whatever. And then she realized it wasn't going to be easy to, they had certain procedures or they had certain measures or they had something in place to prevent abuse of the conservatorship. I don't think that she expected that. And then she wanted to back out of it.
They took pictures after they took her clothes off. And when they came to my bed, I started fighting. They threw me in solitary confinement for a week. I wanted to die. I remember the social worker coming out and telling me that they were going to send me back to my biological mother. And I remember telling them that if whatever happens, just know that I'm coming back in a body bag. Because I know that somebody is going to get a hold of me, and nobody wanted me to tell the truth. So they put me in foster care.
The abuse that she was telling me that when Allie was put in foster care, I was advocating for her, and I was reporting back, and I was writing reports and turning in reports to CPS based on the abuse that she was telling me that she was experiencing while in foster care. At first, they embraced me, and they were allowing me to have visitation with her. When I started making too many waves, they turned everything back on me. They filed a court order that said I was a predator to Allie, and they were telling me I was not allowed to have contact with her because they were trying to silence things, and they were using that as a means to scare me. CPS was in charge of Allie at that time. She was their responsibility. If they filed a court order that I was a predator or was harming her, they should have pressed charges and they should have followed up on that, and they never did. Shortly after that, Allie went missing from CPS care. She was AWOL for over a year. After that year was up, they placed her with me. They said I was a good home and a good fit for her, and they allowed her to be placed in my home. Those are two opposite things in a very short time, but they do that to a lot of parents. That's a tactic they use to silence people, to keep control of the situation, to get people to look the other way.
Now, somebody was in their right mind And they recognized the telltale signs of someone that was not looking out for Tori's best interest, that somebody was preying on her, that somebody was a predator. So they did the correct thing and made the right move to protect Tori against who they recognized and realized was a freaking in the closet or out the closet woman that really wanted Tori for her own possession and control, or whatever you have your whole motive for Tori. And she can't even be alone for 1 second. So I bet since the time she probably lived with you, you barely want her to be away from you. You always keep a watchful eye on her in the bathroom, everywhere, like a freaking pervert. You're a predator. So they were right. So if anybody says who said that Shelly was a predator first, somebody a long time ago put this court order out on her ass and said she was a motherfucking predator, and that was probably 10 years ago, over 10 years ago, like shit, like 15 years ago, with people putting this out on her saying that she's a predator. Yeah. Shout out to and Brown. Thank you so much for gifting memberships. I appreciate it. And that's why I put it in my title. Shelly Carter was called a predator. Back in 2009, 2010, she was called a predator by somebody with the authority or with the power to make it into a court order, get a court order to stay away from Allie as a predator that she is. But yeah, shout out to Amin for getting memberships. If you are getting membership, please say thank you for getting membership. And also, please put some hearts in the chat that show love to Amin for her generosity of getting those memberships. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by what? Hitting that like button.
CPS is very corrupt, and it needs to be defunded. It's very evil what they do. They can remove children.
CPS has a lot of issues and a lot of problems. I agree. And I also hate the fact that there are predators and perverts and sadistic senator, vile, disgusting people like Shelly Carter and other people that prey on foster kids and make the foster care system the way it is too. And I hate that the government, they do their part to mess up stuff with CPS as well, as far as overworking caseworkers and things like that. But what I really hate and despise are people like you that prey on foster kids and prey on vulnerable kids that are already dealing with issues possibly at home, and then you prey on that to be some sort of savior or whatever else, and you're supposed to be a trusted person that they can rely on to counsel them, to mentor them, to help them, and then you turn around and actually just take advantage of the person. So with that being said, you are a predator because you had no good intentions for Allie. From the moment you got Allie into your grasp and you realized you can control her, mind control her, and do all that, because in a short amount of time, from the time she was 14, when you got her in your grasp at 14, and you have not let go of her since then. And at 14 years old, then the next you know, within like a year later, she's out of her mom's home, and then she's in foster homes, and then she's all this stuff, and then she's AWOL for a year allegedly. So I'm gonna put up a poll. And do you believe that when she was AWOL or missing for a year from CPS, do you believe that she was at Shelly's house or actually missing in action? Hold on.
From any of your homes, for any reason, it's irrelevant whether you're a good parent or a bad parent. If CPS wants to traffic your kid, they can come in and take your kid, and you really won't have a leg to stand on. CPS has no checks and balances.
And she's taking a real issue. A real issue is that CPS has issues and flaws as far as, what they do with kids. She's taking a real issue and then trying to weaponize or use it to get sympathy. This has nothing to do with that. What you're doing, Shelly, is that you are acting like you are on the good side of things, that you're the good girl or good guy or good stud in this whole equation. You're not the good stud in this equation. You are the predator. And don't get mad at me for calling you a predator, because it looks like in 2010 you are already being called a predator, man, before I even made a video. Oh, my bad. Yeah, a mess.
They don't have any oversight. The ombudsman of your state is supposed to be the checks and balances, but the ombudsman's usually corrupt as well. There's nobody that CPS answers to. They work with the Freemason Brotherhood police. They can take your kid and they'll usually bring the police with them to do it. They work with corrupt judges that are also Freemasons. When
you have such an issue with CPS, but you actually weaponize CPS against LaRonda. You weaponize CPS with false reports against LaRonda, and now you're talking about the very same system that you weaponize against somebody else. Make that make fucking sense. You actually made false reports to CPS, you know. Some stuff could have been true. A lot of stuff that y'all made were lies to try to get her out of there because you wanted custody of her. You wanted her to yourself. So you lied on Miss LaRonda and you weaponized CPS. So you didn't have a problem with CPS when they took her from her mom's house or removed her from placement. You didn't have an issue with that because you used CPS for your own agenda. You also were an agency social worker weaponizing CPS. So it seems like you like the system as long as you can use it for your benefit and your agendas and your fake crusades and your own objective and narratives and shit. But then otherwise you try to use it like, oh, CPS is bad, but then you use the system against people. A mess.
I was fighting for Allie when she was in CPS care. I went to the ombudsman for help. The ombudsman took our information. We met face to face in River.
And right, yeah. So they also took her other kids too. And that's one thing I mentioned before in my first video. If somebody makes a serious allegation against somebody, such as her saying that her father SA'd her, they will take all the kids out of the home because obviously they feel like one child is being sexually assaulted or SA. They're going to think that all the children are being SA, so they'll remove all the children. So at some point, if somebody is going to make all these false reports, and then don't forget it's not just somebody, because Shelly was making these reports, and I'm sure she didn't post all of them. I'm sure left and right, Shelly was making reports left and right. So with that being said, I also believe that somebody realized that she probably was making false reports. I'm sure somebody probably realized she was making false reports and she was being weird. Shelly was doing something for her to be labeled as a predator and for people to want her to stay away from Allie. She was doing something that gave her predator. Ooh, creepy. Yikes. She was doing something predatory that made people put an order against you. Like, have y'all ever heard of that? Somebody want to put a court order, like they wanted you away, Shelly, because you're a predator. So with that being said, yeah, so I can see why the mother, when they say, you know, keep her in the system or let her go home, the mother would say keep her in the system because guess what? Allie did not want to go home. It was too late. She had already been brainwashed and groomed by Shelly. Shelly already had her claws into Allie. We saw it. She said since 14 years old, she had been advocating for Allie. So the mom could have said, yes, I want her to come home. And then only thing that would have happened, she would have came back home. Her and Shelly would have made more false reports. So the mom had no choice, to be honest, because let's be honest, even if she said bring her back home, more reports would have been made. Shelly wanted Allie. And even when Allie went to foster homes, she went to foster homes, right? Shelly kept on making false reports on those foster parents too. She did. And now I'm not saying that everyone is false, but I know damn well all of those things ain't true. Okay, because she's a pathological liar for one. So with that being said, if the mother kept saying, bring her home, she still would have kept running away. And she still would have kept making false reports because she wanted to stay with Shelly. And if that teenager, you know, teenagers could be rebellious, that she wants to stay with Shelly, she's going to say anything or do anything to get to Shelly's house. I'm just saying. So I can see, that's why it's a good thing to look at everything from all sides, because now hearing Shelly say she was advocating for her since 14, that shows that even before CPS removed Allie from her home, that Shelly was already in contact with Allie and already trying and in her ear. So even if the mother has said, bring her back home, I send her back home, or keep her in the system or not, she would have still ran away and she still would have kept on making false reports. So then her other kids would have been kept being taken too. Yeah, it's just a mess. A mess. But yeah, I will say this. At the point that Shelly met Allie from that 14-year-old thing, Allie would have did anything to get to Shelly's house, because Shelly already had preyed on her and got her in her grasp, in her mind, that she was her savior. She was going to rescue her. She was her helper. She was the best thing since sliced bread, and she was the only one that could change her life. That's what groomers do. They make it seem like that they are going to help you. They're the best thing. They're going to help you. They're going to do this, they're going to do that, and make your life better. So the person feels like, oh, I need to be with you. You're the best person for me. And,
California, when the ombudsman went back to Sacramento, where she was from, told me to message her within a week. I did message her within a week, and I didn't get a response. Shortly after that, I tried calling, and she had retired. That's just how things work in a corrupt system. A social worker from the county came out and opened a case for Allie.
Hold on 1 second. I need to go back real fast because that was small print. That's still small. Regarding Tori Outlaw, as known as Allison Riverside County complaint. Girl, you was making them complaints, child. Lord have mercy. Shelly, you trying to show receipts. See, sometimes when you show a receipt for one thing, you actually proving another thing. See, you try to show receipts like you're advocating for her, but technically you're also showing receipts that you out here following all these damn reports. So when Miss LeBron said you had to be behind a lot of these damn reports, she right. You behind a lot of them damn reports, and a lot of that shit was fake and false. You definitely a predator. You wanted, and I think they got sick of you. I think CPS got sick of you making all them damn reports, and they probably started realizing that this shit is fake, and that a lot of this shit is lies, and they got sick of your ass doing all this shit, and they realized something was up, and they wanted to ban you away from Allie because you was weird, bitch. Okay, a mess. Now there has to be something that she was doing to make them want to, like, pretty much RO her, like, stay away from Allie.
And the ombudsman went back to Sacramento, where she was from, told me to message her within a week. I did message her within a week, and I didn't get a response. Shortly after that, I tried calling, and she had retired. That's just how things work in a corrupt system. A social worker from the county came out and opened a case for Allie. The social workers had changed a couple times while she was at the shelter. At one point, a new social worker came. In social work, they will dispatch somebody to come out and initially assess the kid and take the paperwork, take the report. That's their job. When that part's done, then they hand that off to another social worker. So a new social worker will come out after that. There's a really high turnover rate of social workers for kids. They change frequently. So the second social worker came out. By this time, Allie had a pretty thick folder. They had information. I don't know where they got that information. But that social worker was very prejudiced toward Allie. She had not met Allie yet. She had not spoken to her once. But she told me, and she told the other social worker, the other counselor, that Allie was oppositional defiant, that she was a troubled child.
Pay attention. What happened to Shelly to make her, if people say, of course, you could say she aged. But you notice how at one point, both of them were on, like, thicker. Now, Shelly has really, she looks like a meth head. And then also Allie looks cracked out. So, like, what is happening with these two?
and she already basically had an opinion made up of who Allie was. We went back and forth with CPS. When Allie left the runaway shelter, she was placed in a mental hospital. After that, she was placed in a foster home. There was a lot of abuse going on in the foster homes. At that time, I had a good rapport with the social workers because I was advocating for Allie. At one point, that changed. They got very irritated that I kept reporting problems and making waves and making reports because that was forcing them to move Allie to different homes. In a year's time, she was in 19 different homes and attended 19 different high schools. So it wasn't too long before the social workers were not really happy with me, where they were allowing me to have visits with her, so I could take her for a soda, take her for an ice cream, whatever. They stopped that, and then they turned on.
Oh my gosh, Shelly. She wasn't even your foster child. Like, you're so weird. They recognize that something is up. You keep on. You're too focused on her, possessive over her. You know what? Right now, Shelly does not let Allie out of her sight even for like a second. So I can definitely see at that time, she probably wanted to be on the phone with her all during the day. She probably wanted to be around her all the time. She probably was given this obsessive, creepy, stalker, weird vibes. It is unusual because that was a 14-year-old black girl. And then they have this lady that's 20 years older than her, like so focused on her and heavily focused on her in a weird way, and like making all these false reports and being weird. Whatever she was doing, I don't know, but I can just say for nobody's going to call you a predator unless you're acting predatorial. You were doing something that was labeled you as a predator. That's not an easy label to get. Yikes. Yeah, she had to be obsessive or doing something cringe in order for somebody to feel like they had to put a restraining order against her. That's literally what it is, like a restraining order. Like, yeah. Pretty much, I'm sorry to say, but that's pretty much what it looks like. They try to restrain you from being around Allie, weirdo.
Different high schools. So it wasn't too long before the social workers were not really happy with me, where they were allowing. There was a lot of abuse going on in the foster homes. At that time, I had a good rapport with the social workers because I was advocating for Allie. At one point, that changed. They got very irritated that I kept reporting problems and
they got agitated. I knew it. Agitated reporting problems. Is it that you're reporting problems or fake problems, and once they're investigating, they realize it's fake? Because they probably realize you had the agenda. This lady wants Allie Carter to be in her home, in her care, and then she's making all these reports, and a lot of these things are unfounded and they're baseless. So now it's getting weird. So now they're like, oh, I see. Oh, I see. Yeah, this person is being a predator because they're too obsessed with this one kid, and they're making, even to make false reports, and they're finding ways to hang out with this kid, and it's weird.
Making waves and making reports because that was forcing them to move Allie to different homes. In a year's time, she was in 19 different homes and attended 19 different high schools. So it wasn't too long before the social workers were not really happy with me, where they were allowing me to have.
Stop. I saw your timeline, Shelly. Oh my gosh. I saw your timeline of all the foster homes. It's not 19. That even sounds far-fetched because 19 and then 19 high schools in a certain jurisdiction or region, there's not even going to be 19 high schools to go to. Oh my gosh. At some point in 19 high school, she probably have to cross state line shit. Not literally, but she would have to cross a lot of jurisdictions to end up in 19 high schools. You need to stop, Shelly. You only made a list with 4 like regular homes and then maybe a group home, but other than that, you need to stop your lies. And then you're trying to say 19 high schools, and then you said she only had 12 credits. So how could she have only a smaller number of credits, but then go to 19 high school? Somebody go to 19 high school should have way more credits. Can you please stop with the lies? Damn, this bitch be lying. Woo, child. I think you might got Jag beat. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the biggest liar of them all? Damn. Too many liars on here. I don't even know. Woo, I thought I was going to take a break from Jag, but now I see, damn. I'm right back in this. I think I'm online just the debunk liars. Is that my thing on here, the debunk liars? Oh my gosh, I want to get a break from debunking liars. If that's my thing, I probably need a break, okay? A mess.
Visits with her, so I could take her for a soda, take her for an ice cream, whatever. They stopped that.
So they stopped her business of taking her for a soda or ice cream. You wanted to go on dates with her. Somebody said, oh, why are you sexualizing it? She's just being a mentor. No, she's a predator. And don't say, oh, why you call her a predator? Now, y'all need to ask the person back in 2009, because like I said, don't talk to me about calling her predator, because she was already called one back in 2009 before I even knew this bitch. You see how that worked? And you can say, oh, you don't. No, she said out her own mouth that they called her a predator back in 2009, child. So y'all got to take it up with her. That was before I even met her. I love it when people's own words can be used against them. Predator Shelly. Isn't that a fitting name?
And then they turned on me, said I was a predator, tried to they put it into a fake court order.
Ain't no fake court order, bitch. Ain't no fake court order. Oh my gosh, I love this, Shelly. Woo. They called you a predator way back in 2009. You been a predator, bitch. Lord have mercy. Dang, you know now you was trying to take off a soda and ice cream. Oh, you one of those people that watch the playground and try to offer kids snacks. So come with me. I got some soda. Girl, oh, Lord have mercy. Soda? Ice cream, child? You the predator, all right. And I ain't the one that said it. You got to go back into 2000. Well, I am saying it now, bitch. You are a fucking predator. I co-signed the person that wrote it back in 2009. Where do I sign?
That I was not allowed to contact her. But Allie kept contacting me, telling me, this is what's going on.
Allie kept contacting you. Man, you know good and well you wanted her to contact you, said you were contacting her too, and you kept in contact with her. Her sister said that one time, I guess she saw her driving a car, and she probably lied and said boyfriend because she didn't want her sister to know that it was you. I don't know. Whatever it is, bitch, you know good and well you were trying to keep tabs with her. And you wanted her to contact you. Just stop. A mess.
You helped me, and I was bound by duty to do the right thing.
She was bound by duty. No, you are bound by obsession. You are obsessed. You're obsessed with her. And and that's your partner. You're not even trying to date anymore. You're not interested in dating or seeing people or getting to know people. Oh no. Because you already have your partner, your lifelong partner, you're the person you groomed to be your secret partner. She don't even know if she's your partner, your lifelong partner, in my opinion. Because it's weird to me, Shelly. I'm just saying. Now for people out there, I know I don't think they're a couple or they're dating or they're married. I think that she adopted her, but I do think that she has inappropriate behavior towards her, and that probably was recognized into why she's a predator. That's why she was probably called a predator, because they realized that she was preying on her and it was weird. In her mind, she might have been taking her for soda ice cream as a date. Okay, I don't know. The bitch is weird. Or maybe at first it started off with something, and then later on, listen, her sister said that she saw her kiss her, that she goes into the bathroom with her and everywhere she goes. Shelly said that she can't even be, that when she goes to a public bathroom, she has to be in the stall next to her and lock the stall, to lock herself in there, because she can't even pee without, she always has to be around. And she says that if she's away from her, if Allie is away from her even for a second, that she's not going to be protected, and people can get her. So that means that she made it so that Allie feels like she has to be around her 24/7 to be protected from people that are trying to mess with her programming or capture her or get her. So if that's the case, that means she's probably going with her in the shower, in the toilet, and restroom, and everywhere, being weird.
Even though I was being threatened by CPS, I chose to do the right thing.
Child, she was being threatened by CPS, girl. Corrupt CPS, girl. CPS wanted to block you from they realized you was a predator, and you are a predator. And it's not a coincidence that years later, you are still you're labeled as a predator yet again. Okay. Yes, it's Keisha's dad that passed away. Not I don't know who put that in the chat, but Tori's father is still alive, and then Keisha's father is one that passed away. Now I don't know if it's whatever, but Keisha said that each of the kids have their own father. Okay, so you have to remember that if somebody said the father passed away, it doesn't mean that you got to ask what sister it is. Like, what's the name of the sister that their dad passed away? Okay, so Keisha's father passed away, but Tori's is still alive, but he doesn't want to come online. And he's the one that was accused of SA. He's still alive. Nah. You are not alienated from anybody. If anybody was alienated, it was you alienating Tori from her mother, like further alienating or further creating a division to separate and sever and isolate that relationship by making unfounded reports. And then on top of that, you also did it with her sister Keisha White. They have a lot of pictures together. It looks like they're close, and they were close and everything. And it looks like you severed that by making up fake shit, acting like Keisha is bad for her sister. So you interfere with that relationship too. Even when Allie was talking nice things or saying great things about her elementary school teacher, you said you ran into her, and now you said, oh, you don't trust her or something like that. So you don't even want her to have nice thoughts about a former elementary school teacher. And then you also said every year on her birthday, she's being auctioned off. So then you don't even want her to have a happy birthday. You're a weird, sadistic bitch. Hold on. Missing from CPS days. June 9, 2000. Girl. Girl, you are not missing from. You was right there with Shelly. Hold on, I'm gonna put this poll up. Was she missing or with Shelly? Shelly, the obsessed predator, actually just like, oh, she's gone for a year. I don't know where she's at. Yeah, I believe that. Let me change that back.
The first home, I thought everything was going to be fine. I lived in a home in Fontana, California. And I lived with a 16-year-old boy, a mom, and a baby that was no more than a year or two old. 2 foster sisters. And my 2 foster sisters ended up leaving. But one of them was having sex with the foster brother before she left. So when she left, I was the only one there. He started coming in my room. I called my mentor. I told her the truth. They moved me from that home, and from there I lost count of how many foster homes and group homes I've been in. I went to 19 high schools in 1 year.
Yeah, that's a lie. And who is your mentor? Let me guess. Your mentor is Shelly.
Never stayed anywhere longer than 2 weeks. Never stayed anywhere longer than a month.
Girl, by the time you move from foster home to foster home, they have to enroll you in one school. They have to enroll you in school and do all that kind of stuff. So you need to stop your lies.
Social workers knew what was happening, but instead of wanting to make an extra report or having to make an extra report, they just kept moving me. They wanted to collect the check because I was a high-risk kid. I was a high-risk kid for court. I was a high-risk kid for foster homes, and eventually I ended up in group homes.
Shout out to Free Spirit. Thank you for joining the membership. Again, shout out to Free Spirit. I appreciate you joining the membership. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by what? Hitting that like button.
Went from level 5, which is basically like a foster home, to level 14, which is lockdown. You can't stand up or sit down without asking for permission. You can't go to the bathroom unless you ask for permission. You can't leave your room, and you have medicine that you have to take no matter what. And then I met my pimps. And I started talking to someone online. And I thought that I met him and he was going to be my boyfriend, and I'd have this relationship. And I was with him for a little bit. His name was Keith. He had, he was everything somebody like me needed in a time where nobody gave a damn and everything that I owned was in a trash bag, and moved from place to place to place. And he made me fake IDs. We met at the Stringers Bar in San Bernardino, California. From there, I thought it was okay, and we spent maybe only a couple weeks together before one day I got nosy and I went into his wallet because something wasn't sitting right, and I knew he made fake IDs, and I just wanted to check what else was really going on. And I found too many IDs of different last names, from Keith Karvatsky, Keith Turner, Keith Harrison. And he found me looking through his stuff, and he beat the hell out of me. He cracked my ribs. He put me in the hospital. And he told me that you're mine now, you're my property, you don't tell anybody else. And I did it. I did what he said. And it went from little jobs in a car to elite jobs and elite parties, orgies that were with celebrities, the Getty Los Angeles Museum, traveling to the Buckingham Palace, military bases, sorry. My heart's pounding really fast.
Okay, now I'm going to move on to LaRonda, the problematic statements of LaRonda. Now, this is the part where a lot of people get pressed. Press. Now talk about LaRonda. Okay. y'all be cracking me up, okay?
Bluetooth.
Hold on. Now, I spent most of the live talking about Shelly Carter, but as soon as I spend a few minutes talking about LaRonda, then that's when people get pressed, child. Hold on. 1 second. Where is the recording?
You a fucking animal, and you too motherfucking stupid to see it. Tori, you can sit on here and talk all that crazy shit all you want. It's not gonna stop me from doing what I'm trying to do right now with you. It's not gonna stop at all. I just couldn't believe it. I'm ashamed to say that you are my daughter.
Okay, I'm not talking about that one.
You got this human trafficking going on and shit. I'm not running up and down the street looking for y'all ass no more. You ain't coming to my house no more.
She put in the comments and said you never loved her.
Okay. That's her though. That's her. Well, she gonna do that. She gonna go back and forth. You never loved me, I'ma kill myself. Okay, so be it. What you gotta do? I've been going through this shit. It's the same behavior, world. It's the same behavior.
So right there, that's a problematic statement. That's a problematic statement. So this is my, maybe she'll stop doing it. Maybe she's gonna keep on doing it. That's on her. But every time when she does, I will call out her problematic statements. Okay, everybody gets called that on the call out. Okay. I would say this. If you, let's say, you say go ahead and do whatever, like off yourself. What happened if she actually followed through? You will actually regret the day you said that, because if she actually followed through and she was no longer here, you will regret those words. I'm just saying. And is that a form of abuse? It is abuse for a mother to say that to a child, to say that, even out of anger. I would suggest for Miss Rhonda that when she's angry, to not to vent online and not to actually say it out loud. Like, that's not good to say that stuff out loud to it ain't. Okay, hold on.
And shit. I'm not running up and down the street looking for y'all ass no more. You ain't coming to my house no more.
She put in the comments and said you never loved her.
Okay. That's her though. That's her. Well, she gonna do that. She gonna go back and forth. You never loved me, I'ma kill myself. Okay, so be it. What you gotta do?
You never loved me, I'm gonna off myself. She said, so be it. Go do what you gotta do. That's nasty. That's not nice to say. That's not right to say to a child. It's not. Okay. And now I'm just saying, I'm just being honest. If your daughter does something to herself because of your words, you're gonna regret it. So I won't be saying such things like that. Okay. Yeah. And if she says to herself and she's angry, that means she needs to take maybe she needs anger management or certain things. When you get angry, let me tell y'all something. If you get angry and you're telling people to go off themselves, you need to actually think of a new way to handle situations that anger you or piss you off. Okay. Now, she didn't say this about Tori. She actually said this to Keisha. Yeah, okay. Your daughter got on here. She did an interview on you, said you beat her and you do this and you do that. But I would not handle it by saying for her to off herself. Okay. That's not good. It's not. Okay. Hold on. So I would say for you to probably, you grown, child. You grown. Nobody trying, I'm just being honest. It's not a good look. Okay. Especially if you want to come out here and say, I don't abuse my daughters, I don't do this and do that. I don't do this and I don't do that to my daughters. But then you're verbally abusive and you're verbally abrasive. So then people are like, are you sure? So I'm just trying to help you out. It's not a good look. If you care, I would just suggest to bite your tongue and not say certain things that cross the line. Okay? A mess. And then you even have the panel people trying to tell you to chill a lot. If people are telling you to chill a lot, that means you're doing too much. Nobody say chill a lot when you're calm. They say chill a lot when you're doing too much. I mean, you're doing too much.
In the comments and said you never loved her.
Okay. That's her though. That's her. Well, she gonna do that. She gonna go back and forth. You never love me. I'ma kill myself. Okay, so be it. Do what you gotta do. I've been going through this shit. It's the same behavior.
Go do what you gotta do, child. So that was one problematic. And then let's see, what was the other one? And somebody said she gotta go find me. If she had to go find me, that's on her. I mean, I don't see nothing wrong with having to go find me if you're using it for a legal fund or legal defense or whatever. However, I wouldn't have a GoFundMe if I'm online flexing like I got like that. I got a lot of money. Then I wouldn't be like having to GoFundMe. But otherwise, I don't see anything wrong with the GoFundMe. I don't, especially if you're trying to get a good lawyer, you know. So I don't see anything wrong with the GoFundMe. Pretty much, I don't. Again, somebody put that in my chat. I don't know if it's true or not, but if it is true, I mean, I don't see nothing wrong with her trying to. And as I even said with Jad, when Jad had to go find me, I said, and somebody could have been trolling in my chat. That's why I prefer not. I'm not even going to speak on this because somebody could be just trolling. If there is a such thing, then message me on IG at DaniRobertson YT. And please, for all the new people, do not promote anything in my chat. Don't promote anything in my chat. Anything promoted in my chat, no matter what it is, from another channel, please message me for my approval before you enter in my chat. See, if you put it in my chat without my permission, I don't have a chance to go look at it. I don't have the chance to vet it or even know what it is or if it's true or what, if it's fake or what. And then now it's going to spread misinformation. So on my channel, nothing can be posted as far as promoting anything without running it through me first on my channel. That's out of respect. And that way I can actually look at it, read over it, decide if I want to share it or not, and I'll be able to explain it. And I can actually say if it's real, fake, not or not. Now people are going to be in my chat saying LeBron has to go comment. It could be actually not for real. It could be something that she doesn't actually have. So only seeing that, again, we don't know yet until somebody sends me a proof on my not Facebook, but IG. Okay, and that's why I said don't believe anything unless I promote it myself. If somebody else is promoting it, they have to send it to me on IG first. Okay, so I can check and see if it's real or not, or what's going on. And also, somebody could make a fake something and then pretending like her. So yeah, send it to me first on IG, please. But yeah, don't promote anything without my permission. And also, sometimes my mods will block you for any promo. So I'm surprised some people, you know, I told them to automatically block anybody that self-promotes or promotes things on my channel without my permission.
Because you're claiming all this human trafficking. So I don't want to come in contact with your blood and your spit and all that.
That's an old one.
Honey, I still got the recordings, honey. And I ain't going to never get rid of them. Because I knew one day y'all was going to pull this shit. Hey, you're telling these people how you lured your 17-year-old sister up out of here. In 6 months, she was supposed to graduate high school. You took that from me.
So right here, she's mad because she says that Keisha White. Now, for those that missed it, I did a review on it. I did a review commentary video on OKP's video. Keisha White is the one of Ali Carter's older sisters. She's not the oldest or the eldest, but she's older than her. She's 35 and Ali is 30, almost 31. So she came online, did an interview, and the mother is saying that she's upset that Keisha White, her other daughter that did the interview, lured, in her opinion, this is her opinion, her perspective, that she lured another one of her sisters, I guess one of the twins, Jada, out of the house. And subsequent to that, other things went down or happened with Jada. Okay, so that's the whole context. Hold on.
In 6 months, she was supposed to graduate high school. You took that from me.
So she said she lured her out of the house at 17, and she felt that Keisha lured her out of the house before graduation, and she took that from her, but she couldn't be at any graduation or, I guess, prom or other things like that.
You're telling these people how you lured your 17-year-old sister up out of here. In 6 months, she was supposed to graduate high school. You took that from me. You took it from us. We did not get to see Jada graduate from high school. We did not get to see Jada go to her prom. Because you brought your ass in my house as a recruiter.
So she says that Keisha brought her ass in her house as a recruiter and lured her sister Jada, younger sister, one of the twins. I guess that's also one of the twins. She said the twins, I guess, have a sick. They haven't said what it is. Out of the house, and she felt like she was like a recruiter, like luring people.
As a fucking predator recruiter, you lured your sister out there. And from what I done heard and seen from Chino Police Department, and at the shit, you took your sister, you did what you wanted to do with her, you dogged her out. I'm hearing she got sexually transmitted diseases and shit.
So she said that you took your sister, you dogged her out. You're hearing it from Chino Police. And you took your sister, you dogged her out and shit. And she's hearing that she's got diseases and shit or something like that. Let me go back.
And from what I done heard and seen from Chino Police Department, and at the shit, you took your sister, you did what you wanted to do with her, you dogged her out. I'm hearing she got sexually transmitted diseases and shit.
Now, here's my issue with this statement, why I think it's problematic. So far, Keisha has came online, and another sister, the eldest one, has came online. And then, of course, Tori has been online with her lying ass, right? Now, the issue is that nobody has heard from Jada. Jada has not came online. Jada has not came online to blast the mama or do anything or speak her piece or say anything. Now, Keisha, I will be fair and say Keisha is the one that they mentioned her name. But the thing is, the mom was mad that Keisha came online blasting her business and dirty laundry. But now the mom is on here talking about Jada and possibly having, telling her business and talking about she possibly could have sexually transmitted diseases or had them. That's child. I don't think Jada want her business like that out here to say she had it or didn't have it. So I would say like that was wrong. So now what happens if Jada come out here and want to say something now because you put out here that she got sexually transmitted diseases or had it, child. So that, yes, that was problematic. Because then you say, oh, I don't want family business out here. But then you brought a whole nother sister out here. And then you put out that she probably got a STI or STD.
And you put her out there on the street with all these niggas. And then after you did that, you brought your ass back to my house. I let you in for my grandson. You came right back over here after you just kept doing shit in your 30s, honey. In your 30s, you're supposed to be standing a grown-ass woman and
child, a mess. I would say all the family business would be off for YouTube, but that ain't none of my business. Y'all want to bring it on here? Y'all bring it on here. At the same time, you can't get mad when people critique it or point out things. I'm just saying that's the nature of YouTube.
You got the human trafficking going on and shit. I'm not running up and down the Tori, you can sit on here and talk all that crazy shit all you want. It's not going to stop me from doing what I'm trying to do right now with you. It's not going to stop at all. I just couldn't believe it. I'm ashamed to say that you are my daughter. And it hurts my heart when I looked at you and I'm listening to you this morning and all this stupid ass shit you done said on this motherfucker. You know what? Had I known. And again, to all you critics out there.
Yeah, I'm one of the critics, I guess, because I'm the one that has my segment of problematic statements. Okay. So if you want to call that a critic, then so be it. Okay. Well, to be fair, across the board, I have to address everybody. Because if I don't address everybody, then I'll be what? What'd you call that thing? Oh yeah, bias. Red says, I think Jada is older than the twins. Oh, okay. I think I actually. Okay, she could be older than the twins. I don't know. I thought she was one of the twins. I'll have to see because there's different information going around. It could be possible. I don't know. I thought they said that she was one of the twins. Let me see how old she is. Hold on. 1 second. Oh, I didn't even save it. Hold on. I'll come back to that.
Got all your little funky ass comments. That shit don't bother me. But had I known, Tori, that you was gonna turn off like this, out like this right here, had I known that you was gonna turn out like this right here, I wouldn't have wasted my time bringing you into this world. It was just a waste of pain. I shouldn't have to go through the pain, and this was the thank you that I get. You was not worth all that pain. You was not worth moving my organs out the way. I let you kick on my organs.
So right there, I would say that, you know, she just seems frustrated at how Allie turned out and disappointed. I would say there's probably a better way to phrase it than to continue to say, like, she's a waste of life or a waste of this or that. Now, what I mean by that is this. In some instance, she will say that she wants Allie to pick up the phone and call her, and then she'll like pick her up, or she'll like help her, get her to some mental health professional. And in some cases, she says stuff like this. And my point is, for all the people in the back, is that no, Allie is not going to ever call her if she continues to speak like this. Again, for the people in the back, she is never going to call her if she's speaking like this. If she's so I don't see the point of saying call, but Allie ain't never going to call if this is the type of message she's sending out there. So again, if she ever is really talking about family unification or having Allie call or reach out to her, she ain't going about it the right way. And anybody that says she is, y'all know y'all lying. Okay, that's not, you expect somebody to call you by you saying they're a waste of life and they're this or that and all this other stuff. They're not gonna call you. They ain't. Okay, they're gonna stay right there with Crazy Shelly. So now, even if she loved Crazy Shelly, I don't think she wants to go back to her mother. And that's unfortunate, because a lot of times if you're trying to get somebody from one place to the next, the person wants to know their alternative. Some people don't even want to leave an abusive relationship or abusive home because that's their home and that's what they have grown accustomed to. They have everything they know is there, and their only alternative is a shelter with a bunch of strangers and a shelter unknown and away from their friends, away from their neighborhood, everything they like. Then they're probably going to stay in that abusive home and relationship because the alternative isn't a great alternative. So that being said, it's always great that if you want somebody to leave something negative, for them to have an alternative, and that the alternative is a great alternative and something that will motivate them or push them to say, hey, if I leave this, I have something better. So that's the message that should be delivered or sent out, is that if you leave Shelly, you have something, an alternative or something better waiting for you. If that's not what she's receiving, then she's going to stay right where she's at. I'm just being honest. So that's the whole point of this. But people, it's gonna fly right over people's heads because some people are so clouded by wanting to think of something negative instead of thinking about what I'm trying to actually get across. Everyone's saying that Shelly is a predator. She's a predator. We know she's a predator. So if you want the prey or the victim or the person you feel like got manipulated or groomed to get away from them or escape, what is their alternative? Where are they going to go? So if there's not a positive alternative or a good alternative, even close to something that she considers alternative, she's going to feel like she's stuck where she's at until she can find a alternative. You see?
You a fucking animal, and you too motherfucking stupid to see it, my daughter. You too fucking stupid to see that these motherfucking stupid ass motherfucking coat looking goddamn Ku Klux Klan motherfuckers, you parading around and all that. Girl, when I see you, I'ma beat your ass all the way to the mental institution. I'ma whoop your ass. And once they get you in there, when they let me in and how they work out, I'm just gonna keep slapping on your ass until I get tired.
I understand her wanting to beat up. I understand her wanting to say certain things or do certain things. I think some of y'all are missing the point. I understand a lot of times frustration and anger, but this is not the time or even the place. This is not the place. Y'all think that this is you actually want to give her advice. Anybody I think that some people are not really thinking about the outcome. I'm always thinking about the outcome of something. If you want somebody to reunite with somebody, you would not advise them to say the things she's saying. If you do advise her, or you're saying you advise her, you're not looking out for her best interest, because that's not going to get the outcome she expects. I'm all about what's the outcome and what's the expectation, and is she doing the right thing to get that expectation or outcome? If not, then it's wrong. It is. I wouldn't advise her saying that. And you can say, yes, I understand it, but it's still not gonna get her outcome. It's not. Hold on. And also, you can have certain thoughts or angry moments or this or that, but are y'all putting it online? Are y'all putting it online for thousands of people to watch? And then even Shelly and all her people and all those people, because all that you're going to do is say, oh, this is her mama. Look what her mama's saying. It's going to be used against you or weaponized against you. It's not a good look. But anyways, yeah. So anyways, it's just a mess, y'all. Hold on.
Shelly, you bet not, bitch. I swear to you, you bet not let me see you.
Nah, I can understand that with Shelly. My only advice is for Shelly is, if you're following LPI reports or reports on Shelly, what happens if she turns around and says, oh, she's threatening violence on me, so let me file a report? You see how that works? You never give your enemy anything they can use against you. Let me say it again. Never give your enemies anything they can use against you if you can help it. Because you don't want her to turn around and make a report, because you know she likes to write reports. Make a report and say you threatened violence on her, because then that wouldn't be good for you. So I would let her do all the bad shit and I'd support the bitch myself. So yeah, hold on.
Mental institution, I'm gonna whoop your ass. And once they get the Ku Klux Klan motherfuckers, you parading around and all that. Girl, when I see you, I'm gonna beat your ass all the way to the mental institution.
So she says when she sees Tori, if she calls her, she picks her up. She says, when I see you, I'm gonna beat your ass all the way to the mental institution. I'm telling you right now, based on Allie and how she talks and how she behaves, she is not gonna call her mom if she thinks her mom gonna do anything like that when she picks her up. It's not. She's not. Like, y'all be realistic here. Like, that's why I'm gonna after this live, child, I'm gonna play my recording. I'm gonna probably, child, a few days. I'll be back on Thursday. Okay, because this starting to be too much. Like, people ain't really making sense. I think everybody wants to baby and coddle everybody and tell people the truth. And I've never been a person that baby and coddle people. It's like, it's a mess.
I'm gonna whoop your ass. And once they get you in there, when they let me in and how they work out, I'm just gonna keep slapping on your ass until I get tired.
And then she says she got to all the way to the mental hospital. She's going to keep slapping her ass till she gets tired. And yes, I know she's angry. She's ranting, but she should not do it online. What part of that? Listen, don't do it online. I wouldn't put it online. Child, go in your room or whatever. I wouldn't be doing it online. Don't do this online. It's not a good look. In this moment, in this time where you're seeking reunification, you're trying to get back, you're trying to get her to call you. I wouldn't do that online. I wouldn't. It's not sending out the right message. But anyways, but for all y'all thinking that Allie Carr is gonna pick up the phone, call her mama with her mama acting like that, y'all delusional. Okay, she's not gonna call her mama with her mama acting like that. She ain't. Now, some of y'all want to live in like La La Land and believe that she will. No, she ain't. Based on her personality and how she moves and how she acts, she does not see that as something that she's gonna call and pick up the phone and call her mama. Oh, y'all think that one day, oh, hey mom, she gonna pick up. Nah, that's not the right approach to get no call. It ain't. Hold on 1 second. Now, online with all the mess and family drama and as entertainment, you know, everybody's listening as entertainment, hearing a mom rant and out of anger and frustration and say all this stuff as entertainment. But at the end of the day, this is actually a real family with real issues and real stuff. And it's not really entertainment if the real goal is to, if you say she's a predator trying to get her back home, it's entertainment purposes. Yeah, it's all whatever. But in reality, and it's not accomplishing the goal she thinks is gonna get accomplished. Okay, yeah. So right here, I did make a report to different adult agencies, like adult dependent reporting protection services, adult protection services for dependent adults. And that was yesterday, early morning, as you can see. It says date and time. Now, this portion right here is not going to be filled out because it says receiving agency use only. So the receiving agency, whoever gets the report, they will actually either, they will type who received it, because this is just my copy once I finished it. And then they'll assign it to somebody, and then they'll select one of these boxes, whether it be immediate response or they won't respond or a 10-day response, whatever they decide. And then they'll fill in the next part, approved by or signed. And then 3, if it's ever cross-reported, like sent to law enforcement, the state hospitals, different places. So even if they don't do something, they sometimes will cross-reference or share this out to other agencies. So I did submit that report, and hold on. At the very bottom, number 4, it gives the report ID numbers. And then so I'm not supposed to fill out that part. That's how they fill it out. They fill out that when they get it. But this is a report of suspected dependent adult elder abuse. Now, the person that obviously is the predator is who we all voted for, which is Shelly is the predator. And the victim, of course, prey is Allison Carter. Female. 30 years old, and then I filled out this information. Age 30, and then date of birth. Yeah, and she's that whole thing is exactly, she actually said that she was a predator. Also, to different law enforcement agencies I reported as well, and then I also called I called 2 hotlines because I have actually 3 addresses, but I called 2 hotlines because it's primarily for California. Okay.
calling the San Bernardino County Department of Aging and...
Hold on one second. Did I screenshot the other one? Hold on, I think I did. So I'm gonna play this. I'm not. My bad. I am not gonna play both calls. I'm just gonna play one. Okay. You'll get the gist of it. In both calls, I say the same thing, but in two different jurisdictions. Again, both say the same thing, just two different jurisdictions. Besides one, I added a few more details. Okay, I added a few more details in the other one. And this was another report I submitted as well. This was like from your submission has been sent to the appropriate parties and will be investigated shortly. Thank you. So pretty much what I wanted to do was send it to law enforcement and also send it to adult dependent services, kind of like child protective services, but for adult dependents. And then also call hotlines and also online reports. So kind of like going across the board. As far as what I could actually try to do as far as California goes and also one other state. But yeah, so that's going to end this live once I play this recording. And then I will see y'all in the next live. Most likely it probably will be Wednesday. So most likely it'll be Wednesday when I see y'all again because I have stuff to do Monday and Tuesday. So I would say Wednesday is my day. I can probably see y'all again. So I'll see what I come back to. A mess. And everybody on the replay, make sure y'all show this channel some love on the replay by smashing that like button. Oh, I forgot. You wanted to know how old. Well, I forgot to say how old Jada was. I'll look it up while I get this phone call. Hold on.
Hotline. If you're calling about an adult who is being seriously harmed at this moment, hang up and call 911. If you are law enforcement, press 4 now. For customer quality assurance purposes, all calls will be recorded. For menu options in English, press 1. Gracias por llamar a la línea del Departamento de Envejecimiento y Adultos de Abuso en el Condado de San Bernardino. Si usted está, please listen to the following choices. If you would like to make a report regarding an adult in San Bernardino County who is being abused or neglected, press 1 now. If you are calling for information on office hours and phone numbers, press 2 now. Child and Adult Abuse Hotline, my name is Melissa. This call is being recorded for quality assurance. How can I help you?
Hi, my name is Dani, and I'm calling to report abuse and neglect of 2 adults.
Okay, are the 2 adults in the same home or?
Yes, Allison Leilani Carter. She was born February 15, 1994, and then Holly Marie Silver, born November 24, 1953. And they're both under the control of and care of Shelly Ray Carter.
Okay, one moment. I'm typing it all in. I just need you to repeat it back slowly. So what was the first person's name?
Allison. Leilani is Leilan. Leilani or Leilani.
And Allison, is it 2 L's or 1 L?
It's 2 L's. Allylson.
YSON, okay. Nathan, last name is Leilan.
That's her middle name. Her last name is Carter, Carter.
And then what was her date of birth?
February 15, 1994.
1994?
Yeah.
Is she a dependent adult or?
Yes, she's a dependent adult.
Okay. So she can't care for herself, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What kind of disabilities does she have?
Her biological mom said that she has undiagnosed mental health issues. So that's marked limitations in that area.
Okay. And then what was the other adult?
Holly Marie Silver.
C-A-L-I?
Silver, S-I-L-B-E-R.
But her first name is C-A-L-I?
No, Holly, H-O-L-I.
Oh, Holly.
With 2 L's, H-O-L-L-I. Holly Marie Silver.
And her date of birth?
November 24th, 1953.
Oh. And then you said their caregiver is Shelly Ray Carter?
Yes.
Okay. Do they all live in the same home or?
Yes.
Okay. What's the address?
They go back and forth between 2 addresses, and I can give you both.
Okay.
Just a second. The first one is
And it's all 3 of them that goes back and forth between the 2 addresses, or does the caregiver go back and forth between the 2 addresses?
All 3, because they are always like moving back and forth, and also in Arizona, but that's for Arizona. I'm just giving you the California one.
Where do they mainly reside?
California.
Okay. What's Shelly's relation to them? Or is she just the caregiver?
Shelly, she actually adopted Allison as an adult in 2014, around June or July of 2014. And then Holly is just a live-in friend that she looks out for or helps with.
Does she get paid to be her caregiver?
No.
Okay.
Well, I don't really know, to be honest, if Holly gets any benefits that she will be in charge of or not.
Okay. And what's your relation? Are you a mandated reporter, just a friend?
I'm not related to them. I just know what's going on because of the biological mother and sister of Allison Carter. And also what's all over, like, online to see, like, all the evidence is online.
Okay. And what's your name and telephone number in case someone needs to reach you? Okay, just one moment. I'm just going to place you on a brief hold while I get it set up, okay?
Uh-huh. Yes.
Thank you for holding. I do apologize for that wait. Okay, so we'll go ahead into the concerns that you want to report on Allison and Holly. I may just ask you to pause, repeat, or slow down just because I'm typing it all in at the same time.
Okay.
Okay, so what is it that you're reporting?
Well, Allison first met Shelly Carter in 2008 when she was 14 years old at a safe house for youth in Riverside, California. And then she later adopted her as an adult in 2014, around I think like June or July of 2014. And since then, she has pretty much, this is where it gets strange, but she has manipulated Allison, whose real, by the way, her real name is, her birth name is Tori Outlaw. Her birth name is Tori Outlaw, and she has her bio mom, which is LaRonda Outlaw. But that's just a little context. So she adopted her as an adult in 2014. And she has been manipulating her since she first got in contact with her, though, at the safe house. And she pretty much was telling her that she has been, I don't know if you heard of anything like this before, MK Ultra programming.
No. So you said MK Ultra programming?
Yes.
Okay.
So she told her that she was MK Ultra programmed to be a presidential sex slave, and that she also told her that she has, and that's what she was programmed for, to be groomed into some sort of presidential sex slave. And then she also told her that she has alters, at least like 200 alters, because she has dissociative identity disorder. And that's not diagnosed by a psychiatrist, it's actually by Shelly, saying that she's programmed, that caused a split in her mind to develop over 200 alters, which she documents in her notepad. And then she said that she has like a sex trafficking contract on her life, or on her person or body, and that one of the buyers on that contract is a cop. And basically she has Allie thinking that people are out to her every second of the day because of the things she's saying, and that people are messing with her programming, that witches, it's a bunch of stuff. But the point of the whole thing is to isolate her away from everybody, because anybody that tries to contact Allie, she tells that they are a part of trying to mess with her programming, mess with her, put like spells on her and different things like that. So yeah.
Okay. You said, is it Shelly or Allison that has dissociative identity disorder?
No, Allie really does not have that. Shelly told her that she has. She told her that she has that, and that she's documenting all her alters in the journal, and that she has over 200 alters that she's documented, and that she's gonna help her with her MK Ultra programming. And then Allison's sister Keisha White actually saw her, like, Shelly gives her medication because she's trying to help her with this fake diagnosis, was not even a real health condition. MK Ultra program is some sort of conspiracy stuff.
Okay. You said Keisha White, which is her sister, saw Shelly give Allison medication?
Yes. Like, she gives her medication, and there's videos of Allie looks like she having some sort of panic attacks, anxiety attacks, or withdrawals from drugs. I don't know, but the videos are weird. Shelly records these and she puts them online. And then yesterday she was actually saying that she said that people are messing with Allison's programming because her biological mother is trying to get her help, and that that's causing them to have to be on the run again, or on the move again, and some sort of satanic rituals. But yeah, Shelly, she says she has intel, like these intel that told her that every year on Allison's birthday, there's going to be buyers at a military base to buy out her sex trafficking contract, and to try to get her back into sex trafficking, which she never was in there. It's a bunch of like brainwashing, mind control, isolation stuff going on here. And also her trying to diagnose her with things such as alters and DID and MK Ultra programming, and then trying to then help her or cure her from it at the same time.
Okay. And where are the video seen? Is it on social media or?
Yeah, it's on social media.
What social media site?
They're on YouTube. They also post on it would be best if I could email all the information as well, because it's a lot of links and information of all this. And then it's on YouTube, they're on Telegram, and IG, Instagram. And in fact, Shelly just made an Instagram video yesterday talking about Allison's programming and how her bio mother trying to reach out to her, contacting her, is messing with her programming, and they have to be on the move again or something. And it's the thing is, it's all fake. This is not real stuff. So she's I think that she's having anxiety and panic attacks because of her thinking that somebody's always out to get her or something. I don't know. And then she actually videotapes her with these withdrawal, like saying she's in pain, and like it's weird.
Okay. And what's her given name?
Who?
What's Allison's given name again? You said Tori Outlaw?
Her birth name is Tori Outlaw, and it's
Tori.
Yeah, Tori, and then last name Outlaw. Is
Outlaw?
No, outlaw like an outlaw from the government or rebellious person. Outlaw. Outlaw.
Yes, and then what's her biological mom's name?
Her bio mom's name is LaRonda Outlaw.
LeRonda?
LaRonda, so L-A and then R-H-O-N-D-A. Last name Outlaw.
Okay. Do you have a phone number for Shelly?
Let me get it. Just a second. It is
and Shelly is Shelly?
Yes, and then Ray, R-A-E, Carter, and she's date of birth May 22nd, 1967.
May 22nd, 1957?
1967.
67. Okay. Okay. And then what are you reporting for Holly?
Holly is pretty much the same, like isolation stuff. Now I don't know as far as her saying that she's had been programmed or any of that, but it's mainly she's always on the run with them, on the move. So I would just say the same. I would just say isolation at the least, but mainly I would just say stick to Allison, because that's what I know the most about. Allison Carter.
So with Holly, you don't know if she's being abused or anything?
No,
she's a friend of theirs and she moves around?
She's always with them, and then she seems like she's in the same state. Like when I like the same state, I mean like how her appearance is and things like that. Like their appearance, like Allison used to be like bigger, like a little heavier. Now she looks drugged out and like thin and frail, like childlike. And then Holly also has lost weight. Their appearance. So that's where I was drawing that from. But mostly just gonna focus on Allison. But Holly is with them, so I was letting you be aware of that as well.
Okay, I just need to clarify though if you're making a report for Holly or is it just for Allison?
I just focus on Allison because that's what I'm 100% sure of.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just Holly resides with them?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And do you know, so other than the mental and the isolation, do you know if she's like physically beating her, if she's neglecting any of her needs of like food, clothing?
Well, she wears the same clothes all the time, and that's what I was saying. Like her teeth, drastic changes, clothes. Like she wears the same clothes over and over. They're always like living out of a sometimes they're at the home, and then sometimes she says she has to be on the run, and then they're in a van, living out of a van. But the thing is, they're not on the run for real because there's nothing really after them. It's made up.
Okay.
So I would say that. And then also the part with self-medicating. Well, I wouldn't say she's medicating herself, but Shelly giving herself because she's allegedly MK Ultra programmed and has these. Yesterday, she was just saying that she had 200 alters. That's not from a psychiatrist. She's actually taking her own notes and saying she has all these alters, and it's not from, like, she's saying it's from the MK Ultra programming, and that caused a split in her mind to have now 200 alters. So she's saying that's the result of, yeah.
Okay. And do you know any of the medication that she might be giving her?
No, but there is a video where she was saying something about, I don't know why she said she needed to take some Benadryls to feel better, but I don't know. I don't know what medication she's giving her. But her sister mentioned that when she took it, it's like she had side effects from it.
Okay. So what you do know about Allison from her bio mom is that she's mentally disabled?
Yeah, but she said it was like undiagnosed. But yeah, she recognized her daughter had issues with mental health. And then another thing is Shelly was like, when they go to like a public bathroom, Allison has to go into the stall next to her, and she has to lock herself in there because she told Allison that if she's away from her for even like a few seconds, that they'll get her. And by get her, the buyer's on her contract or some other whoever she's made up. Like she had these persecutory delusions. I guess people, well, I don't know if she's having delusions or she's making it up as far as Shelly, but that she has to go in the bathroom stall next to her, lock herself in there. So with that being said, she makes sure she stays by her side like 24/7 so she can protect her, because she said she's like the only one that can protect her from these people, because when she's around, people leave Allie alone. I'm like, yeah.
Okay. And when's the last time Allison was seen?
Yesterday, and a video online where Shelly talking about Allie has Alice, well, they call Allie for short, that she has 200 alters, and she's documenting it in her journal.
Okay, but in person?
Well, she's only around Shelly, so nobody has really seen her in person. The people see her only when she goes live with Shelly in a van somewhere, parked somewhere.
Okay. Okay, I'll go ahead and send that information then off for review. Okay, I'll go ahead and send that off. Is there anything else that you wanted to add to the report?
No, I just didn't really know how to report this because it's like strange and unusual conspiracy stuff. But the fact that somebody actually is believing it, Allison, and living her life believing this stuff is what's causing the issue.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So is there any way I can, well, someone can contact me at this number if they need links to any other information.
Yes, I have your information. So if a social worker is assigned and they need more information from you, they can give you a call.
All right.
Thank you. That you have links to all the websites.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
So again, reports have been made to adult protective services. Okay. For different jurisdictions. So let me tell y'all something. When I say that's weird, y'all listen, I felt like a crazy person. That shit is crazy. I'm like, what the fuck am I even like I'm happy I called a reporter, but at the same time, y'all listen, that shit, when you hear it like that, it's crazy. It's like, it reminds me when I was reporting something about Jack with her made up bullshit, but it's like, what the fuck? They might, A mess. Yeah. I'm like, oh my gosh. And not even name everything because I'll be on the call even longer. Look how long that call was. I'll be on there longer. If I named everything Shelly was on here doing and Tori, I'll be on that call all day. But yeah, so I posted that one. My other call was the same thing, besides I added some more stuff. Now, what I will do is I will make like a separate video for that. Anyways, with that, I'll see y'all on Wednesday, and I hope I don't come back to a bunch of drama. I will see y'all on Wednesday. If I have anything to share, I will share it on my community tab, and I will only be back if there's like I need to be. Okay. Anyways, let's look at the current poll before we get off here. It's 179 votes. When she went missing from CPS, was she with Shelly? 86% says yes, 4% says no, and 10% still thinking about it. I mean, they did label her as a predator, and she's very predatorial even now. And I can see why they label her as that years ago in like 2009, 2010. So with that being said, I do believe that she was obsessed with her. She was preying on her, and she definitely wanted her in her house, and that's where she was hiding out at. Yep. Because there's no way she let her out of her sight. Nope. And she wasn't even that concerned about, oh, she went missing or AWOL for a year. She didn't even go like, oh, and I was so worried about it, and I was wondering where she could be, and like, oh, whatever. She just went like, oh, yeah, and then she came to my house. Like, yeah, bye, Shelly. She was with you. Y'all, this is crazy. I think I'd rather go back to the other crazy lady than this crazy lady. So my question now, who's the most crazy? What's the whole craziest thing, Jag or these people? Because now I think I entered into an alternative universe. And I don't think I want to stay here that long. Yeah, so maybe like a couple of more videos and I'm bouncing. Unless I don't know. I have to get to the bottom of this too. I don't know, but I got to definitely take a break because this is crazy. And it is. Okay, y'all. I'll see y'all later. Bye. Have a great rest of your day. And again, for all those in California, check out my community posts and my community tab to see the resources. When I say a mess, a mess.
They watching me. Hoes be hating, niggas be loving how I move, how I groove. I ain't a stripper, but I move like one, twerk like one, do a split like one, like one. It's ladies' night. I'm out with my girls, looking good as fuck. The fuck, turning head, spinning bread. He like what he see. He breaking his neck. He wanna spin his check. On me, shaking my hips, glossing my lips. Nice curls, hair done, nails done, flipping my hair, one in my hips, doing a dirty wine. Looking fine. Watch me do me. I got the making knees. I get low to the flow. It's work. Watch me speed it up. And slow down. Now I'm running it up like a dance hall queen. Sipping on drinks, sliding to the flow. Getting low. To the flow. I got them making knees. They watching me. Hoes be hating, niggas be loving how I move, how I groove. I ain't a stripper, but I move like one, twerk like one, do a split like one. Watch me do me. I got them making knees. I get low to the flow. It's work. Watch me speed it up. Watch me